Bakit bloody? Kasi ito yung pinaka pang outplay talaga ng mga players. Kasi yung bloody retribution guys, ang effect nito is nagkakaroon kayo ng HP per second kada nire-retry nyo yung kalaban. Nakadepende yung HP ng kalaban kung gaano kalaki makukuha yung HP. And malaki din yung damage dealt nito guys, yung bloody retribution. So yun guys, yung ice retribution, pagka nire-retry nyo yung kalaban, may 5 seconds kayong movement speed para kayong naka-sprint. So ginagamit ko to pag Kimi ako kasi kailangan ni Kimi ng ng mabilis gumalaw. And kaya ito yung ginagamit ko. And yung list na retribution na ginagamit is yung flame retribution. Kung makikita nyo sa pro scene or sa rank game, wala talagang gumagamit nito. As in, wala pa ako sa buong pag pro player ko, wala pa akong nakitang jungler na gumamit ng flame retribution. Kasi ito rin yung pinaka hindi OP sa tatlong retribution. So, yun guys, yung pinaka-list na retribution, which is yung flame retribution. Ang effect niya is kukuha ng physical or magical damage sa kalaban. So, parang manghigop kayo ng ng lakas ng kalaban nyo. And may 100 true damage din to pagka niretry nyo. So, pang pang mga 1v1 to guys. Kasi mababawasan yung yung damage ng kalaban nyo pagka niretry nyo siya. So, yun yung tatlong type ng retribution sa Mobile Legends. Ang pinaka-recommended ko talang gamitin nyo is yung bloody retribution. Hi guys, ngayon papanoorin natin yung last game natin sa lower bracket finals, which is yung kalaban natin yung BTK, and ito yata yung last match, and titingnan natin kung anong tama't maling decision na ginawa natin dito, lalo gamit natin Aldous. So unang-una pa lang makikita ko na dito na kung coach ako ni Wise, sasabihin ko ba't 4 deaths ka sa Aldous, kasi hindi ideal yan na 4 deaths ka sa Aldous. And ayun, yun lang yung una ko makikita dyan na mali agad. And makikita ko dito na lamang talaga kami sa drop tingin ko. Kasi yung Eve, lakas ng Eve sa ira nila So tingin ko lamang kami dito sa drop na to. And ayun, panoorin na natin. Tingnan natin yung late game ng Blacklist. Tingnan natin kasi hindi ko to masyado napanood dahil mga clips lang sa TikTok nakikita ko. So panoorin na natin guys. So yun guys, balik tayo sa game ng Blacklist International versus BTK. And share ko lang bago natin start kung bakit talaga kami nahirapan sa BTK. Hindi ko alam kung nasabi na to, pero kung ako magsabi, baka mayari ako. Kasi kaya kami nahirapan talaga sa BTK dahil hindi kami nag-a-assassin. Yun lang talaga yun, hindi kami nag-a-assassin. Ako hindi pala ako nag-a-assassin kasi ang weakness kasi ni Boba Sane, yung mga hero niya tulad ng YSS, Nathan, binaban kasi namin yun. Dahil parang feeling namin mas madali manalo pagka wala yun. So, binaban namin yung hero ni Boba Sane, tapos nagkakalaban kami sa fighter to fighter. And ang weakness lang talaga ng BTK is yung assassin. Kasi ang mga weakness ng hero niya tulad nga ng YSS and Nathan is yung mga assassin. Tingnan nyo nung binalagbag sila ng Onyx PH. Diba? Na 3-0 sila dahil ino-open lang yung hero ni Boba Sane, tapos si Kyrie, kilala naman natin si Kyrie na sobrang lakas talaga mag-assassin ni Kyrie. So yun lang talaga na pag-vision namin na dahil kaya kami nahirapan sa BTK is binaban namin yung comfort ni Boba Sane, which is comfort ko din, tapos napupunta kami sa malayong game. So yun talaga yung kaya kami nahirapan dito sa BTK. Yan, start na natin. Tsaka dagdag ko pala, malakas din yung nila, yung mid nila. Si Shark tsaka si Zia, malakas yung mid nila. So, tingnan natin tong game na to. Makunat na si G dito, napapa-face check na namin siya sa mga bush. Tulad nga nung sabi ko kanina guys, sa Aldous, bakit 4 deaths ako? Kung coach ako ng Blacklist, sasabihan ko si Wise, ba't 4 deaths ka? Yan. Kita-kita natin yung mukha ko. Ang awkward. Yan. Pero wala naman masyadong ganap dito Talagang tulad nga ng sabi ko kanina sa tutorial ko sa masterclass, ang talaga pag late game, Lord Fight. And dito, 30 seconds pa before the Lord. So, ang tendency niyan is, push muna ng wave. And makikita natin dito, wait lang, pause natin. Ang makikita natin dito is, wala pang basag na third tower sa both sides. So, yung flow niyan ng wave, magkakadikit pa guys. Kasi pagka, example, yung top ng BTK basag na, tas yung sa amin hindi pa basag. So, ang mangyayari niyan, yung wave namin, mas lalamang sa wave nila. So, kusang aangat. Pero dito, kita nyo, kung mapapansin nyo, yung wave is, magkakapantay lang. Kasi, para hindi magpantay yan, kailangan may mag-clear. Kunyari, si Aldous nag-clear dito. Doon lang siya hindi magiging pantay. Pero pag hinayaan nyo yung wave dyan, pantay lang lagi yan. Yun yung importance ng makabasag ka ng isang third tower. Sobrang importante nun kahit isa lang. Lalo sa gantong high level play ng Mobile Legends. So, tingnan nyo, nakikita nyo, nagki-clear lang sila. Tingnan nyo yung blacklist, pati yung Aldous dito. Mag-wave lang yan kasi may Lord na. Lamang ang blacklist dito para sa akin guys, kahit may Lunox. Kasi yung Aldous, pang rundown yan eh. So, kailangan niya lang magstay sa bot, clear bot, tapos lalamang na yung bot, tapos fight Lord. Tingnan nyo guys, so tingnan nyo yung wave, laging may nagki-clear. Tingnan nyo, di ba? Tulad na sabi ko yung makinig kayo sa akin eh. Tingnan nyo yung laban ng BTK dito. Ang tagal nila sa Lord tsaka Blacklist. Di ba? Paikot-ikot lang sila sa Lord. Kasi kung sino manalo dyan sa Lord fight, 80% siguro ng match sa inyo na. Nakadepende sa inyo kung paano nyo hawakan yung Lord. Paikot-ikot lang sila dyan. Yan yung interesting sa Mobile Legends guys. Yung kung paano nila ipi-play yung Lord. Yan diba? Nag-SS na ako. So yun, rundown na. Yan yung sa Aldous naman, diba? Sabi ko, Phosphor or Gold Lane. So yung Gold Lane, yung Phosphor yung inesesan ko. Pero nag-fail kami. Pero ang kapalit nun, yan guys, what a intelligent play by Blacklist. Kasi yung BTK ayaw umalis sa side ng Lord. Pinorse namin yung Aldous mag-SS sa para mag-back sila. Kasi lamang kami dito dahil sa IBE. So, wala namang mababasag na third tower kahit iwan namin yung isang lane. Walang mababasag na third tower, so okay lang kahit maiwan yan. Yun, feeling ko sa amin na yung Lord dito eh. So, pagtapos ng Lord, dapat out na to. Pero, syempre, dapat out na yun eh. Kung ako yung naglalaro doon pagka Lord out na eh. Pero syempre, dahil na rin sa pressure ng tournament, siguro nagsabi go ganun. Kasi kung binak agad ng ng blacklist yun, sobrang kaya nilang sabayan yung Lord eh. So dahil medyo nag-choke yung blacklist doon, lalo ako namatay ako. Walang nangyari sa Lord. So parang wala lang nangyari sa game. Paulit-ulit lang nang mangyari na na ganun ulit. Wait ng Lord, show ng lane. Mukhang basic lang yung ML guys, pero mahirap siya pagka tournament na. Lalo M3 to eh. So yun, dito medyo boring yung part na to kasi tingnan nyo, nagpa-farm lang sila, nag-show lang ng lane. Lang kasi initiate namin dyan eh, Grak lang eh, kaya hindi kami makakapasok. Hintayin namin sila pumasok dito. Mga focus na focus, tingnan yung mukha nila guys. Tamang focus lang sa ML. So yun, medyo wala naman nangyayari guys. Tamang lang. So may share pala ako guys. Pagka late game na, ang pinaka-importante dito is yung roamer, yung post 5. Si Shark, yung Lolita, tsaka si Haji. Bakit sila naging importante sa late game? Importante sila sa late game dahil sila yung nag-check ng push. Nakita nyo itong Lunox, tsaka Saber, tsaka Lolita. Kung ang pace check dyan is yung Brody, patay na yan. Kaya kailangan ng roamer para pumace check. Kaya importante yung post 5 sa late game. Ayun o. Then yung si Haji, binivision niya yung mga bush. Tapos sabang si B tsaka si Oheb, medyo malayo kasi madali silang mapatay eh. Ayun, medyo boring yung mga ganito kasi mamatay lang to pag may conceal yung kalaban or may mga jawhead ganun. Pero sa lineup ng Blacklist tsaka BTK, wala masyadong mangyayari unless face check ni Oheb yung bush. May saber doon. So yun, feeling ko pag ganito yung laro, kinakabahan na yung mga agents eh. Pero kami, lang dito, chill lang syempre. So yun, makikita natin dito. Ano nangyari doon? Parang nalingat lang ako. Parang nagkamali yata blacklist doon. Parang ang lalim nila, di ko alam. Di ko maisip kung nangyari dyan. Buka kami dito. Parang ang lalim namin doon ah. So yun, na-punish kami guys dahil parang mali yung execution namin siguro. Ako parang pangit yung execution namin doon, guys. Malalim masyado. Ay, eto na yung favorite part ko. Yun yung ginawa ni Edward. Low na si Edward. Tapos pinatay niya yung tapos na yan feeling ko Grabe si Edward doon. Commended. Siya ang buhat nung na yan. Grabe si Edward doon. Yan, back to ulit. Pagtas ng clash, back to farm. Imagine nyo kung may lunox dyan, So, yan yung pag late game pala, guys. Okay lang mabasaran kayo ng second tower tulad ng ginagawa ng Blacklist dito. Tingnan nyo. Second tower lang naubos sa kanila. Pero yung third tower, wag nyong ibigay kung kaya nyong madep. Ayan na, ito na yung shot call. Ito na yun, yung nagpanalo sa amin. Naalala ko to. Sinasabi ni B dito, pwede to i-rundown, Tapos, yun yung sabi ni B, pwede to i-rundown. Tapos, pinalawa pa niya Gina. Pwede, tara. Tapos, ako sabi ko nun, sige, mabubuhay ako, may season ko yan. Yun yung naging shot call doon, guys. Bali, si B yung naging initiate ng clash na yon. Tapos, napalawa pa ng maganda ni G. Tapos sabi ko, mabubuhay ako, may season ko. Ang lalim nila. Tingnan yung tatakbuhin nila, guys. Nasa sila, top side. Malapit sa first tower. Bago sila makakating sa base nila. Ayun yung base nila, Napakalayo, ang lalim nila. So, dito, sobrang chok ng BTA dito. Sobrang layo ng tatakbuhan nila. So, yun. Yan na yun. Pag makita mo pa lang yan, panalo na yung blacklist talaga Diba? Nakita niyo yung importance ng Aldous? From kakabuhay lang, biglang pumunta dun sa sa kalaban ng napakabilis. Wala na, GG na. Kasi na yan, 25 minutes mark na yan, guys So, yung death timer medyo mataas na. Kaya pag namatay kayo ng ganyan yung timer, medyo matagal yung death timer nyo, guys. So, yun. Dalawa na lang yung yung BTK dito, tapos 5 pa yung blacklist. Wala na, sure na. Grand Finals! Blacklist! Wala, hindi na madedep to, guys, kahit gaano pa kalakas yung yung BTK. Yan, tuwan-tuwa na kami dyan, alam na namin. So, yun, guys, yun yung point of view ko sa match ng Blacklist versus BTK, and sana may natutunan kayo sa mga nakikita ko. Etong question na to is galing kay Shemoy ko. Yan, despite the titles nga, tulad ng sabi mo, same pa din naman ako tumanggap ng criticism sa team ko. Lalo kay V, same pa din. Yung kung paano ko siya itanggap since amateur pa ako and since season 4 rookie, same pa din kasi yun yung mina-mindset ko Tulad nga ng tinuturo ko kay Oheb, wag kang magbago kung ka, try mong i-stay dyan kasi mas magtatagal ka sa pro scene kung hindi ka ma-attitude talaga. Yun talaga yung tinuro ko kay Oheb nun. Kasi amateur pa lang siya nun rookie pa lang siya nung pumasok siya. Ako nung rookie days ko medyo pa ako parang hindi ko pa alam kung ano yung mga tama't mali, pero ngayong natuto na ako. Same pa din talaga kung paano ako mag-agree. Minsan, syempre, hindi naman lagi agree lang ako. Syempre, paminsan nagkakaroon kami ng debate kung ano yung mga dapat kong ginawa or mga mali kong ginawa. Tsaka kung paano ko siya i-take, talagang kasi teammate ko yun Parang pamilya at turing ko sa kanila So, after ma-receive nun, tapos isipin ko kung tama ba yung sinabi nila. After malaman yun na, tama sila. So, i-improve ko yun sa game ko. Kaya nga wise yung IGN ko kasi lahat ng pagkamali ko, yun, nilalagay ko sa tamang decision. Tulad nga nung sabi ni Master the Basics. Doon ka talaga matututo sa pagkakamali mo Kaya wag kang magbabago kasi pag nagbago ka, yun yung ikakalaglag mo. Ang second question natin is galing kay Carl Magsayo. Ang tanong niya dito is, ano daw yung mga jungle tip ko? So, feeling ko naman na-explain ko na dito sa Razer Masterclass yung mga basic na alam ko and yung mga iba din. Masabi ko na lang na tip is, manood ka ng live stream ko kasi lagi ako nagla-live stream. Doon, baka may mga masabi pa akong hindi ko nasabi dito kasi limited lang yung time dito and doon sa live stream ko, yun yung pinaka-time ko talaga kahit ano sabihin ko doon. So yun, nood ka ng live stream ko. Baka may matutunan ka pa bukod sa mga nasabi ko sa Razer Masterclass. Third question natin is galing kay Heart Valerie and tinatanong niya kung ano daw yung ma-recommend ko na i-practice pang beginner na jungler. Meron akong naisip. Dalawa lang is yung number 1 ko ngayon is Bane. Kasi yung Bane is madali lang talaga mechanics niya. And kung paano mo siya dadalhin sa game, madali lang. And yung ano naman, second ko ngayon, Aulus. Madali lang siya. And recently, mga gamit ko siya sa streams ko. So, pag nanonood kayo sa stream ko, feeling ko naman nasasabi ko yung mga do's or don'ts ng Aulus. So, yun yung pinaka-recommended kong jungler ngayon. Kasi nasa meta din sila. And that's it for my Razer Masterclass, guys. Sana may natutunan kayo. And kung may tingin kayo na mali kong ginagawa, i-improve nyo na lang kasi dun din ako natututo. And ayun, support nyo kami ni MYAMMAR sa YouTube and Facebook namin. Nag-live kami doon. Search nyo lang Wise Gaming and MYAMMAR, makikita nyo na kami doon. Thank you for your support, guys. And support nyo lang yung Razer Masterclass dahil makinig lang kayo at matututo din kayo. Baka mamaya, kayo na yung kalaban ko sa jungle. And ayun, bye guys!
Make it clap. Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go. Make it clap. Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
everybody, and thank you so much for coming out here today. There's a lot of viewers. I think we reached 1,000 today during the masterclass of VY. So thank you so much for your time and giving us some tips for to become better players in the land of the dawn. But before we begin, I know we are living in very difficult times, and we just want to let everyone know that our hearts and our prayers go to both the people of Ukraine and Russia. And I remember in the words of Simple, let's all be human first. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and most importantly, of course, gamers of all ages and gender, races, and faces. Welcome once again here at the Razer Invitational. So, we had a 2-day break before coming back here, and it's good to be back because it's going to be an epic fight or an epic matchup for today's event. And again, I just want to say thank you for everybody who came out here, just giving time to support the live stream. I see a lot of Filipinos supporting the stream right now, and I think this is the highest viewership that Razer's Invitational had in our 10-day run so far. And we're now down to the second to the last day of the MLBB series for the Razer's Invitational. And of course, here in our tournament, we featured the top 10 teams of Southeast Asia to duke it out to win that prize pool of $30,000 and of course to pave the way for the upcoming SEA Games. The tournament is sanctioned by the SEA Games Federation and is presented by Razer, by gamers, and for gamers. And before anything else, I just want to remind everyone that we have an ongoing giveaway. Tomorrow is the day. Tomorrow is the announcement of that giveaway, so don't miss out. I just want to take this time promoting it and just reminding you guys to be part of it. All you got to do is go to Team Razer Facebook page, go to one of our posts, and just comment down below who do you think will win or come out as the grand champions for the Razer's Invitational. What are the prizes, you ask? A Razer phone cooler chroma, a Razer keysheet, and then for the third one, it's a bundle of the Hammerhead True Wireless Pro, Razer phone cooler chroma, and the Razer keysheet. Wow, thank you so much, Razer, for being generous and for the giveaways. And one more thing, that's not all. We haven't stopped there. Razer is also helping you gear up for the competition. Gain the winning edge for mobile gaming. Use the code that appear in the stream. I think, yep, we have it below my name, right down there. Use this code and use it at the Razer.com checkout to secure these limited time specials. I'm gonna read the code for you. It is Invitational C 2022. Again, the code is Invitational SEA or C 2022, and use it in our website Razer.com. And of course, it's going to be wild today since this is a best of 3 fight between Philippines and Indonesia, two behemoths in our Razer's Invitational. And then we're gonna have Myanmar and Vietnam as the last matchup for today. Put on your seatbelts and brace yourselves because this is going to be one heck of a ride. Here's our caster of the day, all hailing from the Philippines themselves. Burger Kim and Dengan Nation, here we go.
Yeah, there we go, and we're back after that, how should I say, very long break. But hope you guys got some good rest. You're gearing up for today. My name is Burger Kim and Dengan Nation, like what I have mentioned. And we are going to be serving you the best of the best MLBB action here in the Razer Invitational Southeast Asia. So welcome, guys, and welcome back. Dengan, how are you?
I feel so
Your
great. You know,
team
the
is
2-day break did wonders for my voice as well as my
Right.
stamina and my energy. So I really am hyped up for today's matches. First of all, we have Philippines versus Indonesia in a best of 3 series. A very hyped matchup to start the day-to-day BK.
Yeah, definitely. Philippines and Indonesia, like we honestly didn't expect Indonesia. They're kind of like the dark horses, I would say, here in the Invitational. They have had like quite a rocky start, but now look at where they are. They are in the semis. So taking a look at these two powerhouses, of course, the Philippines and Indonesia, I would say that the Philippines definitely has to
Sir,
watch out for
what's
the
your command?
Sicilian.
Your team is
For the side
banning.
of Indonesia, they love playing this. They also bring out something new every time, and I feel like the heroes of Meta should be taken into consideration as well.
I
And
didn't
as for the
cure the
Philippines,
pain.
I
Your
feel
team
like
is banning.
we're a team that we could pull off veil picks. I think
Yeah.
there was a time. I think the last time the Philippines came up, we also pulled out a Nana. So I feel like Indonesia also has to watch out for those surprises coming in from the Philippines.
But you know, Indonesia as well. The Philippines have to watch out against my
Among
favorite,
the
my
planes
favorite
exist
Your
player
team
on the
is
side of
banning.
Indonesia.
Which I was made
Kaz
for.
Esmeralda, you can give him the Esmeralda, you can give him the Yuzhong, and he will for sure give you a great game for the side of his respective team. But on the other hand, though, the combination of Dockmend as well as Rage, you know, the
Yeah.
roamers, the mid laners, they're so very vital in the Philippines' victory. In the previous series, you know, Dockman can rock out an Edith, can rock out the Cho, can rock out the Yuzhong, and then Esmeralda himself. So, you know, it's a battle between initiators, battle between early on aggressors, and of course, battle to bring pride towards their country as we enter the first drafting phase of today's game.
Yeah, I feel like these two powerhouses, like there has always been some
When you
sort of
gaze, your
I
team
wouldn't say
is
like
banning.
rivalry, but
Abyss
long time like
is back.
regions that have dominated MLBB for quite some time. Philippines and Indonesia. We all know this very well. If you guys have seen the M3 World Championship, it was also Philippines and Indonesia most of the time. But let's take a look at the bans here coming in from both of these teams. They've already had enough info since we are in our semifinals, so we know how each team prefers
Your
certain
team is
heroes.
banning.
Some teams as comfort heroes as well. I did mention the Sicilian earlier on, but I feel like the Philippines may have plans, or they feel like they could handle this Sicilian, so they could possibly go for like an assassin jungler here. So if Indonesia does pull out the Sicilian card, yeah, it could be something like a Ling or maybe perhaps a Lancelot for Choco here from the side of the Philippines, because the
Only
Lilia and the
love
Eve
and
has
light.
also been
Your
banned
team
out. But
is
it is
ticking.
not going to be the Sicilian for this game number one, because no one will open that. The Lilia, the Sicilian taken out, so the Philippines could possibly start with the Paquito like they always do, or perhaps they could shake things up by taking something else like the glue. It's open, by the way. It has been nerfed, but I think it's
Always
pretty
on the
much
way.
still viable. So
Your
they are going
team
to go
is
for the
ticking.
Matilda first. Great start here for the Philippines. Not too telling of what their draft is.
Yeah, and I actually like the Lilia ban for the Philippines. You know, Maida has been performing very well in the mid laner. They've
Thorns
rotated
remain,
between
should
Lilia and of
petals
course that
fall.
Sicilian when they took down Thailand for a 2-0 sweep. So it's a really good idea to go right
Night
after the
sky
Lilia.
tells
and
Your
go right
team
of-
is picking.
Oh my gosh, BK.
Yeah,
It's
I was gonna say.
already a hyped up game right now. Esmeralda, Ka securing Esmeralda,
But-
securing that early game sustain.
Yeah. I was gonna say, wait, I thought of an actual counter towards Kaz Esmeralda. I feel like the Philippines, they let this slide because Toshi on the Lunox. They could possibly go that route, like Lunox and then someone that can go head to head here with Lancelot. So I feel like that could possibly be the case here, but not unless, Philippines might shake things up by actually giving Toshi a marksman this time, like we've seen Toshi on the Lunox. So I think
Time and
I
tide
feel
wait
like
for
yeah,
no
we're
man.
going to go for the
North.
Beatrix this time. I feel like the Lunox would
Your
have been
team
great.
is
But
ticking.
Injustice
with
in the
this kind of
world.
draft, the Philippines is kind of solidifying that sort of early game pressure. You got the Cho, you also got the Matilda. So much mobility here for the Philippines to rotate around the map. Although Indonesia here has two comfort picks, which is the Lancelot and the Esmeralda. So what's it going to be for the gold winner? Will it be a Clint here? I feel like they should pick up the Clint in this case. I mean, they already got two, so why not solidify it with Brian's comfort pick as well, which is the Clint.
You know, I've been loving the draft so far. That Matilda and Show combination in the previous games showed how aggressive and how coordinated the Philippines squad is. But on the
Chivalry
other
is
hand,
dead.
you cannot
Yeah.
Your
forget
team
about,
is banning.
along with Cas Esmeralda, you can't forget about Indonesia's, or Brand rather's, Lancelot, because in the previous game, he was able to steal a Luminous Lord from 4 members of the opposing team. So there's really a lot of I'm expecting a lot of highlights plays, a lot of aggression plays, and of course an exciting
Your
and a
team
very
is
very
banning.
good game for both sides of today's match.
Already taking out the possible jungler here. Indonesia taking out Choco's Paquito. I'm not
I will
surprised if they'll
protect you.
kick out
Your
another
team
jungler
is banning.
in their next ban. Maybe perhaps like a Hayabusa or maybe even the Yisun Shin that Choco has been using. So a Ling also could possibly be taken out, but we haven't seen much of that here in the Invitational. So perhaps something along that route, or maybe a mid laner here, since I mean, a lot of mid laners have already been taken out in the first banning phase. So what's left to
Your
take
team
here?
is
Yeah,
banning.
it is going to be focused here on Choco for the side of Indonesia. They take out the Pito. They also take out the Granger. And as for the Philippines, they're taking out the heroes here of Nongkia. So the Lolita, perhaps, maybe even the Ruby can be taken out here. For their side, so not unless they want to limit out like maybe a mid laner, a Kagura. So I don't know what route the Philippines is
Your
going
team
for. So
is picking.
it is going to be the Kufra. The Fanny has already been banned, so it's not going to be that route for the Philippines. So as for Indonesia and the Philippines right now, they are going to be contesting for the mid laners here. There's a lot already taken out.
Yeah, and I understand the Philippines going for the bans against Nungkia's hero because Nungkia's been performing rather very well the previous game. He's actually very vital to turning things around and for those epic comebacks for the side of Indonesia. So it's really a good strategy to go after Nungkia right now. But although a lot of CCs have been taken out, Indonesia still can rely on that falling star move coming from Ka. But if they secure Mavis Sparser right away, this is gonna be
Payback.
such
Your
a
team
deadly
is
squad
picking.
for Indonesia with that, feathered airstrike
Feathered
coming from
airstrike.
Parsa and a lot of damage coming from Rian. So far, loving the picks. I'm not siding towards any team yet until I see the full composition, but so far, pure damage for the side of Indonesia. I love it.
Yeah, they definitely need some magic damage right now for the Philippines, and they are looking to go for a Karina and a Eudora. So this means that in terms of Eudora, it is kind of like that sort of hero wherein you go for those bush plays as well as this veil that Rage has been showcasing in the
Your
first
team
2
is
weeks of the
picking.
Invitational as well. I was thinking they're going for a Lunox, but I feel like this is a comfort pick for the Philippines. It has been banned out also before in their previous games up against different teams. So it is going to be the Karina and the Veil. So this is a lot of initiation. I did mention this Ruby that was open actually for Nongkia, but the Philippines chose to ban away the Kufra. Kind of understandable since they were going for the Karina pick. So the next best for Indonesia is this Ruby, which will definitely solidify their draft. They have initiation here with Ka. They also have the initiation with Ruby. So now it is a matter of setting things up. But I'm just gonna have to say, it will not be easy for this Farsa to actually put herself in a good spot to do the feathered airstrike. There's a lot of heroes that can dive towards her, like Dockman's Matilda, Kirk's Cho, and even Choco's Karina can actually take Maida out. So let's see how this will pan out for Indonesia. They have a relatively front to back composition, and as for the Philippines, they have all these surprise plays. They have all these initiator type of heroes. So I am looking forward to see that here in this game number 1.
Same as well. Same sentiments, BK. I love the early game composition of the Philippines. They're gonna go for sure for the aggressive side. Actually, for the previous 2 games of the Philippines, they already went for the invade for the first purple buff with that show and with that Matilda combination. So we might see another potential first purple buff invade for the side of the Philippines. But sustain coming from that Ruby as well as Esmeralda can be warning not to do those things. Might think about it first, give you second thoughts, because Ka's sustainability with that Esmeralda proves that he can turn things around. So for sure, this is gonna be an exciting yet aggressive play here right now in the early game. So for the gold lane right now, typical matchup between Beatrix and Fletch.
Yep. if you take a look at the laning phase, I feel like I do have to give it to Indonesia with their composition. You got Ka. I mean, as compared to Kirk, the wave clear is gonna be much faster. And as for crowd control, I do have to give it to Ka as well. This is a comfort hero for Ka, so nonetheless, he will definitely perform very well on this hero. But definitely also a lot of pros coming in from these two teams and the river side. So now, in terms of CC, in terms of CC, it is definitely gonna go to Indonesia. But as for initiation, I would definitely have to give it to the Philippines. They have the Ruby, they have the Cho, so all of these sort of initiators are already here. But on the top side, though, the battle seems to be quite equal here as Brian and Toshi. Despite the fact that Toshi has the runner here, it is actually very, very difficult to clear out the waves to get in the advantage here in the laning phase.
What a good initiation for Dockman and Nonkia and Vale rather, Rage to go right after Farsa, but luckily Farsa was able to escape. Very aggressive Choco here, going for the crab despite cast early on presence here against Choco. But on the other hand, though, Kirk, I do believe that Kirk will have a hard time clearing the minion waves up against an Esmeralda. So we do expect that Esmeralda will be able to rotate faster than Choco. But you know, the Philippines has the Matilda and of course the Veil. So I also expect a lot of counter sets coming from the side of the Philippines. If not a counter set, might be an initiation here, right? As Kirk goes right after Nokia, the Wave of Dragon will connect, but not enough to dish damage. Still, a lot of clashes happening here in the mid lane. Skills not hitting right after. Such a messy clash for both teams. A knockup coming from Kirk. Phantom Execution will connect, but who will get the turtle first? Not in a good position as Marcel will get that first feathered airstrike to bring down not one, but two. Dockman and Kirk goes down, but on the other hand, Shoko went right after Nokia for a counter kill here. Going for Maida still, but on the other hand, Brand still going for that blue buff. Who will be able to get the blue buff? Choco still very aggressive despite two members of Indonesia going right after them. Phantom Execution will connect, but will it be enough? Killing spree for the side of Indonesia. Maida with a triple kill early on before the 3-minute mark. Maida's been very vital, you know, such a good positioning despite messy castings of skills early on in that clash. The superior positioning of Maida was more than enough to bring down not one, not two, but three in that clash. And another kill for Maida. Maida on a killing spree, 4-0 so far. Hasn't left the mid lane yet, hasn't went home. Doing wonders for the side of Indonesia as they take a 1k gold lead for their team.
Yeah, that's right. And the Maida already getting a killing spree, getting more gold than the gold laner and the jungler here of the Philippines. This is what I mentioned earlier. I do have to give it to Indonesia when it comes to their draft. They have the front to backline composition. And as for CC, they got it all. So as for the Philippines, they need to get those crucial pickoffs here. Either onto Maida, either onto Rian. So that is really what they lack. They don't really have a lot of crowd control here. All they need to do here for the Philippines is to isolate these heroes from Indonesia. Because when it comes to clashes, when it comes to team fights, I really do have to give it to Indonesia. Well, this is solely based on their composition. It's still quite early to tell that who is going to get this game. But definitely, if you guys are supporting any of these players, do let us know in the comment section. Here comes the Circling Eagle and the final hit coming in from Toshi. Takes down Maida, and her wings are clipped right now as the Philippines, they're trying to go for this tower push on the top side. So right now with the shutdown onto Maida, that will be an additional gold coming in from the side of the
Red team here for Nokia, a bit too aggressive there. The I Am Phantom connected as well as Way of the Dragon for Kirk, but Brad on the other hand trying to walk away. Maida on the other hand has now responded for the side of Indonesia. Kirk not in a good position, turning things around. Rian continuing to dish damage against Kirk, but the Philippines will get yet another uncontested turtle for their side. Good communication for the side of the Philippines for Kirk to actually zone out Brad. You know, Brad is known for being a retribution god here in the Invitational. He's been stealing a lot of objectives for the side of Indonesia, but right now Kirk knew that he did his homework and actually went for the zone despite Maida's presence there, and was luckily enough just to salvage his life. He didn't die there, but the feather airstrike will connect here as Indonesia will will try to bring down the tier 1 tower here in the top lane. So I have to commend Kirk there once again. 0-2-0 yet, you know, the zoning capabilities, his early on presence, as well as his aggression doing wonders for the Philippines as they now take a 1k gold lead away from Indonesia.
Yep, speaking of gold though, I do have to point out that Ka and Beta is
Blue
getting
team
a
turret
lot
has
of
been
gold. So
destroyed.
you don't want to give this to someone like Ka, who is using this Esmeralda, by the way, that has quite an impeccable win streak here in the Invitational. So I feel like the Philippines has to watch out for Ka. He can definitely go on a rampage, can go in for the dives when it comes to the late game, when this Esmeralda does get the item. So right now, it is a matter of initiation, but it seems like these teams are a little bit extra careful when it comes to the clashes. They know they cannot afford to get that either 1 or 2 pickoffs here. It is going to be difficult for them to sustain the lanes as well. But with how things are panning out, Indonesia is getting a very solid grasp
Blue team
on
turret
the
has
lanes.
been destroyed.
Because they got the Farsa or they got Maida here to zone out the members every time they go in for the initiation. And right after that, either Ka or Brand goes in for the final kill.
For the final clash, a lot of ults casted, but none connected to both teams. Both teams, yes indeed, have fast hands. The Falling Star Moon, Feathering Airstrike as well, the I'm Offended for the Eagle, all casted but not connected, but will Rage here be enough to dish out damage to Nongkia Brand here with an early on
Red team
assistant here
hero has
for
been
the turtle
slain.
stake, but on the other hand, Docman as well as Kirk bringing on the aggression. Circling Eagle will connect against Brad, but oh, what a beautiful knockup
Blue
by
team
Kirk.
hero
Look at
has been
that.
slain.
Sustaining every single damage taken by the side of the Philippines. And I am offended as well as
Red
Falling
team
Star Moon
hero
will
has
connect,
been
but on the
slain.
other hand here,
team
Shoko
hero
went
has
for
been
the beautiful
slain.
knockup once again, as well as
Blue
Wave of
team
Dragon
hero has
against
been
top,
slain.
but will fall down in the hands of Esmeralda Brand. Still standing strong, dealing a lot of damage against Rage and Shoko. A 3-for-1 kill here for the side. Indonesia has the Phantom
been
execution as
slain.
well. Storm Drones will bring down Rage in a beautiful executed clash for the side of Indonesia. As
Blue
they
team
take
turret
a
has
tier
been
1 tower
destroyed.
in mid lane, as well as the jungle objective from the Philippines.
Yeah, but with the way things are going right now, I mean, it wasn't pretty much an even ball game when it comes to the Philippines.
Red team has
Early
slain
on,
the
but if you take a
turtle.
look at the towers here. It is now favoring Indonesia. And as for the gold, Indonesia is still leading. They got in the turtle right now. Indonesia is on a 3k gold lead. And now the Philippines is looking to equalize by taking this tower here on the bot side. But of course, here comes Ka. But I feel like with this 3-man rotation,
Red
it
team
is
hero
going to be
has
Ka
been slain.
falling under the hands of the Philippines, as they will be able to successfully take
turret
the
has
tower
been
on the
destroyed.
bot side. And that is just the first tower coming in from the Philippines. But oh no,
Blue
Brad
team
is
turret
also
has
here
been destroyed.
going on a rampage. But this is 3 versus 1. Will he be able to outplay them? But take a look at the damage also coming in from the Renner of Toshi. And if you take a look at the items as well, Toshi already got in the BOD. So this is additional damage coming in from this Beatrix.
Top there fell down in the bottom lane, but in exchange for a tier 2 tower for the side of Indonesia, as they were able to bring down the tier 2 tower in the top lane. Good trade yet again for the side of Indonesia. It was a 3 against 1 here for Ka. He was able to sustain a bit of damage, but the damage coming from Toshi, as you mentioned, there's the BOD already from that Beatrix, so it's really hard to sustain a lot of damage, especially if you have to worry about Kirk and Dockman's initiation right now. As I mentioned, Circle Eagle will connect, as well as the Wave of
Red
the
team
Dragon.
turret
Wave
has
Dragon
been
not
destroyed.
yet casted, but Ka was able
team
to
turret
walk
has been
away
destroyed.
as the Philippines will bring down yet another tower here in the top lane. But Brad, on the other hand, as well as Rian, was able to take down the tier 2 tower in the bottom lane. So in terms of tower stakes, Indonesia is clearly leading, as well as the gold lead. But in terms of initiation, you know, the rotation from the Philippines still showing that they can match up against Indonesia. It doesn't translate to objective things, but it does translate to, you know, so kills and trying to maintain a small gold lead for the side of Indonesia. So if the Philippines really want to hang on to this game, they really need to rely on those isolated clashes and don't force, you know, 5-3, 4-4, 4-4 clashes, because it's really hard to go up against a Maida Farser right now who is standing at 5 1-0, as well as the Falling Storm and I'm Offended coming from Ka as well as India. So Philippines, Kirk and Dogman, a lot of pressure for them to actually isolate maybe the mid laner or the jungler or even the gold laner. But how can you do that when Indonesia is rotating with 5 members right now? They were able to control the lane, that's why they can make here in the third and the Lord pit with 5 members. But on the other hand, Kirk not in a good position as well, dishing damage, a lot of damage coming from the side of Indonesia. But both teams will be forced to back out right now. So it's basically a chess game right here. Phantom Execution will connect against Choco, but Choco was able to escape that onslaught coming from Grant right there. But Indonesia still gets the good position here in the Lord pit as they try to take the first level. That flicker was catching,
dear.
Dragon was indeed connected. A feathered airstrike will connect against a lot of members. Dockman will fall down in exchange for Nunkia. The Lord will reset, but look at Rian as well as Ka going right after Choco. Choco being circled around 3 members of Indonesia. Toshi also not in a good position. Ka leading the charge with Rian and Brad. Phantom Execution as well as Fallen Star Moon will connect. And a triple kill coming from Rian as they complete the wipeout against the reigning Tyrant, the Philippines, leading every single team here in the group stages. But that doesn't matter when you're in the playoffs, when you're in Razer Invitational Southeast Asia. Standings don't matter if you're going up against a team like Indonesia.
Yeah, I did mention this earlier, like the Philippines really lack crowd control here. I mean, they do have rage versus fail, but when it comes to initiation, how can Kirk go up against Ka's Esmeralda? I feel like I was actually expecting that the Philippines would be a little bit more prepared, or they actually let this Esmeralda go just because they know that they can deal with it. But right now, in terms of the lineup, I did mention it earlier, it is going to favor Indonesia with their front to back line composition. And as for the Philippines, they are having troubles diving in. How can they dive in when there's Maida to do the feathered airstrike just to zone everyone? I mean, just like that, feathered airstrike, and everyone is going back. And right after that, they will just keep on going for the objectives. This could finally be actually the end here for the Philippines. They are looking to take down this Lord by the way with a slither of health. The base is still up, but with the onslaught of Indonesia, they could possibly go for the finish here. 3 down for the side of the Philippines, and then triple kill for Brad, and a wipe out for the side of the Philippines as Indonesia will take in game number 1.
Game number 1 goes for the very strong Indonesia team, relying on their momentum, coming from a 2-0 sweep against Thailand, as well as beating who did they beat in
Yeah, it was Thailand. Yeah,
it was Thailand. Yes, actually.
Yeah, they worked their way up here.
Yes, it was instead a 3-0 sweep for Indonesia. Right now, they're standing at a win streak of 4 games, 4 wins to no losses, beating three times Thailand, as well as now the Philippines 1 time. But will Indonesia be able to finish off Philippines? The Philippines, although they lost this game, they're known for dominating the next game. They haven't lost 2 games straight. So it's gonna be a challenge for Indonesia to actually secure this victory and advance to the finals, especially if you're going up against the Philippines. But on the other hand, Philippines, this was your icebreaker. This was your first time meeting Indonesia in the Razer Invitational Southeast Asia. Unfortunately, it wasn't a good meeting. You have finally felt the wrath of Ka, as well as Maida and the rest of the Indonesian squad.
Yeah, I just feel like the Philippines was quite outdrafted there. So putting out the Matilda, then bringing out the Cho, which is kind of questionable for me. Like, why didn't they go for someone who can go head to head with the Esmeralda? Because I was expecting, okay, if you pick up the Esmeralda, that will definitely go to Dogmen, which is a pos 5 of the Philippines. But they choose to go for an EXP lane Cho, which is, I mean, if you're going up against the Esmeralda and Ka's Esmeralda at that, it is not going to be good. Perhaps they could have gone for something like a Uranus, or maybe even like, yeah, we've seen Kirk with different heroes. the Uranus, the crew, all those heroes, they could have brought it out. They really didn't have CC there. I feel like they were really outdrafted this first game. But of course, Indonesia, I have to give it to them as well when it comes to the clashes, when it comes to the early game. They really gave it to Maida, and right after that was just really opening after opening for Indonesia to take in what they need, and definitely they were able to snowball from that. But wow, Ingen, it is the semis, the first game for today, and it has already been quite a match. But right now, we do have to pass it back to our host, Miss Aya Esmaria.
Wow, Indonesia proving to be the gargantuans, the behemoths, the titans that they are meant to be. Congratulations, Indonesia, for taking game one with a point of one, of course, for the first matchup against the Philippines. And was the Philippines testing the waters with that kind of draft, or I just have a feeling that they are going to re-strategize completely the next matchup, and I feel like it's just like trying to learn the ropes, groping, like what lineup, what draft should we do the next time, and maybe the Philippines can still have a comeback in the next game. And again, as for the semis, this will be a best of three for our lineups for today. Again, the first one is Philippines versus Indonesia, and that is their first time meeting against each other. And then be having, I think that is Myanmar and Vietnam as our match number two, or second series of the day, getting into the finals, and things are just getting heated up in here. Wow, and I just want to thank you to everybody who's out here. We reached, I think, 1,200 viewers in the Razer C Invitational 2022. That is amazing. Again, this is your host, Aya is Maria. We are now down to the second to the last day of the MLBB series. But before anything else, of course, moments like this, we want to stay immersed in it. We want to experience it the best that we can, and this is why sound is key to immersing yourself in the game. Light up your immersion with the Razer Hammerhead True Wireless with 16.8 million colors by the Razer Chroma RGB, active noise cancellation, and its low latency gaming mode. You can always immerse yourself to the best esports experience, be it watching the tournaments or playing the game yourself. And yeah, don't forget that we have a lot of stuff going on for you. Razer is also giving away a discount for everyone who's shopping in Razer.com. During the checkout, you can use the code Invitational C2022 for you to get that discount, because Razer is helping you gear up for the competition. Gain the winning edge for mobile gaming, and use the code for these limited time specials. And again, a giveaway that is still going on. Today's the last day. Tomorrow will be the announcement, so you still have time. Go to Team Razer Facebook page and comment in one of our posts. Who do you think will win for the Razer C Invitational tomorrow in our finals? You can get a chance to win a Razer Phone Cooler Chroma, a Razer Kishi, a bundle of the Razer True Wireless Pro, Razer Phone Cooler Chroma, and also a Razer Kishi. Let's get it! So before you go anywhere, we're gonna be taking a short break, okay? Be back here, and we're just going to prepare behind the scenes and see you for game number 2 here at Razer C Invitational 2022.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Hello again, guys, and welcome back to the Razer C Invitational 2022. I'm still your host. My name's Maria from the Philippines. It's already 6:34 p.m. and we just started the battle between Philippines and Indonesia. So in our match one, game number one, it was Indonesia taking that win, getting a 1-0 from the Philippines there. And if Indonesia gets the second round in the bag as well, they will be moving on to the finals. But let's see what's going to happen. So I will not keep you guys back any longer here in our game number two for our first series. Let's get to it. Burger Kim and Inga Nation, let's roll out.
Back for more action. Once again, this is Burger Kim and Ingen Nation at your service, and we are going to be heading into the match point between these two teams, the Philippines and Indonesia, which means that these teams, they definitely need all of the support that they can get. So if you are rooting for the Philippines or Indonesia, do let us know in the comment section with the hashtag PHWin or hashtag IndoWin. We will also be having a poll later on, so do let your favorite teams know that you are there supporting them. But once again, Ingen, this is the match points, which means if Indonesia does take this one, it is going to be a clean sweep up against the Philippines. It'll be quite an upset for them, definitely, since they started out strong. And as for Indonesia, the rising powerhouse, the dark horses of
Your
the
team is
Invitational
banning.
is really on a rampage right now.
Yes, indeed. The momentum coming from a lot of games. That
Always on the
Indonesia, as you
way. Your
mentioned,
team
started
is
out
banning.
slow. We thought they were a team under the radar, but right now
Yeah.
they're the number one team, one win away from advancing to the finals. And it's not an easy win, rather, since they're going up against the leaders in the leaderboards,
Among the
the
planes
Philippines.
exists
Your team is
if
banning.
ever Indonesia,
which
you know,
I was
advances to the
made
finals,
for.
it's already a win for the whole nation as they were able to take down the Philippines. But on the other hand, Philippines is really known
didn't cure
and
the
capable
pain.
of coming
Your
back from a
team
lot
is
of
banning.
games, as we saw in the previous game when they were destroyed by Myanmar in the 13-minute game. They did their own 13-minute games the day after, dominating their respective opponents in a very fast and very exciting game for the side of the Philippines. As we head on to the draft and banning phase, Indonesia right now with the advantage of getting the first pick as they ban Lilia and Eve, and for the side of the Philippines, they ban Matilda and Valentina.
Yep, the last ban for Indonesia is taking some time here. Will they take out the Sicilian, or will they take out perhaps something else like a Pito that the Philippines loves using? And as for the Philippines and Indonesia,
Time
this
and
game
tide
will
Your team is
be
banning.
Okay, will there be a Selena open in this game? Not unless the Philippines will ban it out. So which means Indonesia, they could go a different route. Or will they actually respect some heroes here coming in from the side of Indonesia? Cas, Esmeralda, Brand's Lancelot. So I feel like these are the two heroes they have to watch out for. But as for me, thinking if I'm putting myself in the shoes of the Philippines, I would. Oh, that's so difficult, Ingen. What about you? Would you take out Cas Esmeralda or will you take out Brand's Lancelot?
You could take
Your
out
team is
either
picking.
one, or you could get them for yourself. The Philippines also known
Yeah,
for
actually.
using that Esmeralda. So if Indonesia decides to go for Esmeralda or Lancelot or maybe even Rian's comfort pick, the Clint, Philippines could answer right back with their comfort picks to counter out Indonesia, so they could go for Lance. Choco's known for using a lot of assassins as well. When teams go up against
Absolutely.
Philippines, they always go for the assassin bans, as
Your team
Indonesia
is picking.
will select
Yeah, there you go.
Lancelot. Yeah, but how will the Philippines respond, DK? I'm really, really curious. Will they go for the Esmeralda, or will they instead get the Lunox, as you mentioned, a very great counter against the Esmeralda?
Not unless the Philippines here, they plan to take the Esmeralda, then they get the Phobius. That's actually a pretty good combo. You put in the Esmeralda in the gold lane. But you know what? The difficult thing here is you don't know who's going to be the gold laner here of Indonesia. That is the biggest question. So, I mean, a great counter for the Lancelot for me, since there's a lot of dashes as well. It could be the Phobius, but here
Your
you go,
team
the
is
Esmeralda, like what I mentioned. At least I got one out of the two. So the Esmeralda, taking the Esmeralda and taking the Clint. Two comfort heroes that Indonesia got earlier on, but it also opened up heroes like Nongkia's Kufra that can do a lot of setups here for their side. So this is still pretty much good. Or actually this time I feel like Indonesia can actually take in the Sicilian, which is by the way still open here. It's up for the grabs here for Indonesia to take. That's a pretty solid start, right? But
Your
they
team
are
is
going
picking.
to go for Cas. This is going to be really nasty. Just in case Philippines gets a hero that dishes out damage from the back line. So, this is quite interesting. So they decide to go in for these tanky heroes, the junglers first. Okay, prioritizing these heroes first, then go for the mid
Your
laners
team is
and the
banning.
roamers. But now, the Philippines, I feel like they should take out the Sicilian in this phase. I mean, the Lilia's already out. A lot of phosphor heroes are out, so they could take out the Sicilian in this case, which by the way we know that Indonesia loves using. So I feel like they could go that route. Perhaps maybe even because there's already a hero here for Nongkia, so perhaps heroes for Maida and Rian could be taken out here in the second banning phase.
I love this Yuzhong pick. I actually wanted Yuzhong or maybe Glue to show up there in the previous game to go up against an Esmeralda in
Your
the
team
exam
is
lane.
banning.
But right now, Indonesia successfully getting that Yuzhong, and we all know how Yuzhong controls the clashes, controls the early on aggression. He can march and barge right through the front line, straight to the back line, petrify and knock up, and then
Your
easily
team
burst them
is
down
banning.
as Indonesia with the Sicilian ban. But on the other hand, though, Philippines going for a flex pick here, securing that Paquito, and we all know Choco. He's good with the assassins, but he's better with those fighter junglers. We've seen him rock a Barat and of course a Paquito for before, and it ended up for
Your
the side
team
of the
is
Philippines.
banning.
So a lot of good responses for both teams here, but it all boils down
will
to the
protect
mid
you.
laner.
Your team
As
is
you
Yeah,
picking.
mentioned a while ago, in the early game, Maida from the side of Indonesia with that mid laner Farsa was instrumental with a very early 4-0 start for the side of Indonesia, and it just
Parology is my
snowballed
Your
craft.
from there
team
on.
is
Diggy is my
picking.
name.
The Philippines going for a Diggy mid laner here.
Oh, I
Actually
love this.
surprising.
I love this. You know why? Because the Diggy has been buffed up quite well. I actually tried it out in a classic game, and it's insane. The damage coming out from the bombs of the Diggy has been buffed up quite well. So it also answers out to the heroes here of Indonesia, which is the setups from the Kufra as well as the Yuzhong. So this is a great pick coming
Your
in from the
team is
Philippines. They
picking.
already have two tanky heroes here, which is the Paquito and the Esmeralda. So now, will the Philippines go for maybe a Veil or a Kagura would also be great here for their side. So, I mean, those are the next best options here. There's a lot of mages already taken out here. Yeah, so I feel like a Kagura would be great to go up against a Lunox. It has a lot of mobility. It has a lot of purify or escape mechanisms as well. So that is the question really for Rage. And we all know that Rage has pulled out the Nana, has pulled out the Veil here in the entire Invitational. So what's it going to be for him? I mean, yeah, I mentioned the Nana. Will they seriously go for this one? I mean, okay, don't mind me, okay? The Nana is great, but up against a Lancelot, and it really has been nerfed. The Nana, you can now see the passive whenever she has it. So with heroes like the Yuzong and the Lancelot to go up against it, I feel like a Kagura would have been a much better option. But I feel like the Philippines Rage is really known for heroes like this, bringing out the uncontemporary. But of course, bringing out the uncontemporary means that you are definitely up for surprises as well. First time we will be seeing the Diggy and the Nana being put into play here by the side of the Philippines. Your thoughts, Ingen, on these last two picks here of the Philippines?
You know, the Diggy, I quite understand because as we've seen in the previous game, Indonesia rotated a lot as a 5-man team. They really initiated a lot of clashes. So for the side of the Philippines, it's good that they picked up the Diggy to go to counter that Kufra as well as that Yuzhong CC. But on the other hand, I'm not quite sure with the Nana pick, although it performed well when they went up against I believe it Myanmar when they used this Nana. It was very instrumental to their victory as well. But on the other hand, you mentioned that Nana has been nerfed. So I'm really not sure how this mid laner match would go on. But I do love the Diggy pick. I'm not quite sure about the Nana pick. But right now, gold lane matchup, Brody versus Clint. Your thoughts?
Brody and Clint, these are the two marksmen we've seen time and time again that goes up against each other. I do have to give it to Toshi when it comes to the pokes. He definitely knows how to win his lanes, but we also cannot deny the range here coming in from Rian. So Rian, this is also one of his comfort picks. So if you have heroes like this, you can definitely know how to counter it as well. But in terms of the early game lead, in terms of the pokes, I do have to give it to the Clint. So it's passive, it really making it dominate the gold lane scene right now. But on the top side as well, you see a lot of switch ups here. Okay, it's not Ka on this Esmeralda, it's actually the Philippines, Kirk, that has this Esmeralda. So seems like the Philippines, they are doing pretty well on their sides as compared to earlier on. They are doing much better. But I am actually quite excited to see the matchup here on the mid side. I do have to give a little advantage here to the Lunox. It can do the dives, but you can't really count out the Nana as well. The Molinas, it can actually be quite annoying.
I mean, look at the damage coming from Dockman's Diggy. One bomb.
Yeah, I know,
did
right?
a lot of damage to Brand. But on the other hand, it's a do or die game when both teams try to play passively. A while ago, they were both aggressive. Despite the Philippines losing 3-0 in that early clash, their core actually tried to go for the purple buff still. But on the other hand, now since it's a do or die game, both teams just seem to maximize the resources, take their time, utilize the power spikes, play passively, and just react to how the other or the opposing team rather would react right now. But on the other hand, it's hard to play passively when there are objectives like the turtle. As you can see, 4 members of the Philippines will go and try to take the turtle away from Indonesia.
Choco gets the
As
turtle.
Choco there with a final retribution to secure the kill. But Lunox, on the other hand, will bring down Toshi in that final clash. Ka going for Esmeralda as well. Rage not in a good position, trying to walk away. He does have that passive. Good knockup for Choco. Nonkia will use that flicker, but will it be enough to actually evade the onslaught coming from Choco? Yes, indeed. Good communication for the side of Indonesia. Philippines with that turtle kill, but Indonesia, it started off with they made a solo kill against Toshi there in the gold lane, and then good re-engagement there for Ka to actually go in for the Black Dragon form and bring down one of the members of the Philippines despite not taking the turtle for themselves.
Yeah, still Indonesia that gets the lead on this one. 2-0 for them right now. They got 2 kills on the scoreboard as well, forcing Toshi to back away from that
from the laning phase. Actually, it is Rian winning on the laning phase this time, getting a lot of gold plating as well on the gold lane. But as for the EXP lane, it is quite a different story here for Kirk and Ka. So it is pretty much an even ball game. So I feel like it will be the Philippines rotating to the bot side. And there you go. The answer from the Philippines. Nongkia gets punished here as Brad definitely will go in for the re-engage here. Dogman in a very tight situation as he will be taken down here by Indonesia. Once again, Order of Brilliance is popped here for Maida. But here comes Choco on the backside. Take a look at the damage. And it was because of the Malefic Roar putting into play here. So that is additional physical penetration for the side of the Philippines. But take a look at Kirk and Ka here on the EXP lane. Endless battle for these two teams. Man, it is getting quite heated. This is, after all, the match point as Brad gets baited there by Kirk, as well as Choco. And Brad goes down under the hands of the Philippines right now. It is quite equal for these two teams.
You know, as an XP laner, it's really hard to have that map awareness, especially if you're really focused on your lane. But on the other hand, you've seen Kirk there, despite going one-on-one against Ka here. Right now, he was actually able to take down and cast that Falling Star Moon against Brand's Lancelot and secure the kill, as well as go back to their lane and micromanage that lane against Ka. So that was really good map awareness for the side of the Philippines. But on the other hand here, Rage with that ult, forcing Maida to cast his ult as well. No ults right now for both the mid laners as the turtle will indeed respond. Nongkia here trying to deal out a lot of damage against Dogman. Toshi dishing out damage as well. But Brody here being able to push out the tier 1 tower in the bot lane. Very, very crucial, you know, to take down a tier 1 tower, especially in the turtle side, for map control as well as controlling the wave to be able to get good position here in the turtle side. Philippines starting things off with that uncontested turtle, but we all know Brad can potentially steal this turtle, but decides not to engage, but rather counter engages. Phantom Execution will connect against Dogman, but Choco trying to knock up Nongkia as well as Brand, forced to disengage both teams. Look at the damage coming from Toshi. Not yet enough, but you know, more than enough to send Indonesia running back and rethinking, reevaluating their strategies about their aggression.
Quite interesting that Toshi picked up the high and dry emblem on this Clint, which means that the passive can actually be utilized to its fullest when there is one enemy in the battlegrounds. But now Toshi rotating here to the top side as Kirk will potentially go to the bot side and take on Rian. But here comes Toshi. We've seen this classic Toshi getting in all the towers for the side of the Philippines, and they look to equalize by taking another tower as well. Our score is quite even right now, even the tower takes, but it is the Philippines, of course, leading because they got in 2 turtles in the game. 2k gold lead for the Philippines, but it could potentially be different. Dogman getting that Tyrant's Rage, but is able to flicker out as Maida does secure in the final kill to take down Dogman.
Maida with the final kill up against Dogman. So far, the Diggy pick here not doing wonders for the side of the Philippines. Indonesia still able to actually initiate and crowd control a lot of clashes there, especially with Nongkia's Kufra as well as Ka's Black Dragon form Yuzhong. But on the other hand, Philippines still remain to be aggressive. You know, the passive of Diggy, actually, he can respawn anywhere in the map. But well, look at that bush play coming from the Philippines. 4 members of the Philippines waiting patiently as they burst down Nongkia Indonesia, now having to deal with losing their main roamer. No checking bush while waiting for Nongkia to respawn. Very crucial right now as the turtle respawned here, so the Philippines might have another uncontested turtle. But Ka here trying to get a good position as well as Brand. But look at the damage coming from Dogman as well as Toshi. Paquito with a beautiful knockup as he brings down Brand there in that final clash. Ka forced to put out the Black Dragon form. Nongkia charging that Tyrant's Rage, but Ka still going right after Rage. But the passive coming from Rage saves himself from that attack coming from Ka. But will they be able to take down here at tier 1 tower? Yes, indeed. Brody proceeds to do the objective instead and exchanges Brand's life for that tier 1 tower in the mid lane.
Yeah, the Philippines is leading right now in terms of the goal, in terms of the kill score as well in the 8-minute mark. But I do have to point out once again that I mean, they can't let Indonesia keep this up. They can't let them get the control over the map. It has been Brian pushing the towers one by one, but so is Toshi there on the bot side. I did point this out. Toshi once again doing wonders for the Philippines, as right now Brand is quite deep into the jungle of the Philippines. Will the Philippines react here? After that tower take, the Philippines also got the blue buff here stolen away from them by Brad. So now it is the Philippines, once again, Indonesia getting the map control. This is not something you want to give them. Although the Philippines is looking much better right now, they really have to answer out to the tower takes that Indonesia has been getting.
Ult will be popped up for the side of Maida, as well as the Black Dragon form. Will it connect against Toshi? Look at the damage coming from Ka as he goes right after Dogman and Toshi. But on the other hand, Rian here, free hitting Ka will go down in the hands of the Philippines, as the Philippines will take a 2-0 clash here for the respective side. You know, the Philippines, they can actually deal out a lot of damage. They can actually take out, they're getting the isolated clashes that they want, but for some reason Indonesia continues to control the map like you mentioned. That's because of Brody continuing to counter out the push coming from Toshi, pushing a lot of towers for the side of Indonesia. So despite losing a lot of clashes, Indonesia lost two consecutive clashes right there. At first Nokia and Brad, but right now Ka and Maida. But Indonesia still controlling the map, controlling the tower takes, as the level 1 Lord will respawn here in the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, I completely forgot that the bombs coming in here from Dogman is actually vision for the side of the Philippines. So right now, they can really spot out where the members of Indonesia are. So now, Philippines, despite the fact that it is not yet a losing floor, they are going to go for it. And without Brand in the area, it is going to be them. Nice knock-up once again, but here comes the save from Dogman. And that is what they needed, really, when it comes to the engages from Indonesia. Now you understand why this sticky pick is making so much sense right now for the Philippines. Choco goes in for the... Yeah, Choco does get the knock-up strikes, but they also get in the Lord, by the way, again, which is now marching on the top side. So this could potentially be the Philippines actually going in for more tower pushes. This is what they need earlier on, and right now Kirk doing his very best to zone out Brad, but here comes the entire cavalry of the Philippines potentially setting up for a death rush as Dogman gets the Tyrant's Rage and taken down by the members of Indonesia, but Rage on the backside though takes down Ka. So a roamer for the EXP laner. Still pretty much a win here for the Philippines as they look to equalize. But on the top side though, Indonesia gets a kill, a solo kill onto Dogman by Brand.
Look at Nongkia still putting on the aggression as they try to go for Rage there. The passive will be popped up to save himself. But on the other hand, Kirk going 1-on-1 against Maida. Nongkia trying to get a good position here to get for a good set here. Tyrant Rage will be casted here. But will it be enough? Kirk actually dealing a lot, sustaining a lot of the Falling Star Moon. Will connect against 3 members. Look at that damage coming from Toshi as well as Dogman. Nongkia not in a good position here, right? Now will be brought down by Kirk. The Black Dragon form will be forced to pop out, but it will be used to walk away. 4 members of Indonesia are down. Philippines 5-man still standing strong. Choco actually wanting to join the party, going in there for the mid lane. Falling Star Moon will again be used to clear out the minion waves. Look at the turn of events once again for the Philippines. But on the other hand, Brand there, Thorn the Rose will deal a lot of damage for the side of the Philippines, as well as Ska knocking up Choco there. Phantom Execution will connect, but not enough to deal damage and protect their inhibitor tower there in the mid lane. Philippines will be forced to back away and instead refocus on getting those objectives, getting those buffs away from Indonesia. What a beautiful clash. That was a setup from Nongkia, early on setup, but the counter set from Kirk, proving that Kirk can actually rock this Esmeralda. A 3-man Falling Star Moon connecting as they easily burst down 3 members of Indonesia and push that mid lane inhibitor tower for the side of the Philippines.
Yeah, 8K gold lead now for the Philippines. Beautiful set. Yeah, I do have to commend Kirk on that one. Getting the land, the falling star moon onto three members as Toshi was just there on the backside, just free hitting everyone from Indonesia. And not to mention, if they do get a counter engage from Nunkia, it is just the ultimate coming in from Dogman here that will be put into play. And right now, these two teams, they are contesting for this Luminous Lord, but it seems like these two teams, they also want to go for the pick-offs first. So now it is a matter of the quiet game. It is a matter of putting out the ultimates first. Who will ever put the ultimate first will be on the losing end. Here comes the Black Dragon form, and the Lord will be secured in by the Philippines as Choco takes down Ka, and one by one Indonesia will now be popping in those flickers, be popping in those ultimates as Choco gets a double kill, but Kirk wants more here. Brand is trying to re-engage, but take a look at the damage also coming in from Brand's Lancelot. It is also too much to handle, forces Kirk to back away, but fortunately enough for the Philippines, they have secured this Luminous Lord that is now marching on the mid lane.
That was a beautifully executed set coming in from Nunkia, as well as Rian and Maida. But the problem was the follow-up wasn't there. Brant was nowhere to be found in that clash. The Philippines was able to secure that Luminous Lord as well as take down two members in that final clash. But on the other hand, I do understand now why Rage selected that Nana. You know, Nunkia with good Tyrant's Revenge as the Falling Star move will connect, but not enough to deal damage. Ka right there with the Black Dragon form trying to zone out the Lord. They were able to take down the inhibitor tower here in the bottom lane, now trying to refocus there on the top lane. But as I was mentioning, Nunkia can cast that Tyrant's Revenge. It always connects, but for some reason, the skills coming from the Nana, that Molina,
it is difficult for him to
canceling
make
a
plays.
lot. Yes, it was actually Nungia having a hard time casting that Tyrant's Rage because of that skills coming in from Nana as well as Dockman's ult with that Diggy. So a very good counter picks for the side of the Philippines, rendering Nungia as well as Ka useless right now. And it's really hard if you're a roamer as well as an XP laner, because you can go in for the kill, but you can't do anything. And after that, the other members of the Philippines will easily burst you down. So that was really a good Nana pickup as well as a Diggy pickup for the side of the Philippines.
Yeah, I was actually wondering why they picked that up. I mean, Rage is known to actually pick up heroes that aren't really in the meta, so it is just showing us that Rage is telling all these mid laners that, you know, all that matters is actually positioning here. Rage is throwing out those Molinas. Actually, it's not just Rage here. It's also Dogman throwing out those time bombs from the Diggy, which is, yeah, like what you mentioned, rendering Nonkia useless, rendering it. Take a look at that. He's just taking in all the damages from the bombs, from the Molinas, therefore actually giving him a hard time to make in those setups as a Kufra.
Yes, and it's not just the damage, you know, it's also the slows coming in from Dockman and Rage that it's really hard for that Kufra to gain position in the bush, you know. As a roamer, you have to check the bush, but once you check the bush, you have to deal with the bombs as well as the skills coming in from Nana. So when you enter the bush, you're basically half life right now as Kirk trying to clear out the lanes, getting a push here for the side of the Philippines as the rest of the Philippines will try to get a good position here. But look at Shoko here right now. You know that the Philippines
Look at his
can get shot
positioning.
damage. Yes, Indonesia will eventually have to force to back away, but Shoko will surely deal out a lot of damage to secure those
my
kills
goodness, Kurt.
in case, you know, the Philippines and Indonesia will force a clash here right now. But look at Shoko going in for the kill. Rage as well. Black Dragon form will connect against two members of the Philippines, but the ult coming in from Diggy rendered that ult useless as Rian turns things around, bringing down Yuzhong as well as Maida. But look at Kirk going inside the base of Indonesia. Tyrant Race, Phantom Execution, Thorn Rose will connect, but look at
buying them time.
a lot of ults casted, a lot of time wasted for the side of Indonesia just to bring down Kirk's Esmeralda.
Yeah, 2 for the price of 1, and the Philippines also snagged in the Lord after all those ultimates being thrown. Wow, oh wow, the shutdown also, but take a look at the damage also coming in from Choco. 3 members stand for the side of Indonesia. They also get in a Lord, so now it is just a matter of time before they can actually go in the base and actually secure in the victory here. So it is still not over here for both of these teams. The dream is still alive for the Philippines as the Lord, the second Luminous Lord, is now marching in the mid side. And without Toshi to actually lock in the tower, I feel like the Philippines is a little bit more disciplined right now, going back and just actually putting a lot of pressure for the side of Indonesia just to clear out the waves. Right now, it is not looking towards Indonesia's favor right now. 8-18 in favor of the Philippines. And yes, I know a lot of you guys are questioning the nano pick as well. I am actually fairly surprised with this nano pick coming in from the Philippines, especially since there is a Lancelot. There are a lot of heroes that can take down Rage, but surprisingly, Rage is standing at a 5-0-6 on this nano, which is something that the Philippines has to be proud of. But right now, the main question is, how does the Philippines end this game right now? They should actually take care of Toshi's Clint here to be able to get in the base, or perhaps get some isolated pickups here before they go for the finish.
Yes, I do agree that, but we have to also commend Brand there for a beautiful solo kill against Toshi to prevent the Philippines from pushing further despite having that second Luminous Lord for their side. In exchange for his life, yes, but he was able to prevent that potential GG push coming in for the side of the Philippines and actually be able for their team to regroup, re-strategize, defend the creeps, push out the creeps, and maybe try to go for the Lord steal, because you know, if the Philippines gets this third Luminous Lord, it's all over, especially as we approach the 20-minute mark. The kill counter, the kill timer is really long. In the Philippines, we say that you can actually, do TikTok, watch TikTok while waiting for your hero to
Yeah,
respond,
TikTok
because the
timers,
time-
right?
Yes, the TikTok timer, because it's just too long. So if the Philippines snag this Lord for their side, it's an easy win. But we know Brad, he was able to get a Lord steal despite 4 members of the opposing team being present there. So it's pretty much still an even ball game. Not so much even. I'm leaning towards the Philippines, but we all know Brand's capability to actually steal a Lord as he was able to bring down Choco there. What a beautiful solo kill. Right now, Indonesia trying to force out a clash here for the Lord. Philippines don't have their jungler. They don't have the retribution to secure this Lord kill, but on the other hand, look at the damage coming in from Toshi. And Dogman, what a beautiful set. What a beautiful Tyrant's Rage, but not enough Falling Star will connect against 3 as the Philippines will bring down Nongkia right over there. 1-for-1 trade, but still Indonesia has their jungler here and was able to bring out the creeps to their base. But right now, look at the damage coming in from Indonesia. Kaya doing beautifully, zoning out with a Black Dragon form, as well as Brad forcing Philippines to back away as they try to take the third Luminous Lord for their side. Gahir not in a good position, being burst out by 4 members of the Philippines and will be taken down by Toshi there. The Indonesia does have the Luminous Lord, but look at Kirk not letting the Indonesia go away, trying to sustain all the damage as well as dish out damage for himself. Indonesia forced to back away. Look at the sustainability coming from Kirk. 2 members of Indonesia are down. They do have the Luminous Lord, but the Philippines standing strong with 5 members. Will they be able to get the GG push before Ka respawns? But look at Maida going in for that ult as they bring down Toshi as well as Shoko right there. But Diggy will actually bring down Maida over there. But Diggy's immortality will be popped. But I believe Brad will be able to finish him off unless he decides to go for the objectives. Instead, killing spree here for Brad. 3 members of the Philippines down right now. I don't know how the Philippines will be able to defend this right now, but they still have Kirk. They still have Rage as well. Oh no, they're only 2 left. They have to hold out this potential GG push coming in for the side of Indonesia. Maida is not there
timer
right now. But the death timer, the TikTok timers Falling Star Moon will connect. Good stun there coming in
Rian
for Rage. Look at the sustainability coming from Kirk as they try to clear out the wave. They try to clear out the GG push. But will the Philippines be able to hold on in this do or die game here in the semifinals to be able to even out the score and potentially advance to the finals for the grand prize of 30,000 USD? BK, I am so hyped right now. Indonesia turning things around.
Well, not just yet, right? I do have to commend the brand on the itemization earlier on. He just secured in the immortality right now, but earlier on, if you were able to get a glimpse on his items, he actually got the Anticuras, therefore outplaying a lot of the dives coming in from Choco. Therefore, he was able to get that solo kill, and right after that, they were able to get the Lord. So very, very smart itemization coming in from Brand, and I do have to point out that Brand is actually really deadly here. The War Axe, the Malefic Roar, it is just too much to handle here for Toshi, even Rage here. So they could potentially go in for these ties one by one. Fortunately enough, Rage does have that passive right now, which is gone, and Indonesia knows that very well. So now Philippines, they have to, for me, they really have to take down Brand here, or maybe perhaps Rian. So now it is a little bit different. It is Indonesia that is actually getting the gold lead here. So it is a matter of team fight. It is a matter of execution right now when it reaches the 24-minute mark.
But on the other hand, Indonesia has to keep an eye on the map. There was a team here that was, the Philippines rather, was taken down with a backdoor push with that Vega trick. So it's really hard now for Indonesia to actually force clashes, since they need one member at least to clear out the lanes for the potential push coming in for the Philippines, as the level 4 or the 4th Luminous Lord will respawn. But right now, Indonesia doing their best to zone out the remaining members of the Philippines. As look at Toshi's damage against Nongkia. Nongkia not in a good position. He does have that immortality. Tao will be forced to pop that Black Dragon form. Look at that Thorn Growth coming in from Barat right now, but Maida dishing out a lot of damage. Kirk not in a good position. Maida is actually there to deal out a lot of damage to Kirk. Kirk not in a good position. Thorn Growth will pop out that immortality, as well as the Tyrant's Rage will connect and bring down Kirk's Esmeralda right there. 3 kills for the side of Indonesia. No casualties. They don't decide to go for the Lord. It's
only Choco and Docman
for the GG push. Only Choco, as well as Toshi left with Docman.
Toshi and
Docman
Docman
to hold out. But Indonesia decides instead to go for that 4th Luminous Lord.
Yeah, geez, so much outlays coming in from Indonesia. Did you see the immortality being popped up there by Brad in the nick of time? But take a look at the minion waves also going to the base of Indonesia. It will be quite an upset for them if it actually becomes Winyas. But fortunately enough, it was Ka with the map awareness going back to clear out the waves. They also get in the Lord. So, wow, very close call for Indonesia. As the Philippines, they have to hold out until the other members will be back to get in or to hold out their base. They have to take down this Lord as well. So now it is it's a rocky situation for these two teams. There are no inhibitor towers left here for Indonesia, but they are really holding on to their fort right now, as the Philippines is forced to be on the defensive side right now. They have to watch out for the Thorn Rose coming in from Brad, as well as the dives coming in from Maida as well.
You know, it's actually funny if Indonesia lost to the Winions over there. Imagine the memes.
That would have
Imagine the
been such
backlash from the ML community.
It would have been such an upset.
Yes, indeed, it would have been such an upset, especially since they instead went for the 4th Luminous Lord right away. Ka trying to deal and trying to bring down here, inhibitor tower here in the top lane, as they successfully bring that tower. Black Dragon form will be casted, as well as the Falling Star move will connect. But look at Choco coming in for the kill as well. Look, a lot of knockups coming in from both sides of the team.
Oh, they are really holding on to it.
Trying to delay a lot of time, but they will actually bring down Kirk as well as Glenn. But Indonesia actually holds on and advances to the semifinals as they take down the Philippines in a clean 2-0 sweep. Once again, Indonesia with an epic comeback to solidify their momentum, their reign as a contender and as a tyrant themselves. They successfully brought down the Philippines in a clean 2-0 sweep.
Now you guys understand why the other teams actually ban out the Lancelot of Brand. Really. On this and Maida on the Lunocks as well. But I do have to commend the Philippines as well for putting up a great fight. It could have been their game, but really after those last two clashes coming in from Indonesia, it was just really too much for them to handle. They have caught to zone out the members here of the Philippines, and right after that, Maida and Brad goes in for the dive. Unfortunately enough, this was the match point for Indonesia. Therefore, they took this series with a clean sweep with a 2-0. I was actually really on the edge of my seat. I didn't know who was gonna get this game. It was pretty much a very even ball game, and right after the 27-minute mark, it was Indonesia's game. And you mentioned it, they were under our radar, the dark horses of this tournament, which means that they are really putting surprises after surprises. So we would like to congratulate, of course, Indonesia for moving on to our grand finals, right? Which will be happening tomorrow.
Grand finals.
So who would have thought, really, they were in the bottom of the food chain? That was, it's just crazy. Like, wow, their journey towards the grand finals is actually quite inspirational to a lot of you. They've had a very different gameplay throughout the semis, even the playoffs. So kudos to you guys. But of course, the Philippines, thank you so much for representing our country very well. You guys did a spectacular job. You were undefeated to a point here in the Invitational. So we really have to commend you for that run. But unfortunately, this is a do or die match, England. But I would have to say they really put up a fight. What do you think about that very last match?
That was actually a beautiful match. The last clash was so messy, so hard to watch. A lot of knockups coming in from both sides, but it all boiled down to the sustainability of Indonesia. Instead of going in for those hero kills, they actually went instead for the tower lock. After securing 2 kills, they went for the GG push. They went for the epic comeback, and now they're on the way to actually participate in the Razer Invitational Southeast Asia Grand Finals. I mean, they had to go through Thailand 3 times. Now they went and they had to go to the Philippines in a best of 3 series. Not an easy map or route for Indonesia, but Indonesia continuing to prove that they are capable of anything, that they can take whoever stands in their way. And I love it. I love it so far. A 2-0 sweep here in the semifinals. Not the outcome we expected, but you know, it is what it is, and it was such a beautiful game, BK.
Yeah, definitely a very beautiful game, and what a turnaround. Again, that is the story of Indonesia. They have been turning things around, and really with this clean sweep, there is nothing more we can say. But of course, good game, well played to both of our teams. We still have one more match later on, which is going to be Vietnam and Myanmar, so stay tuned for that. But right now, I do have to know the thoughts of our lovely host, Miss Aya Esmaria. What do you think about that turnaround coming in from Indonesia?
Ah, I don't know. That was insane. Okay, like at the 12-minute mark, a Philippine snowballed to destroying 2 to 3 towers in the mid lane. They were almost at 10k more gold than Indonesia at the time, and at 12-21, a landslide score against Indonesia in favor of the Philippines. And we really thought Philippines had this in the bag. I think they're just going to keep the ball rolling until the end of the game. Yet Indonesia even thinks out somewhere past 20 minutes with the goal deficit. They caught up, and regardless the frags, Indonesia came back there with a vengeance. And now Indonesia is advancing to the finals. I just want to say a huge congratulations for Indonesia, and definitely they are now a force to watch out for, a threat towards other regions here in the Razer Sea Invitational. Yet I would still have to say well played from the Philippines, even using a nerfed unconventional pick with the Nana right there. You know, Nana performed with a 5-1-9 and comboed with the Diggy. Still, that was a beautiful matchup, which I really believed in my heart that Philippines had it, that they would retake that win from the first round, which Indonesia took. And I thought we are gonna end it a stalemate, get another game out there, and maybe have a maybe get or have Philippines get another chance or get another shot to get into the finals. Unfortunately, there it is not their time. It is Indonesia's time, a force to reckon with, a behemoth, a gargantuan, a titan, and the foot at the door here at the Razer C Invitational. That was beautiful. I just want to say congratulations, super well played by Indonesia. And these special occasions in life, I just want to put this in where we want to dress to kill, right, in the game. Like, we saw a lot of great skins that was used by the players. So it doesn't happen only in real life where we want to impress people. Of course, we also want to impress people in our games, especially with the pandemic. This is where we see each other. This is where we come to the party, where we just want to mind blow everyone with what we wear and how we carry ourselves. And thank goodness we have Razer Gold. Razer Gold is a unified virtual credits for gamers worldwide, and it allows you to buy games and in-game content to get more out of your purchases, including getting rewarded with the Razer Silver and getting exclusive game deals. And don't forget that we're conducting a giveaway, which will be announced tomorrow, guys, only by Razer, for gamers and by gamers. We're giving away a Razer Phone Cooler Chroma, second, a Razer Kishi, and third, it's a bundle of the Hammerhead True Wireless Pro and the Razer Phone Cooler Chroma, and plus with the Razer Kishi, we're just throwing it all in there. So you can go to Team Razer Facebook page and pick out or guess who will be the champions for the Razer C Invitational 2022. And then we'll be picking out a lucky winner tomorrow on the 27th after the finals. So if you want to not only be entertained but also get yourself some goodies from Razer, join now. But for the meantime, we'll be taking a short break as we prepare for Myanmar and Vietnam for our last game of the day. Let's see what's gonna happen. Get your popcorns, get your drinks, get ready, get your, I don't know, your best chairs, your best gaming chairs where you can just be comfortable in. And we'll be back in 5 minutes for match number 2, game number 1.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Hi guys, welcome to my masterclass. I'm Danner James Del Rosario, also known as Wise, the jungler of Blacklist International. And I've been playing Mobile Legends since 2019. And ngayon tuturuan ko kayo kung paano maglaro ang isang jungler sa Mobile Legends. What you can expect sa masterclass na to is tuturuan ko kayo sa mga basics sa mga jungler and mga rotations and mga emblems and kung paano maging objective wise. Ang basic na kailangan na mechanics ng isang jungler ay makapag-farm ng early game and makapag-turtle for the team. Dapat ang focus ng isang jungler ay mag-farm muna within 5 minutes kasi mababa yung makukuha mong gold sa minion pagka wala pang 5 minutes ng game, and yun. Dapat makuha nyo yung turtle 2 minutes and then 4 minutes or makapag-gold plating sa side lane. Most of the jungler hero is nag-i-start sa blue buff because yung blue buff is may 10% cooldown reduction and greatly mana reduce sa mga skills, and hindi ka basta-basta maubusan ng mana, so makakapag-clear ka ng mga jungle camps mo agad. Ang red buff naman ay nagbibigay damage sa mga jungle creeps and minions and hero. And ang Little Wanderer naman ay nagbibigay ng movement speed kung sino ang nakakuha, and nagbibigay din ito ng vision sa part ng isang map. And ang Gold Crab naman ay mga nakatabi sa first tower ng side lane, and ito ay nagbibigay ng gold per second sa mga nakakuha ng Gold Crab. And yung mga normal jungle creeps naman is nagbibigay sa'yo ng health and mana regeneration pag napapatay mo ito, at may gold din. One of the biggest objectives sa game is yung turtle, and nag-respawn ito within 2 minutes ng game, and most likely dun magka-clash yung mga kalaban. And pag nakuha mo ito, may shield ka, and syempre yung kampi mo din. Pero yung kakampi mo, once na mawala yung shield, hindi na to activate ulit. Pero yung sa nakakuha ng turtle, mag-activate ito pag nawala yung shield mo. Also to add, yung shield ng turtle is nag-last for 2 minutes. So ang respawn time nito is 2 minutes, 4 minutes, and 6 minutes na game. Lastly, ang big objective ng Mobile Legends is the Lord. And nag-respawn ito 8 minutes ng game. So dito malalaman kung mananalo or matatalo kayo if nag-clash kayo sa Lord and then naubos kayo. Tapos nakuha pa ng kalaban yung Lord. So yun, GG na talaga. Doon nalalaman yung GG ng Lord. Sa level 1 ng Lord, wala pa siya masyadong effect and mismong Lord lang talaga magre-respond dun sa enemy base. And then yung level 2 naman may effect na siya, which is yung dadamagean niya yung tower ng malaki. Magcha-charge yung Lord dun and then yun, malaki yung bawas nun sa tower. Ang mechanic behind sa Lord kung saan siya mag-respawn is yung pinaka nabawasan na tower ng kalaban nyo. Example, 3 yung tower sa mid, bot, and top. Pareho ng third tower yun. Pero yung pinakabawas yung doon mag-respawn yung Lord. So example, pinakabawas yung nasa mid. So doon mag-respawn yung Lord. Sa mga beginners dyan, ang blue buff at red buff ay nag-respawn every 2 minutes pagka patay nyo. And same with the turtle, every 2 minutes after mong mapatay yung turtle, mag-respawn siya after 2 minutes. And yung Lord naman is 8 minutes siya nag-respawn. Ang mga basic rotation naman sa Mobile Legends is after blue buff, pupunta ka sa Little Wanderer and then kiklear mo yung mga normal na green jungle mo and then red buff. Tapos magpo-4 ka na nun and then rotate ka sa either gold lane or XP lane. May secret pathing ako pero tingnan nyo na lang sa YouTube channel ko kasi secret information muna dito sa Razer Masterclass. Yung jungle pathing ko is more on XP lane kasi 1v1 lang doon and madalang pumunta yung mga roamer doon. Malaking gold yun pag naubos nyo pero pagka kasi gold lane dinalawan nyo, more likely andun yung roamer, yung marksman nandun. Pero XP lane, madalang siyang pansinin. So, mag-isa lang talaga yung XP lane doon. So, mas malaki yung chance nyong mag gold plating and malaking gold talaga makukuha nyo doon. Sa mga beginners dyan, may 3 type ng jungler, which is the assassin, tanky, and the scaling. So, for the assassin, ang best dito is Lancelot. Scaling is Shin or YSS, and yung tank naman is yung mga Barats and Karina, ganun. So makikita nyo na ginagamit ko yung yung tank and yung scaling. Madalang nyo ako makita assassin kasi yun nga, puro farm lang ang scaling lang. Ang mga ginagamit ko na scaling is yung YSS, Kimi, and Aldous kasi ito yung 3 hero na pinakamalakas talaga ako and pag naka-scale talaga sila, yung team mo, kailangan mo lang sabihin na protektahan nyo ako or sundan nyo ako and mananalo na tayo. Ganun ako mag-shot call pag naka-farm na ako and nakuha ko na yung mga item na kailangan ko, sasabihan ko lang si B, sasabihin ko lang si Edward, tingin lang kayo sa akin, wag nyo kayaan mamatay ako, protect nyo lang ako, panalo na to. Unang-una sa example ko is YSS sa scaling kasi yung ultimate niya ginagamit pagka kailangan nyo ng vision. So magaling kasi yung shot caller ng team namin, which is si Oh My Venus. So namamaximize niya pag nag-SS ako kung saan pupunta, saan dapat tumraid, and ayun, malaki talagang tulong nabibigay sa amin ng Shin. And yun talaga yung pinaka-master kong scaling Kaya ako binansagang YSS. Si Kimi kasi is mage jungler, so madalang talaga siya magamit kasi most of the time kailangan ng physical attack sa isang jungler. Ang pangatlo ko na scaling is si Aldous. Isa sa pinaka-paborito ko din dahil ito yung scaling na makunat. Kung kilala niyo ako mag-Aldous, yung build ko is naka-tank. Pero masakit kasi yung first skill ni Aldous is scaling siya. So pag nakaka-stack kayo, lalakas yung damage dealt nyo and ayun, nagko-complement yung tank and scaling Aldous. Kaya sobrang lakas din ng team namin pagka nakaka-scale ako. Kasi yun sa ulti din niya, yung mag-rundown kayo or may papatayin kayo, gamit namin yung Aldous doon. Sa mga tank jungle naman, tulad ni Barat at Karina, ang example ko lang is yung Barats, kaya niyang sumabay sa mga Lancelot and yung mga Ling, Pakito, yung mga meta ngayon na jungler, assassin, kaya niyang sabayan. So, yun yung pinipick namin pang sabay sa mga assassin kasi kayang-kaya kong sumabay sa mga assassin pagka Barats gamit ko. Kasi tanky siya, katulad ni Aldous, pero hindi ganun kalaki yung damage. So, nagbibigay lang talaga ako ng kunat sa team ko para makaposition sila. Yung Karina jungle naman is another mage tank. So, hindi siya masyadong more on damage na mage, pero sobrang kunat niya and mabilis siya sa mga objective. And mabibigyan mo talaga ng sight yung mga kakampi mo pagka Karina jungle ka. Ang mga emblem na ginagamit ko for my scaling is Assassin emblem kasi halos lahat ng attack damage na jungle is Assassin emblem talaga yung ginagamit. So, dito makikita natin na may physical attack, cooldown reduction, and movement speed na pwede nyong makuha sa emblem. Ang kinukuha ko dito is yung movement speed. Kasi ang movement speed is yung pinaka-common and pinaka-useful na talent na makukuha nyo sa isang emblem. Kasi yun yung pinaka-balance na makukuha nyo sa isang talent, yung movement speed. Kaya never ako nagpi-physical attack and cooldown reduction. So, dito naman sa second line is may tatlo ulit tayo, which is the spell bump, crit chance, and physical pen. So, lagi akong physical pen dito kasi hindi ko nakikita na effective yung spell bump and yung critical chance. Pwede to sa mga marksman siguro, pero physical pen talaga ako. So, dito naman sa pangatlong line, meron tayong killing spree, high and dry, and bounty hunter. So, yung dalawa lang dito yung pinaka nagagamit mo ngayon, which is yung high and dry and yung killing spree. Yung bounty hunter, hindi siya masyadong effective ngayon. So, makikita nyo sa mga professional scene, walang masyadong gumagamit. And ang nagagamit lang is yung killing spree and high and dry. Kasi yung killing spree, ang effect niya is slaying an enemy hero restores 12% max HP. And may movement speed pa to, 15% for 5 seconds. So, OP talaga siya, lalo sa mga outplay. Kunyari, nakapatay kayo, syempre magkakaroon kayo ng HP and movement speed, so pang outplay talaga siya. Tapos etong high and dry naman, which is yung pagka mag-isa yung kalaban, mas lalakas yung damage mo. Pili lang yung mga gumagamit nito. And killing spree talaga for me, lalo sa mga scaling ko. Yung item build ko naman sa mga scaling ko, lalo si YSS, is first item ko syempre boots muna, which is the attack speed boots ako parate. Hindi ako nagde-defensive boots kay YSS. Second item naman is syempre yung War Axe. Alam naman natin kung gaano ka-OP yung War Axe dahil sa passive nito. And maganda yung stats niya kasi guys for YSS, which is the physical attack, HP, and may cooldown reduction pa. So, perfect na perfect item for YSS. And third item naman is yung Blade of Despair, which is yung BOD. Kasi yung passive nito, pagka mababa na yung HP ng kalaban mo, mas tataas yung damage mo sa kanya. And etong item na rin na to is yung pinakamalaking physical attack sa game. And may movement speed din. So ang fourth item ko kay YSS is yung Endless Battle. Napakadaming stats nito binibigay ng Endless Battle. So, sobrang lakas talaga nito for YSS. And pag nag-i-skill kasi kayo sa Endless Battle, may throw damage kayong makukuha sa Endless Battle. Depende sa taas ng physical attack nyo. And yung fifth item ko naman is yung Demon Hunter. Bakit Demon Hunter sa YSS? Kasi may attack speed to yung Demon Hunter. So, pagka may Demon Hunter na kayo, mabilis mag-switching sa YSS. And yung last item ko, dalawa lang nila last item ko. Nakadepende lang kung Malefic Roar or Immortality. Kasi yung Immortality, yun lang yung defensive ko. Tapos pag feeling ko naman, kaya ko nang walang defensive, magbibuild ako ng Malefic. Kasi pag confident ako na di ako mamatay or may support kayo katulad ni Omay Venus na gamit ay Estes or Rafaela, for sure di talaga kayo mamatay. So, doon, magbibuild ako ng Malefic doon instead of Immortality. So, yun yung build ko sa YSS. Gayahin nyo kasi super effective na ito. So, second hero na ituturo ko sa inyo yung build is yung Kimi. And dito medyo crucial to kasi may ibang pro player na yung itemization nila is hindi masyadong tama sa ginagawa ko, na tingin kong mas tama sa ginagawa nila. So, pakinggan nyo kasi medyo crucial talaga yung sa Kimi. And yung unang item ko is yung Arcane Boots. Syempre may magical pen yan na tamang-tama kay Kimi. Bukod sa magical boots, wala na akong maisip na boots kay Kimi kasi ito talaga pinaka-perfect. So yung second item ko naman is yung Genius Wand. Bakit Genius Wand? Kasi Genius Wand, kada humihit kayo ng kalaban, nagamit yung magic skill nyo, ma-reduce yung magic defense nila. So, gumagana to sa per skill ni Kimi, yung increase attack niya. Pero sa normal attack, hindi to gumagana. Second item natin yung Genius Wand. And third item natin, yung pinaka-crucial, Berserker's Fury, guys. Kung nagtataka kayo kung bakit Berserker's Fury, kasi yung Moonton, binap si Kimi na gumagana yung crit chance sa sa first skill niya, sa increase attack. So, crucial to dahil sobrang lakas talaga ng damage dealt niya pag na-build nyo na yung Berserker's Fury. Dati akong hater ng Berserker's Fury, pero nung tinry ko sa sarili ko, nagustuhan ko, and para sa akin talaga pinaka the best build yun, yung may Berserker's Fury. And yung fourth item nyo is the Ice Queen Wand. Pinaka-crucial din to na item kasi yung first skill nyo as a mage, damage nga, kahit attack lang, gagana dito yung Ice Queen Wand, guys. Nai-slow yung kalaban nyo pagka tumatama yung attack nyo sa kalaban. May slow yung Ice Queen Wand. And yung yung next item ko after Ice Queen Wand is the Holy Crystal, kasi nag-increase yung magic power and nag-i-skill yon yung passive nun sa level nyo, guys. 21 to 35%. Pag nagle-level kayo, mas tumataas. And yung last item ko is Divine Glaive, na nagbibigay din ng magic power and magic pen. So, perfect na perfect pag binaril nyo yung kalaban. Talagang napakasakit nung Kimi build na to. And kay Aldous, may dalawang boots lang kayo na option, which is yung Tough Boots and yung Warrior Boots. Bakit Tough Boots and Warrior Boots lang? Kasi yung Tough Boots, may may reduce siya ng CC or yung crowd control by 30%. So if may mga kalaban kayong may mga stun, so mag-build kayo ng Tough Boots kasi effective talaga kay Aldous yung mababawasan yung mga stun and yung mga crowd control talaga. And yung pangalawa is yung Warrior Boots, which is yung pagka may mga kalaban kayong mga Beatrix, and yung may mga skill type naman na physical, effective yun kay Aldous. So nakadepende na lang sa inyo kung ano i-build nyo doon. And yung second item ko is yung Thunder Belt. Bakit Thunder Belt? Para siyang endless battle, pero tank item na endless battle tong Thunder Belt, kasi kung makikita nyo naman, napaka-effective nung stats nung Thunderbelt kay Aldous, kasi syempre 'di ba yung first skill niya susuntok, and then ma-activate doon yung Thunderbelt, guys. And makikita niyo sa stats nung Aldous ng Thunderbelt, which is may HP, mana regen, cooldown, and physical defense. So yun talaga ang first item ng Aldous. Pag wala to, huwag na kayong mag-Aldous, guys. And yung third item ko nga is yung pinaka-common lang ituturo ko sa inyo, which is yung Brute Force. Maganda to sa Aldous kasi yung effect ng Brute Force is pagka nagkakas kayo ng skill, nagkakaroon kayo ng increased movement speed, physical defense, and magical defense. So may life hack dito kay Aldous, guys. Pag level 5 na yung first skill nyo and pag level 11 na kayo, hindi na mawawala yung effect ng Brute Force kada nagpa-first skill kayo. So, pindot lang kayo ng pindot ng first skill, and yung Brute Force nyo, naka-max stacks lang palagi. So, laging magagamit nyo yung physical and magical defense and yung movement speed. So, sa mga di nakakaalam, syempre, nandito nga ako para ituro sa inyo yung mga gantong mga life hack. So, ayun, Brute Force Breastplate para sa third item ko. And yung fourth item ko naman is yung magic defense ako kasi kung mapapansin nyo, yung first and second item natin, physical defense. So syempre pagka may magic yung kalaban, manlalambot kayo pag wala kayong magical defense. So ang fourth item natin is magical defense na. Ang favorite ko talaga is Athena's, kasi ang OP ng Athena Shield yung passive ng Athena Shield sa mga mage. So mas prefer ko tong Athena Shield. Pero paminsan maganda din yung Radiant. Nakadepende sa kalaban nyo kung Athena or Radiant. Pero pili lang kayo dun sa dalawa. So yung fifth item natin is damage. May isa akong damage build, guys, which is yung Malefic. Kasi may may physical attack and physical pen. Kung may isip kayo, bakit may physical pen ako? Naka-tank build ako. Yung Aldous kasi, guys, kung mapapansin nyo, sinabi ko nga kanina, which is yung first skill, nag-i-scaling, nag-i-stack. So pagka 500 stack na yung pinaka-max na stack ng kay Aldous, pag may Malefic kayo, mag-ano kasi yun eh, magko-complement yun yung stock ng Aldous and yung Malefic. So, kung mapapansin nyo sa mga tournament, ba't ganito yung Aldous ni Wise naka-tank build pero ang sakit? Dahil talaga sa Malefic yun guys. Doon talaga yung bawas ko. And yung last item ko is yung Immortality para pag pumasok ako, yung SS ko, pag namatay ako, mababa item ko pa yung kalaban. So yun yung guys, yung mga build ko sa Aldous. And sa mga gustong matuto, manood na lang kayo ng mga tournament kasi yung mga tournament na Aldous ko, doon talaga yung yung parang kung paano ka magpa-farm and kung paano mo gagamitin yung Aldous. So guys, quick overview lang tayo sa mga skills ni Aldous kasi tinawag nga akong Aldous ng Pinas. So yung passive nga ni Aldous guys is ni-nerf ni Moonton kasi mas malaki to dati yung MSC days namin. Pero ngayon pinaliit siya and nakadepende na sa stock nyo kung gaano kalaki yung shield nyo. So nagti-trigger lang to every 2 attacks. Every 5 seconds lang. So hindi unlimited yung shield niya guys. Every 5 seconds. So, ito na sa pinaka-crucial na skill ni Aldous, which is yung per skill. Nag-i-stack nga to. So, pag nakakapatay kayo ng jungle or minion or tower, may stack yan guys. Ang stack nun is 4 stacks every minion or creeps, jungle creeps. And pag naman mga turtle and mga hira na patay nyo sa stack nyo, sa per skill, 10 stack yon. Pagka mga hero, tower, and yung mga lord yon. Malaki kasi yun 10 stacks yun guys. And guys, yung second skill naman ni Aldous is yun nga yung nagkakaroon siya ng movement speed, yung nagkakaroon siya ng shield sa paligid ni Aldous. So ang effect nun is 30% damage reduction, kaya sobrang sobrang OP niya din kasi imagine nyo makunat na kayo tapos 30% damage reduction pa every time na may second skill kayo, so OP talaga. Pero ni-nerf din to ni Moonton dati guys. Dati 50% damage reduction, naging 30 na lang. And may movement speed din to na 20%. Yun, dito na nerf. And pagka pumutok yung shield, may stun yung kalaban nyo. So ito talaga yung pang-outplay yung skill, yung second skill ni Aldous kasi 'di ba sinabi ko nga 30% damage reduction. Kung every 12 seconds or 10 seconds may ganun kayong na skill, 30% damage reduction, talagang outplay talaga, lalo tank build pa kayo guys. So i-maximize nyo yung paggamit ng second neto, huwag kayong pindot ng pindot kasi pang outplay. So yung SS naman ni Aldous, yung alam nyo na yan, yung lumilipad siya tapos habulin niya yung certain hero. Pagka may Malefic Roar na kayo guys and medyo mataas na yung stock nyo, always aim for the phosphor. Yung phosphor talaga or gold lane, lalo pag wala pa silang defensive item. Ang gagawin nyo lang is SS-an nyo yung phosphor or yung gold lane. For sure isang isang suntok lang yun ng per skill nyo and then retribution kasi may damage yung retribution. Patay na yun. Sa mga ibang clips sa tournament namin, madaming ganun akong clip na inesesan ko yung Parsa, inesesan ko yung mga gold lane, tapos isang suntok lang. Ang sakit kahit tank build guys. So make use of the ultimate kasi dito talaga yung turning point ng game pagka nakapitas kayo ng phosphor or gold lane. So, ang pinaka-basic spell ng jungler ay Retribution kasi hindi ka magiging jungler kung wala kang Retribution. And explain ko lang sa inyo guys kung paano yung damage ng Retribution. May passive yung Retribution which is yung may true damage na mababawasan yung jungle creep every second. Parang true damage yun every second. Nakadepende yun sa sa HP. Kaya kung mapapansin nyo, biglang naglabasan yung fighter jungle kasi nga dahil sa taas ng HP base neto. So, kung mapapansin nyo yung Barats, diba? Dati di naman ako nag-jungle Barats, pero ngayon umuuso yung mga fighter jungle dahil nga dun sa true damage. So, mas mabilis mag-jungle yung mga fighter kasi dahil sa laki ng HP nila. So guys, sa Mobile Legends may tatlong type ng Retribution which is yung Flame Retribution, Ice Retribution, and Bloody Retribution. So, pinaka most used dito is yung Bloody and yung Ice. Kasi, bakit Bloody? Kasi ito yung pinaka pang outplay talaga ng mga players. Kasi yung Bloody Retribution guys, ang effect nito is nagkakaroon kayo ng HP per second kada nire-retre nyo yung kalaban. Nakadepende yung HP ng kalaban kung gaano kalaki makukuha yung HP. And malaki din yung damage dealt neto guys, yung Bloody Retribution. So yun guys, yung Ice Retribution, pagka niretre nyo yung kalaban, may 5 seconds kayong movement speed para kayong nakasprint. So ano to, ginagamit ko to pag Kimi ako kasi kailangan ni Kimi ng ng mabilis gumalaw. And kaya ito yung ginagamit ko. And yung list na retribution na ginagamit is yung flame retribution. Kung makikita nyo sa pro scene or sa rank game, wala talagang gumagamit na ito. As in, wala pa ako sa buong pag pro player ko, wala pa akong nakitang jungler na gumamit ng flame retribution. Kasi ito rin yung pinaka hindi OP sa tatlong retribution. So, yun guys, yung pinaka-list na retribution, which is yung flame retribution. Ang effect niya is kukuha ng physical or magical damage sa kalaban. So, parang manghigop kayo ng lakas ng kalaban nyo. And may 100 true damage din to pagka niretre nyo. So, pang pang mga 1v1 to guys. Kasi mababawasan yung yung damage ng kalaban nyo pagka niretre nyo siya. So, yun yung tatlong type ng retribution sa Mobile Legends. Ang pinaka-recommended ko talang gamitin nyo is yung Bloody Retribution. Hi guys, ngayon papanoorin natin yung last game natin sa lower bracket finals, which is yung kalaban natin yung BTK, and ito yata yung last match, and titingnan natin kung anong tama't maling decision na ginawa natin dito, lalo gamit natin Aldous. So unang-una pa lang makikita ko na dito na kung coach ako ni Wise, sasabihin ko ba't 4 deaths ka sa Aldous, kasi hindi ideal yan na 4 deaths ka sa Aldous. And ayun, yun lang yung una kong makikita dyan na mali agad. And makikita ko dito na lamang talaga kami sa draft tingin ko. Kasi yung Eve, lakas ng Eve sa era nila So tingin ko lamang kami dito sa draft na to. And ayun, panoorin na natin. Tingnan natin yung late game ng Blacklist. Tingnan natin kasi hindi ko to masyado napanood dahil mga clips lang sa TikTok nakikita ko. So panoorin na natin guys. So yun guys, balik tayo sa game ng Blacklist International versus BTK. And share ko lang bago natin start kung bakit talaga kami nahirapan sa BTK. Hindi ko alam kung nasabi na to, pero kung ako magsabi, baka mayari ako. Kasi kaya kami nahirapan talaga sa BTK dahil hindi kami nag-a-assassin. Yun lang talaga yun, hindi kami nag-a-assassin. Ako hindi pala ako nag-a-assassin kasi ang weakness kasi ni Boba Sane, yung mga hero niya tulad ng YSS, Nathan, binaban kasi namin yun. Dahil parang feeling namin mas madali manalo pagka wala yun. So, binaban namin yung hero ni Boba Sane, tapos nagkakalaban kami sa fighter to fighter. And ang weakness lang talaga ng BTK is yung assassin. Kasi ang mga weakness ng hero niya tulad nga ng YSS and Nathan is yung mga assassin. Tingnan nyo nung binalagbag sila ng Onyx PH. Diba, na 3-0 sila dahil ino-open lang yung hero ni Boba Sane, tapos si Kyrie, kilala naman natin si Kyrie na sobrang lakas talaga mag-assassin ni Kyrie. So yun lang talaga na pag-vision namin na dahil kaya kami nahirapan sa BTK is binaban namin yung comfort ni Boba Sane, which is comfort ko din, tapos napupunta kami sa malayong game. So yun talaga yung kaya kami nahirapan dito sa BTK. Yan, start na natin. Tsaka dagdag ko pala, malakas din yung nila, yung mid nila. Si Shark tsaka si Zia, malakas yung mid nila. So, tingnan natin tong game na to. Makunat na si G dito, napapa-face check na namin siya sa mga bush. Tulad nga nung sabi ko kanina guys, sa Aldous, bakit 4 deaths ako? Kung coach ako ng Blacklist, sasabihan ko si Wise, ba't 4 deaths ka? Yan. Kitang-kita natin yung mukha ko. Ang awkward. Yan. Pero wala naman masyadong ganap dito Talagang tulad nga ng sabi ko kanina sa tutorial ko sa masterclass, ang talaga pag late game, Lord Fight. And dito, 30 seconds pa before the Lord. So, ang tendency niyan is, push muna ng wave. And makikita natin dito, wait lang, pause natin. Ang makikita natin dito is, wala pang basag na third tower sa both sides. So, yung flow niyan ng wave, magkakadikit pa guys. Kasi pagka, example, yung top ng BTK basag na, tas yung sa amin hindi pa basag. So, ang mangyayari niyan, yung wave namin, mas lalamang sa wave nila. So, kusang aangat. Pero dito, kita nyo, kung mapapansin nyo, yung wave is, magkakapantay lang. Kasi, para hindi magpantay yan, kailangan may mag-clear. Kunyari, si Aldous nag-clear dito. Doon lang siya hindi magiging pantay. Pero pag hinayaan nyo yung wave dyan, pantay lang lagi yan. Yun yung importance ng makabasag ka ng isang third tower. Sobrang importante nun kahit isa lang. Lalo sa gantong high level play ng Mobile Legends. So, tingnan nyo, nakikita nyo, nagki-clear lang sila. Tingnan nyo yung blacklist, pati yung Aldous dito. Mag-wave lang yan kasi may Lord na. Lamang ang blacklist dito para sa akin guys, kahit may Lunox. Kasi yung Aldous, pang rundown yan eh. So, kailangan niya lang magstay sa bot, clear bot, tapos lalamang na yung bot, tapos fight Lord. Ayan nyo guys, so, tingnan nyo yung wave, laging may nag-clear. Tingnan nyo, diba? Tulad na sabi ko yung makinig kayo sa akin eh. Tingnan nyo yung laban ng BTK dito. Ang tagal nila sa Lord tsaka Blacklist. Diba, paikot-ikot lang sila sa Lord. Kasi kung sino manalo dyan sa Lord fight, 80% siguro ng match sa inyo na. Nakadepende sa inyo kung paano nyo hawakan yung Lord. Paikot-ikot lang sila dyan. Yan yung interesting sa Mobile Legends guys. Yung kung paano nila ipi-play yung Lord. Yan diba? Oh, nag-SS na ako. So yun, rundown na. Yan yung sa Aldous naman, diba? Sabi ko, Phosphor or Gold Lane. So yung Gold Lane, yung Phosphor yung inesesan ko. Pero nag-fail kami. Pero ang kapalit nun, yan nyo guys, what a intelligent play by Blacklist. Kasi yung BTK, ayaw umalis sa side ng Lord. Pinorse namin yung Aldous mag-SS sa para mag-back sila. Kasi lamang kami dito dahil sa ibe. So, wala namang mababasag na third tower kahit iwan namin yung isang lane. Ayun, walang mababasag na third tower, so okay lang kahit maiwan yan. Yun, feeling ko sa amin na yung Lord dito eh. So, pagtapos ng Lord, dapat out na to. Pero, syempre, dapat out na yun eh. Kung ako yung naglalaro doon pagka Lord out na eh. Pero syempre, dahil na rin sa pressure ng tournament, siguro nagsabi go ganun. Kasi kung binak agad ng ng Blacklist yun, sobrang kaya nilang sabayan yung Lord eh. So dahil medyo nag-choke yung Blacklist doon, lalo ako namatay ako. Walang nangyari sa Lord. So parang wala lang nangyari sa game. Paulit-ulit lang nang mangyayari na na ganun ulit. Wait ng Lord, show ng lane. Mukhang basic lang yung ML guys, pero mahirap siya pagka tournament na. Lalo M3 to eh. So yun, dito medyo boring yung part na to kasi yun yung nagpa-farm lang sila, nag-show lang ng lane. Lang kasi initiate namin dyan eh, Grak lang eh, kaya hindi kami makakapasok. Hintayin namin sila pumasok dito. Mga focus na focus, yun yung mukha nila guys. Tamang focus lang sa ML. So yun, medyo wala naman nangyayari guys. Tamang lang. So may share pala ako guys. Pagka late game na, ang pinaka-importante dito is yung roamer, yung post 5. Si Shark, yung Lolita, tsaka si Haji. Bakit sila naging importante sa late game? Importante sila sa late game dahil sila yung nag-check ng bush. Nakita nyo tong Lunox, tsaka Saber, tsaka Lolita. Kung ang pe-pace check dyan is yung Brody, patay na yan. Kaya kailangan ng roamer para pumace check. Kaya importante yung post 5 sa late game. Ayun o. Then yung si Haji, binivision niya yung mga bush. Tapos sabang si B tsaka si Oheb, medyo malayo kasi madali silang mapatay eh. Ayun, medyo boring yung mga ganito kasi mamatay lang to pag may conceal yung kalaban or may mga jawhead ganun. Pero sa lineup ng Blacklist tsaka BTK, wala masyadong mangyayari unless face check ni Oheb yung bush. May saber doon. So yun, feeling ko pag ganito yung laro, kinakabahan na yung mga agents eh. Pero kami, lang dito, chill lang syempre. So yun, makikita natin dito. Ano nangyari doon? Parang nalingat lang ako. Parang nagkamali yata Blacklist doon. Parang ang lalim nila, di ko alam. Di ko maisip kung ano nangyari dyan. Baka kami dito. Parang ang lalim namin doon ah. So yun, na-punish kami guys dahil parang mali yung execution namin siguro. O, parang pangit yung execution namin doon, guys. Malalim masyado. Ay, eto na yung favorite part ko. Yun yung ginawa ni Edward. Low na si Edward. Tapos pinatay niya yung tapos na yan feeling ko Grabe si Edward doon. Commended. Siya ang buhat nung na yan. Grabe si Edward doon. Yan, back to ulit. Pagtas ng clash, back to farm. Imagine nyo kung may lunox dun, So, yun yung pag late game pala, guys. Okay lang mabasaran kayo ng second tower tulad ng ginagawa ng Blacklist dito. Tingnan nyo. Second tower lang naubos sa kanila. Pero yung third tower, wag nyong ibigay kung kaya nyong madep. Ayan na, ito na yung shot call. Ito na yun, yung nagpanalo sa amin. Naalala ko to. Sinasabi ni B dito, pwede to i-rundown, no? Tapos, yun yung sabi ni B, pwede to i-rundown. Tapos, pinalawa pa niya Gina. Oo, pwede, tara. Tapos, ako sabi ko nun, sige, mabubuhay ako, may season ko yan. Yun yung naging shot call doon, guys. Bali, si B yung naging initiate ng clash na yon. Tapos, napalawa pa ng maganda niya G. Tapos, sabi ko, mabubuhay ako, may season ko. Ang lalim nila. Tingnan nyo yung tatakbuhin nila, guys. Nasa sila, top side. Malapit sa first tower. Bago sila makakating sa base nila, ayun yung base nila, Napakalayo, ang lalim nila. So, dito, sobrang chok ng PTA dito. Sobrang layo ng tatakbuhan nila. So, yun. Yun na yun. Pag makita mo pa lang yan, panalo na yung blacklist talaga Diba? Nakita niyo yung importance ng Aldous? From kakabuhay lang, biglang pumunta dun sa sa kalaban ng napakabilis. Wala na, GG na. Kasi na yan, 25 minutes mark na yan, guys So, yung death timer medyo mataas na. Kaya pag namatay kayo ng ganyan yung timer, medyo matagal yung death timer nyo, guys. So, yun. Dalawa na lang yung yung BTK dito, tapos 5 pa yung blacklist. Wala na, sure na. Grand Finals! Blacklist! Wala, hindi na madedep to, guys, kahit gaano pa kalakas yung yung BTK. Yan, tuwan-tuwa na kami dyan, alam na namin. So, yun, guys, yun yung point of view ko sa match ng Blacklist versus BTK, and sana may natutunan kayo sa mga nakikita ko. Etong question na to is galing kay Shemoy ko. Yan, despite the titles nga, tulad ng sabi mo, same pa din naman ako tumanggap ng ng criticism sa team ko. Lalo kay V, same pa din. Yung kung paano ko siya itanggap since amateur pa ako and since season 4 rookie, same pa din kasi yun yung mina-mindset ko Tulad nga ng tinuturo ko kay Oheb, wag kang magbago kung try mong i-stay dyan kasi mas magtatagal ka sa pro scene kung hindi ka ma-attitude talaga. Yun talaga yung tinuro ko kay Oheb nun. Kasi amateur pa lang siya nun rookie pa lang siya nung pumasok siya. Ako nung rookie days ko medyo pa ako parang hindi ko pa alam kung ano yung mga tama't mali, pero ngayong natuto na ako. Same pa din talaga kung paano ako umagree. Minsan, syempre, hindi naman lagi agree lang ako. Syempre, paminsan nagkakaroon kami ng debate kung ano yung mga dapat kong ginawa or mga mali kong ginawa. Tsaka kung paano ko siya i-take, talagang talaga kasi teammate ko yun Parang pamilya turing ko sa kanila So, after ma-receive nun, tapos isipin ko kung tama ba yung sinabi nila. After malaman yun na, ay oo, tama sila. So, i-improve ko yun sa game ko. Kaya nga wise yung IGN ko kasi lahat ng pagkakamali ko, yun, nilalagay ko sa tamang decision. Tulad nga nung sabi ni Master the Basics. Doon ka talaga matututo sa pagkakamali mo Kaya wag kang magbabago kasi pag nagbago ka, yun yung ikakalaglag mo. Ang second question natin is galing kay Carl Magsayo. Ang tanong niya dito is, ano daw yung mga jungle tip ko? So, feeling ko naman na-explain ko na dito sa Razer Masterclass yung mga basic na alam ko and yung mga iba din. Masabi ko na lang na tip is, manood ka ng live stream ko kasi lagi ako nagla-live stream. Doon, baka may mga masabi pa akong hindi ko nasabi dito kasi limited lang yung time dito and doon sa live stream ko, yun yung pinaka-time ko talaga kahit ano sabihin ko doon. So yun, nood ka ng live stream ko. Baka may matutunan ka pa bukod sa mga nasabi ko sa Razer Masterclass. Third question natin is galing kay Heart Valerie and tinatanong niya kung ano daw yung ma-recommend ko na i-practice pang beginner na jungler. Meron akong naisip, dalawa lang is yung number 1 ko ngayon is Bane. Kasi yung Bane is madali lang talaga mechanics niya. And kung paano mo siya dadalhin sa game, madali lang. And yung naman, second ko ngayon, Aulus. Madali lang siya. And recently, mga gamit ko siya sa streams ko. So, pag nanonood kayo sa stream ko, feeling ko naman nasasabi ko yung mga do's or don'ts ng Aulus. So, yun yung pinaka-recommended kong jungler ngayon. Kasi nasa meta din sila. And that's it for my Razer Masterclass, guys. Sana may natutunan kayo. And kung may tingin kayo na mali kong ginagawa, i-improve nyo na lang kasi dun din ako natututo. And ayun, support nyo kami ni MYAMMAR sa YouTube and Facebook namin. Nag-live kami doon. Search nyo lang Wise Gaming and MYAMMAR, makikita nyo na kami doon. Thank you for your support, guys. And support nyo lang yung Razer Masterclass dahil makinig lang kayo at matututo din kayo. Baka mamaya kayo na yung kalaban ko sa jungle. And ayun, bye guys!
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party to get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
And we're now on to match 2, game number 1 of our semis here in the Razer Invitational 2022 MLBB division, and our last series for tonight. This is still your host. My name's Maria, and we are now set to begin the fight between Myanmar and Vietnam. Indonesia is advancing the finals tomorrow, but don't worry because Philippines awaits for the battle of the third for tomorrow's matches. So don't turn that frown upside down. We're still gonna see more of Philippines. If we still have Pinoys here in the chat, make some noise, show some support. But the battle is still not over because there are still exciting times ahead and more action coming over to you, offered by Razer C Invitational, of course, presented by Razer for gamers and by gamers, and sanctioned by the Sea Games Federation. So let's get to it, Burger Kim and Inga Nation. Let's begin our Myanmar versus Malaysia series best of 3, game number 1.
Thank you so much, Miss Aya Maria. And like what they said, the time flies if you guys are having fun. And I'm pretty sure everyone here is having fun. Everyone in the comment section watching the live stream, as well as our players. So once again, we'd like to thank Razer for organizing this invitational for everyone in the regions to duke it out with each other. Once again, my name is Burger Kim and Ingen at your service for this very last series of the day. And it's going to be between Vietnam and Myanmar. And can I just say, Ingan, we are in it for a treat once again. These two teams, who can forget Benos Yuzong? Okay, I feel like these are things you guys gotta watch out for. Benos Yuzong, and as for Vietnam's Wombo combos. Your thoughts on tonight's final matchup?
Yes, I love that you highlighted Benno. But on the other hand, who can forget as well Vietnam's Joe, the one and only jungler who has gotten a savage here in the Razer Invitational Southeast Asia. Both teams known for their unusual and unconventional picks. They love those counter picks. They love the drafting phase. Drafting phase is already intense. What more the gameplay? So there's no clear winner here, no clear punch.
Your team is banning.
But although Vietnam will have the first pick advantage as we head on to the drafting phase, so BK, will Vietnam go for those usual assassin bans or those usual high ban heroes, or will they respect Myanmar's,
Your team is
like
banning.
The Philippines did? Actually, the Philippines let go of Esmeralda. They gave Esmeralda away to Ka, then took Esmeralda for themselves, but unfortunately they just couldn't hold on. So will Vietnam and Myanmar apply the same
What's your
strategy?
command? Your team is banning.
Let's see how this will pan out, but it seems like already a lot of comfort picks taken out. The Fanny and the Lilia, which Vietnam is known to use as well. So I'm not surprised we're in, this will be the case. wherein the Sicilian
night
will be
sky
contested
tells
here.
Your
Vietnam
team
also
is
taken out
banning.
here by Vietnam and under the hands of Benno. That is going to be quite deadly, but they also have to watch out for the Yuzong as well. So it's not just the Esmeralda here, but I feel like with the way things are going right now, Ingan, I feel like there will be some highly contested double S tier heroes that will be open here for the two
I didn't
teams to
cure
be
the
taking.
pain. Your
Perhaps
team
like
is banning.
Selena at the very most here for these two teams. Vietnam does have the first pick, and we know or we've seen actually them bring it out if I'm not mistaken. Or yeah, definitely the Selena is something that they have to watch out for. And as for Myanmar, they know that Vietnam has the advantage here of getting the first pick. So I mean, leaving these heroes open, a lot of heroes open here to up for
Thorns
the grabs.
remain.
Your
for
team
both
is
these teams,
banning.
especially since this is going to be a best out of 3 between these two teams, and which means if you guys aren't familiar, if it's a best out of 3, which means each team they just have to win 2 games, and right after that they get the entire series. But yeah, like what I mentioned earlier on, we had Indonesia heading straight to the grand finals, and now will it be Vietnam or will it be Myanmar? And the one who actually fails to make it to this series will actually face off the Philippines tomorrow for the battle
Tremble
for the
in my
3rd place.
presence.
And
Your
with that being
team is
said,
picking.
again, taking a look at our bands, our respective comfort bands, our respective
Among the
heroes here, that
planes
is
exists
taken
the
Your
out.
team
So it
is
going to
picking,
be for
which
Witch and
I
Lancelot
was
for the
made
last bands,
for.
which opens up the Eve. And the Selena here, which
Always on the
can
way.
be picked up by Myanmar if they really want to go for that early game pressure.
I believe Myanmar should already secure an Oh My Jenny pick here, because usually when teams go up against Myanmar, they actually target Oh My Jenny's picks here
punch
in
for
the
a punch.
second
Your
phase of
team
the
is
draft,
picking.
planning phase rather, as Myanmar will pick a flex pick here in Paquito, the Paquito core held by PS once again.
Chivalry is
So,
dead.
very
and
good start
I
for
will
the side of
revive it.
Myanmar, but on the other hand, Vietnam secures that Eve as well as the Clint and a potential
priestess
Eden
of primal
over
lightning.
Your
here.
team
Oh,
is
again,
picking.
all the evil gods.
Another Edith pick for the side of Vietnam.
Yeah, first time we'll be seeing it today, which means that perhaps Myanmar can pick up the Sicilian here, or perhaps the Kagra. Ooh, but they will perhaps go for the dive picks up against. Yeah, I mean, you need to reach the Eve in the backlines, right? That it is going to be quite difficult to pull out this Cho. I mean, especially if there is the threat of this Edith actually guard in that. Yeah, to guard in the Eve, but at the same time, of course, who could have forgotten Benno? Benno classic, Benno's
is the
Yuzong,
surest
of course.
Your
that can
team
do it
is
in
banning.
Face Eve. This is absolutely perfect for Myanmar, but with that being said, of course, it perhaps would be a possible ban on the +4 heroes for the side of Vietnam, as well the Sicilian and the other highly contested mages will be taken out. And as for Myanmar, they still don't have a core. Perhaps the Yi Sun Shin here of Zhou, or perhaps the Uranus that Meow loves using. That could perhaps be the bans here for the side of Myanmar.
Myanmar could go for that Hayabusa ban and let that YSS slip aside, as well as ban an XP laner or a roamer here for the side of Myanmar. But if I were Vietnam, yes, I could really attack.
Your
Oh My
team
Jenny's
is banning.
heroes here in the mid lane, because Oh My Jenny's been performing so great despite
Time and tide wait
teams
for
Your
going
team
after
is
their,
banning.
Oh My Jenny's heroes. Oh My Jenny seems to perform still for the side of Myanmar, winning them a lot of games, as Myanmar will ban that Hayabusa as well as Vietnam with that Beatrix.
Gumi's Beatrix that did that backdoor play. Who could have forgotten? Obviously, Vietnam was taking notes. A comfort pick as well for Gumi, which means that to go head-to-head with this Clint, perhaps the Brody, perhaps the Popple and Koopa that have been adjusted in the recent patch, are still pretty much very good up against the Clint. So now the final ban for Myanmar, perhaps I'm thinking along the lines of Joe's heroes here. Joe's heroes, or perhaps Meow's heroes, like I'm thinking something along the lines of Uranus
I
and
see
the
lots
Yi
of
Sun Shin.
prey.
Your team is banning.
The Roger, yeah, the
Only
Roger to
love
do
at
in the
night.
dive.
Your
and
team
what I
is
mentioned,
picking.
the Sicilian definitely will be taken out in the second banning phase, leaving Oh My Jenny perhaps with the if they want to solidify this dive, they can go for the Lunox, or maybe perhaps even the Kagura, just to reach the backlines here of Myanmar. The Kagura is
for me, one of the mages that has never been out of the meta. It has great
Your
mobility,
team
but
is
of
picking.
course, I mentioned this is also open to Lunox if they want to go in for the straight dives. Definitely no answer here for Vietnam. Only the Edith pick here answers out to all the dives here that's coming in from Myanmar. So they need someone solid to deal, someone tanky as well to deal with the Lunox. So now it's quite great that Myanmar picked up this Lunox, really leaving Vietnam, actually not to take in the Uranus here. Direct counter actually. If they do go for the Uranus. So they definitely have to go for something different. Yeah, perhaps the glue or maybe actually it is quite flexible here for Vietnam. The glue can be a roamer and the Edith could be a side laner here. So it really depends on how they want to play things out. But I mentioned that this is open to first savage like we mentioned
Your
again
team
for the
is
Razer
picking.
C Invitational, which is going to be the Yeeson Shin of Joe.
I love this glue pickup for the side of Vietnam. We actually forgot about the glue being up for grabs right now. Glue's been dominating the XP lane ever since the start of the tournament. However, Glue has been nerfed in the previous patch, but still such a reliable and a capable XP laner, especially since Meow's handling this Glue right now for the side of Vietnam. But I also like to point the fact that Myanmar banning that Roger. I love
Do you
it also.
smell it?
In the previous
The
day, we
fragrance of
experienced
summer
fire
night.
versus fire between the countries. They want to go for an all-out brawl with their junglers, usually that Paquito and that Roger, or Paquito or Barat's going at each other. I love those games so far. So very strategic for Myanmar to actually ban the Roger and force out Joe to dish out that YSS. But on the other hand, YSS, the very first, the one and only Savage here at the Razer Invitational, in the same hands as this Joe. So so far, such a very good draft for both teams. Not leaning towards any team yet. All boils down to execution, early on aggression, and of course, zoning out and containing all the clashes. So as we enter the land of dawn, game 1 between Vietnam and Myanmar semifinals. Whoever wins this series will advance, of course, to the finals and go up head to head against the momentum
Indonesia.
of Indonesia.
Indonesia, really a slow start, but finished strong. Well, not just yet, okay? But now we have to focus our eyes on Vietnam and Myanmar. And I did mention this Kagura pickup would be great for the side of Myanmar because I was actually expecting Oh My Jenny to pick up that Lunox, but it is going to be a Kagura mid lane and a gold lane Lunox, which means that Myanmar is not going to be running on a marksman setup. So they are going to be purely relying on Lunox to scale up here. But yeah, here comes the aggression as well from both of our tanks, from Black as well as Bronze. But it is just going to be pokes. But again, if we talk about the side lanes, I do have to give the upper hand here to Gumi, who will be facing up against TIT here on the gold lane. As we know, Lunox when it reaches that level 4 power spike, it is going to be massive. But Black, fortunately enough, is able to flicker away from that. But take a look at Oh My Jenny getting the kill. The first blood onto Joe at that. So a great start once again for Myanmar. Oh My Jenny has played this Kagura several times and has been winning games for Myanmar on this Kagura. So we will be expecting to see a lot more surprise yin-yang overturns.
That's why people, countries ban out the heroes of Oh My Jenny because of Oh My Jenny's capabilities to actually create plays of his own. And Kagura is Kagura is a very, very familiar hero here for Oh My Jenny, getting that first blood and almost getting a double kill with that flame shot towards Bronze. Edith, luckily, Bronze was able to sustain it enough and to evacuate and eventually go home. What a beautiful knockup there for Bronze, as well as that ultimate from YSS.
Red team hero has been slain.
Good pickup against Bronze, but on the other hand here, Black was actually taken down there in that clash. So beautiful counter set there for the side of Vietnam, but Myanmar still won that trade.
Myanmar definitely already winning this one, getting the first blood onto Joe. So really, if they could keep this going, especially
team
since this
hero
is
has been
PS, but
slain.
yeah, Gumi, I mentioned, will definitely dominate that gold lane as he gets a solo kill on the TIT as Myanmar looks to take in more objectives to solidify their grasp on this game by taking in this turtle. But
Red team has slain the turtle.
For here comes the
Blue team hero
as a
has been
Venom
slain.
also really zoning out Joe,
Blue team
getting him
hero
in a
has
corner
been slain.
as he gets taken down, and Mia with the split, but no one left there to attach you. It is going to be PS, but the backup damage from the side of Vietnam is not there, so they can definitely sit this one out and perhaps get a kill on Meow. Circling Eagle by Black as the real world manipulation will be popped up as Broads will use that onward just to let them back away from the clash, and it is still Myanmar on the aggressive side on the lead for this very first game.
Imagine the sustain coming in from Meow's so way of the black dragon form as well as the yin yang overturn, and of course that circling eagle connected all at once against Meow. But Meow was able to sustain all the damage. I love the coordination of Myanmar, but unfortunately they couldn't bring down Meow. They were able to bring down TNTK as well as Joe, but for TNTK, good counter engagement there to dish out the real world manipulation to zone out the members of Myanmar as Myanmar was forced back away. But so far so good for that Blue, being able to sustain a lot of damage there coming in from the side of Myanmar, but Vietnam really needs to not just react but actually control the map as well as control the pace, because right now they're creating Myanmar's rotation in pace.
Yep, if this keeps up actually, I feel like Myanmar could possibly end this as fast as possible. Their rotations have been quite aggressive, and you see how Meow, you mentioned this earlier, Meow just sustaining the lanes, actually forcing Venom to remain on the EXP lane, whereas the other members here from the side of Vietnam, they are really struggling to actually catch up with the aggression or the dives of Myanmar. Here comes the certain hero of the TIT, and oh my Jenny!
Blue
On
team
a
hero has
the
been
now
slain.
over to make that 2 for the side of Myanmar as they take down Bronze and TNTK and go for the turtle. But Sprinkle and Feno, really, Meow is doing a great job containing him. But right now, it really doesn't matter for Myanmar. They are winning the clashes even without Meadow.
Red team has slain the turtle.
Another turtle for the side of Myanmar as they solidify this with a 3K gold lead up against Vietnam.
You know, on paper, Myanmar's lineup is really OP. They have the CC, they have a lot of Eagle, as well as TS Dragon. TS there, but will Black suffer the consequences as the knockup will connect against TS? But on the other hand, TS dealing with the
hero has been
of
slain.
E that PS will pick up yet another kill for the side of Myanmar as they take down this tier 3, the tier 1 tower here in the bottom lane. And as I was mentioning, Myanmar on paper has a lot of resources, but in reality, it's hard to execute and actually, execute those skills that'll connect right on time. But for some reason, the Black Dragon form, as well as the Yin Yang overturn in the certain people, it's so synchronized that Vietnam's players just couldn't get out of the stun, couldn't get out of the knockup. It's so beautifully executed that the stun actually lasted like 5 to 8 seconds. So beautifully executed, beautifully done for the side of Myanmar, showing really the capabilities of these CC's heroes and maximizing it to the full advantage as a 3-man rotation will pursue here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, it seems like this is where they're putting all their efforts at, the gold lane, right? If you take a look at TIT, it's really not looking so good on this split as Bronze is really forced to babysit, or shall I say, like, watch out for TIT here on the bot side that is constantly being ganked by Myanmar. So it is a great thing that Meow is actually sustaining the top lane quite well. If not, that would have been really a difficult case for Vietnam. So at least somewhat Vietnam is kind of holding out right now, wait for the power spike of TIT and perhaps Joe, and then get the pickups that they want. But really, the aggression of Myanmar when they want to take in something like the tower, they already got this bot side, which means that this will be Gumi really rotating around the map, it is going to be easier for them. But how can Vietnam really answer to this? They are just getting resources after resources as Myanmar continues their onslaught here. Possible engage once again. Here comes the Black Dragon form of Benno. No pickoffs once again, as the real world manipulation will not connect to anyone. But take a look really at Black on this Matilda. Just cutting in all the lanes, giving so much vision to the side of Myanmar on where the heroes are on the side of Vietnam. Therefore, not giving Vietnam any space to actually, get in or protect the towers that they actually need. And take a look at that. Another one down, another objective for Myanmar.
I was about to commend Meow for actually doing a good job clearing out the top lane and sustaining the tier 1 tower there in the top lane. But for some reason, PS as well as Black was able to just take it down. And as they take down Meow as well there, easily bursting out Meow in a matter of 3 seconds. A 3-man rotation for the side of Myanmar to bring that glue down. TIT forced to just utilize and maximize all the resources that they can get, because later on in the game they won't be able to go out of the map if this rotation and this aggression from Myanmar continues on. As you can see, no tower from the side of Myanmar has been taken down, but on the other hand, only tier 2 towers remain for the side of Vietnam. So you really have to utilize all the resources you can get, because after 2 minutes, especially if the Lord responds, Vietnam's gonna be stuck in their own base for the rest of the game.
Oh no, Gumi has a lot of gold here, really leading on the gold lead, already getting the Holy Crystal as early as the 8-minute mark. So every single dive that is coming in from Myanmar could be very, very deadly here for every single dive rather from Myanmar could be very deadly here for the side of Vietnam. They are possibly setting up a death bush here on the bot side, trying to gank Meow here. They are trying to get the kill. Circling Eagle by Black, and the Yin Yang overturn gets him in the process, as Vietnam once again with their onslaught, with their aggressive rotations, are securing this game already on a 10-1 up against Vietnam.
You can ban out all the heroes of Oh My Jenny, but for some reason, he will still be able to pick up a good mid laner and actually dominate the whole game. Yin Yang overturned once again, circling Eagle as well with a knockup coming from Benno, but the NTK with real world manipulation, will it be enough to bring down Benno there in that clash? Myanmar was forced to back away, but they did, however, take down a turtle. Yet another again, no, that was actually the Lord, level 1 Lord for the side of Myanmar.
Yeah.
Good turtle take.
It's
and
that
good decision
fast.
to actually disengage instead of clashing here right now, because Vietnam has a 5-man rotation. Myanmar is scattered. But still, Myanmar displaying such good discipline, good communication, good coordination as they wait for the Lord to march down and potentially take down an inhibitor tower. But I doubt they'll be able to take out an inhibitor tower early on this game.
Yeah, definitely they can at least take one tower or two, but the pressure is really coming in or coming through here for Myanmar as they continue their aggression, cutting in the lanes, even going to the jungle side here of Vietnam. It is actually quite difficult for Joe to actually get the items that he needs. And if you take a look at the gold lead, Joe just has a lot. Actually, it's Black almost catching up to the gold here of Joe, so that is really not good. The roamer for the gold later. Here comes Benno. Here comes Benno with the Black Dragon form as the dragon is going in and out. Again, the dives from Myanmar takes down Yao, but of course they will be punished right after that by the Primal Rat coming in from the side of Vietnam. One by one, being shredded to pieces. 3-for-1 exchange, of course, this time in favor of Vietnam. A little bit too much for the side of Myanmar. The inhibitor wasn't down yet, and they went for the dive. Sometimes it could be a double-edged sword, especially if you have these dive compositions coming in from Myanmar. But at the same time, it was actually wise for Oh My Jenny and Black to just back away and not overstep or not overdo that clash there.
3-for-1 trade for the side of Vietnam, taking a lot of members from Myanmar. Actually, Myanmar had a beautifully initiated clash, all the ults connected, but for some reason, Meow was able to sustain every single ult that they casted, every single damage that they hit. It was Meow actually dealing, or sustaining rather, all the damage given by Myanmar for the rest of the members of Vietnam to actually free hit the members of Myanmar. So I have to commend Meow there for a beautiful clash. Although it costed his life, he was actually able to save their inhibitor towers as well as the members of his team.
TIT is someone you also have to watch out for the side of Vietnam. He is actually doing quite well on this clint, despite the fact that Myanmar was constantly bullying his lane TIT on this clint. But which, by the way, if you guys haven't noticed, he already secured in the Malefic Roar. So it is going to be quite detrimental for Myanmar, especially if you give TNTK and TIT here the opening, like what you mentioned, to free hit the members of Myanmar. But of course, Myanmar wasting no time, taking in this first Luminous Lord again of the game. The second Lord that they took, but this one is going to be a little bit more powerful.
Knock off on that Matilda as TIT will bring down Matilda there in that clash. Myanmar did get that Lord for their side, but in expense of Black there, as Bronze still trying to continue a charge here for Vietnam. But on the other hand, here Tit and Bronze going in for PS. The Black Dragon form will be casted for the side of Myanmar. Still going right in. Joe's trying to deal damage as a split will connect. Bronze, TIT, and Joe dishing out a lot of damage to Benno, but for some reason, Benno is still alive and now will be brought down by TIT once again. Double kill for TIT as Myanmar will be forced to back away. But although they do have the Lord in their side, pushing in that bottom lane, but missing 2 members here in that final clash, I believe Myanmar will have a trouble again trying to destroy inhibitor tower as Joe trying to go for Oh My Jenny, but will instead be killed by PS right there as the Lord continues to march down the bottom lane, destroying that inhibitor tower in the bottom lane. What a good counter initiation for PS to actually go in for that tower dive and kill Joe, saving Oh My Jenny in that clash.
Yep, that could be possible. That could possibly be a very, very nice highlight coming in from Myanmar. It was only Oh My Jenny with a slither of health, and that shutdown could be a game. Well, not really a game changer. Could be a little bit of extra gold coming in from Vietnam, especially since every shutdown will be quite detrimental. But here comes the knockups. Here comes PS Mountain Shocker just to give vision here to Vietnam, but it is Bronze who's gonna go down right after that ultimate being popped up. But here comes the ultimate as well from TNTK, just to zone away Myanmar from getting this purple buff on their side, giving Joe a little bit more resources. But if you take a look at how the things are going really here for Vietnam, they just have to hold on, right? They just have to give TIT and TNTK the right positioning to be able to cast their ultimates. As for TIT, he has to get the proper positioning as well to poke in the members here of Myanmar. But the gold lead the tower takes, definitely Myanmar has this early on, and right now in the 15-minute mark, they are still getting a hold of this game. But of course, it is not over yet for Vietnam. You know, just really, you saw it happen earlier, right? When Myanmar actually overstayed on the base, and it was an opening for Vietnam to get in those kills that they needed. But right now, it is going to be a Lord contest for both of these teams, definitely. Especially for Vietnam, they already have the necessary items that they need to be able to actually get the kills that they want.
You know, I do agree that Vietnam, in order for them to hold on and extend this game, they really need good positioning right now. What a good bush play. 5-man bush play. Black Dragon form will be casted in order to get away. But Myanmar, on the other hand, focusing their attacks on the Lord with a beautiful yin-yang overturn. But a shutdown coming from TIT to bring Oh My Jenny down in that beautiful clash. But Vietnam not yet done. Still forcing their attacks right there on Gumi, as Gumi will go down. Vietnam still trying to pursue Myanmar there, forcing them to back away. I was mentioning that I do agree with the proper positioning. Vietnam could hold on, and as I was saying it, what a good position for the whole team to wait for Benno to actually enter and bait that Black Dragon form out, to expend that Black Dragon format, to eliminate it from the equation, and they actually went for Oh My Jenny and Gumi. That was a beautiful yin-yang overturn for the side of Oh My Jenny, but 5 members of Vietnam were already there prepared to bring down that Kagura for their side as the Black Dragon form will connect.
Oh, there you go.
Petrify here for the side of Benno. Once again, PS with a shutdown on TIT as well as Joe. But will they be able to hold on as Meow continuing to dish out the split damage on Benno as well as Bronze and TNTK continuing their free hit.
Oh, the split is really
do a lot of damage, but the Earth Shatter there will knock up Benno. Will Benno go down? No, he won't. He will be able to survive as they try to bring down the Luminous Lord here. But Myanmar going in for the full aggression, trying to bring out the inhibitor tower here in the mid lane, now going for the top lane. But on the other hand, the split was actually good, but couldn't deal enough damage to bring out Benno over there. TNTK as well as Bronze was doing everything they can. The Primal Wrath was casted as well as the real world manipulation, but for some reason, Benno was just holding on for his team.
Yeah, Benno, speaking of Benno, he's already a pseudo tank or a semi tank in this case already. He only has the war axe here, but if you take a look at the rest of his items, it's actually tanky items, the radiant armor as well as the anti-cuirass, which actually explains a lot why he was able to withstand everything that Vietnam was throwing at him. But still, you know what, Vietnam right now, the retaliation from Vietnam is quite deadly, and it was a good call actually earlier on for Benno to go in for the Black Dragon form and take down TIT, which is actually the biggest problem here for Myanmar to deal with. They need to reach TNTK, they also need to reach TIT here. So if you take a look at Vietnam, really, their composition, double marksman, count the Yi Sun Shin there, it is going to be quite detrimental in this late game. Here comes a conceal play
here for
from
the side
Bronze.
of Vietnam. Will Bronze be able to connect that knockup? No, it won't, as Vietnam, no initiation left for their side. Black Dragon form as well as the Circling Eagle and that Yin Yang Overturn is still up there to be casted, but no team seems to be budging in, no team trying to advance, rather as TIT is busy over there clearing up the lanes. The Lord will respond in 5 seconds, but which team will initiate the clash first? If you're Vietnam, you really have to initiate this clash, because if Myanmar takes down this Luminous Lord yet again, it's GG. The GG push will commence as Meow not in a good position here. Split play will be casted as well as the YSS ult. Benno going in for the backline with the Black Dragon form, but unfortunately the follow-up wasn't just there. Will there be another bush play here for the side of Myanmar? Oh my Jenny as well as Gumi is trying to stay there in the bush, trying to surprise and catch Vietnam off guard, but Vietnam with the discipline continuing to just create space, maintain space, dish out the proper damage that they need with a beautiful knock-up here on PS. PS will go down in hands of the TNTK with that real-world manipulation. Bronze and Meow now leading the charge for Vietnam, but a beautiful Yin Yang Overturn as well as Circling Eagle will connect against TNTK. The Primal Wrath will also be casted here, but look at, come on, Benno still going right after TIT, but will they be able to get the Lord away from Vietnam? As a beautiful flame shot skill from Oh My Jenny to steal that Luminous Lord despite their jungler not in the equation. Oh My Jenny once again doing wonders for his team.
Oh my, indeed. Oh my, Jenny is the name of this game, giving Myanmar the early lead. And right now with that snipe steal, with that flame shot, really, this is kind of like Myanmar saying, yeah, it's fine, you took down PS, but we still got Oh my, Jenny's flame shot. And right after that, really, what an upset. I thought it was going to be Vietnam solidifying or by getting that Lord. And now it is going to be really a very, very deadly clash once again here. Benno really zoning out the three members here from the side of Vietnam as they go in and cancels out the real world manipulation. The Lord is still alive here, Ingen, as the members of Myanmar continue their onslaught. Meow is taken down. 4 members left here for the side of Vietnam as the Lord will finally go down. Gloomy with a double kill, but of course Vietnam with their resiliency still saving the base. But take a look at the minion waves as the members of Myanmar, they going for the tower up and gets a victory up against Vietnam in this very first game in a best out of 3 series. What a game! The steals, the kills, the zoning from these two teams, Vietnam and Myanmar. And of course, no doubt, the MVP of this game was PS. A lot of outplays on this Paquito with a 7.35 KDA. And of course, we have to give it, of course, to Oh My Jenny as well with the snipe flame shot on that Lord. Really highlights for you, Oh My Jenny. A lot of highlights here for Myanmar, but of course, kudos to Myanmar for winning in the first game of this series. But Ingen, I feel like you gotta agree with me here. The flame shot steal really sealed the deal. for
Flame
Myanmar.
shot steal was indeed the highlight of the whole game. Might be a potential contender for the highlight of the whole invitational, as that flame shot Lord steal was the vital key to bring down Vietnam there in a very, very tight and heated match in game 1 of the semifinals. But you know, that steal and that flame shot wouldn't be possible without Benno actually zoning out TIT. TIT was nowhere near that Lord pit because of the sustain as well as the CCs coming in from Benno. But we all have to give credit also to the MVP PS, doing a lot of early damage, a lot of bursting damage here for the side of Myanmar, doing a lot of cleanup crews, picking a lot of kills, picking a lot of solo kills, isolated plays. But oh my gosh, Oh My Jenny!
Oh My Jenny!
Yes, indeed. You deserve that name, you deserve that expression, and of course, you deserve that win. Oh My Jenny, that flame shot Lord Steal. I mean, come on.
It's so accurate, really. Who would have thought, really? Oh My Jenny. I actually thought, because it was TIT actually almost securing in that Lord. They were all there, all around the Lord, but Oh My Jenny, really. On this Kagura, but it's like he has a straight ruler going in for the flame shot with that final kill. I feel like if it went to the side of Vietnam, it would have given them an opening. But seriously, Oh My Jenny, early game until the late game, he was very, very consistent. The flame shot steal sealed the deal. But now, of course, we still have one more game, and this is going to be a match point, Ingen, between Vietnam and Myanmar. But right now, I'm gonna be having to pass the mic once again back to our lovely host, Miss Aya Ez Maria. Your thoughts about that final flame shot steal?
Thank you so much, Ingen and Burger Kim. Oh My Jenny, indeed. I think that's my one word to describe what happened there. Oh My Jenny. I won't be saying oh my god anymore. I think I'm gonna start saying Oh My Jenny from now on. Like, that's just crazy. That's crazy. The play, the flame shot steal, everything. But I think this is Vietnam's first ever face-off against Myanmar, as far as I know. And Myanmar did leave a mark in the previous matches, like taking a clean sweep against Laos and removing the undefeated title from the PH in the earlier parts of our games here in the Razers Invitational. Yet Vietnam also had those notable moments and achievements, like getting a clean sweep against Malaysia and a 1-1 versus Thailand. Both teams, honestly, in my personal opinion, are kind of performing steadily so far. They have their own ace cards, like Vietnam's Joe or Myanmar's Oh My Jenny. So personally, you know, with what went down earlier in the fight today, I'm still curious and it's quite difficult to tell if Myanmar will keep up this kind of momentum towards game number 2, or can we see a turnaround? Can we see a change of strategy here in Vietnam? Can they adapt and adjust to retake that glory and win in game number 2? So things are getting more intense here because we are now right down to road to finals here, because that is tomorrow, guys. And if Myanmar still continues to get this in the bag in game number 2, they will move again towards the finals tomorrow, where they're going to face off all the other titans waiting for them in our final day for the Razers Invitational 2022. And things are just gonna get sweeter, juicier, and more intense here in the MLBB series. And who would have thought that the mobile esports in gaming would be this huge? I mean, if you're looking to become the next esports star yourself, like what we're doing right now, this is the reason why, the major reason why we're doing the Razer Invitational is looking for those next rising star. You can also, describe this or see this as like a boot camp for those aspiring teams who just want to get there. This is a really, really good place to go for that. And with Razer, we are supplying every upgrade or the best in tech technology for smartphones, for peripherals, and everything in between. So you can stay on top of your game. So how's about cranking up your iOS device with the Razer Kishi Universal Gaming Controller, gain unhindered controls for your mobile games with its clickable analog thumbsticks and the ultra low latency gameplay. So what are you waiting for? Make your move. And speaking of what are you waiting for? Go to Team Razer Facebook page because we're giving away some goodies from Razer. A Razer phone cooler chroma, a Razer Kishi, and then a bundle of everything along with the Hammerhead True Wireless Pro, the phone cooler chroma, and the Razer Kishi. All of that combined. All you have to do is guess or pick out who do you think will win tomorrow in our Razor's Invitational, and we'll also be announcing the winner tomorrow on 27th, the last day of our tournament. I'm gonna miss you guys, but we still have one more game, and to prepare for that, give us 10 minutes. 10 minutes? I think a few minutes to prepare for game number 2. Let's see if we're gonna end in a stalemate or a retake here. We'll find out. So stay tuned, guys. Only here in the Razor's Invitational 2022.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
once again here at the Razer C Invitational 2022 MLBB series, and we are down to the second to the last day of the entire tournament where we are conducting the semis. And earlier on today, it was Indonesia who took a clean sweep against the Philippines with a 2-0. Indonesia is now moving forward to the finals right there, but Philippines will be battling for the third. And the previous game, it was Myanmar taking that flawless victory against Vietnam. And things are getting crazier and crazier here in our Razer C tournament. And I just want you guys to hold on to your seats because this is not yet the end. Vietnam still has a chance to retake that win and end up in a stalemate, or will they end up a clean sweep with Myanmar taking a 2-0 from them? But before anything else, of course, Razer is always here to help you gear up for the competition because we want to groom that next rising esports star. Gain the winning edge for mobile gaming. So use the code that appear in the stream at therazer.com checkout to secure these limited time specials. Yes, in other words, we are giving away discounts for you guys if you go to razer.com, purchase a product from us, and during the checkout, use this code Invitational C 2022 to get your favorite Razer product to level up your gaming. And okay, so I think we're ready for game number 2 in the second series, the final series for tonight. And we are now on the road to the finals. Again, hold on to your seats because it's going to be a bumpy ride. Time to call our casters from the Philippines, Dengan and Burger Kim, to unveil to us game number 2.
As Maria on it once again, and she did mention it will be a bumpy ride. Let's see if it will be a smooth one for Myanmar if they do get a clean sweep 2-0, or will Vietnam force out a game number 3? Welcome back to the Razer Invitational Southeast Asia. My name is Burger Kim, and together with me is Ingrid Nation, and will be your shoutcasters once again for this very last game, potentially the last game if ever Myanmar does win this one. Let's head on to the drafting phase. Myanmar this time on the blue side, which means they will be having the privilege of getting the first pick. Ingan, any thoughts on special bans that both Myanmar and Vietnam need here?
Sir,
One tip for Vietnam. Ban Oh My Jenny, period.
your team is banned.
I'm not so sure if they can do that. I mean, that will be quite unfair, right? A 4v5 situation. But yeah, I think what Ingrid is trying to say here is that Oh My Jenny is, of course, the reckoned here in the Invitational, especially for the side of Myanmar. His Kagura, a lot of heroes he can bring out, will definitely really step up for Myanmar. Earlier on in game number 1, we've seen Oh My Jenny on the Kagura, the flame shot steal, and the early game lead that he actually gave to Myanmar was really, really very vital for them to secure in the win. But of course, we cannot just count Vietnam out. Yet they have had a spectacular run, and right now Myanmar taking already all the possible junglers here for the side of Vietnam, the Fanny as well as the Lancelot. And on the other hand here for Vietnam, since they know Myanmar is going to be having the first pick, taking out all the possible S tier heroes in the list. Will they actually take out the Paquito this time? I mean, Myanmar PS on the Paquito in game number 1 was super, super deadly.
Yes, indeed. And if you're Vietnam, if you do decide to focus on banning Oh My Jenny's heroes, it's just so happens that Oh My Jenny has a lot of heroes to play.
Right.
And even if you manage to ban every single mid laner, you still have to deal with Benno's heroes as well as PS. And not to mention Black's Lolita was actually a very, very good pick here for the side of Myanmar, setting up a lot of Numenum Blast for his respective teams. So if you're Vietnam, all you can do is actually hope that you continue to hold on and capitalize on those mistakes Myanmar will make, and eventually, make this a 1-1 series and duke it out for game 3.
Yeah, already respecting again the performance of Gumi earlier on this Lunox. The dives, all the order of brilliance, the chaos assaults was just too much for Vietnam to handle, which means that the Beatrix, which seems to be Gumi's favorite, and who could have forgotten the backdoor play that Myanmar did up against the Philippines with the Beatrix, is open for Gumi to take. And now, first pick, priority pick for Myanmar, and it will definitely be the Paquito that had a spectacular run. And now, Vietnam can actually answer it out with the, I would say an Esmeralda would be good. Oh, there you go, the Esmeralda. And Ingen, I just would like to clarify once again that I am not the coach of either teams. I'm just really making guesses here. Paquito and the Eve for Vietnam. So now Myanmar can actually answer it out with, I'm thinking Lolita and the
Glue.
once again Beno. Beno with the Yuzong that can answer out to the Eve. Earlier on, you also saw that Beno on the Yuzong just zoning everyone from Vietnam. So I feel like that would be a great pickup. I mean, if they don't pick this up, it can be banned out in the second phase. But of course, the Beno will shake things up by actually bringing out the glue this time that can actually deal with also the Eve on the backlines. And now, Oh My Jenny, classic Oh My Jenny pickup as well. The Lilia, which has been banned in the first phase, this time being opened up right now as Vietnam solidifies their draft with the Kufa.
Horology is my your
No, if you think Oh My Jenny's Kagura is scary, Lilia, Oh My Jenny's Lilia is scarier. Oh My Jenny's been dishing out a lot of good outplays here when he has that Lilia in his hands. Partner it up with PS's comfort hero Paquito. Oh my Jenny! Oh my Myanmar indeed! So far, they have a good lineup, a lot of comfort picks here for PS as well as Oh My Jenny. You mentioned that Beatrix is indeed up for grabs, which is
Your
Gumi's
team
comfort
is
hero
banned.
as well. You keep mentioning the backdoor play. We keep mentioning that because that was actually a vital,
Yeah,
a
memorable.
vital game. Yes, a memorable game that the Philippines needed to win in order to solidify their lead. But for some reason, Myanmar was just
team
able
is
to
banned.
bring down the Philippines and stop their momentum. And actually, that translated to their loss against Indonesia. So Myanmar with a huge assist for Indonesia as they take down the Philippines. But on the other hand, Vietnam still going with that Diggy ban as well as that show. But Myanmar focusing now on Joe's heroes. Banning out that Lancelot as well as that Hayabusa, but the YSS is still up for grabs for Vietnam.
The YSS, the Ling is also up for grabs, and since Beno went for the glue, it is going to be the Yuzong this time. So there is a lot of heroes here from Vietnam that can zone away the heroes of Myanmar. Myanmar, on the other hand, they have two tanky heroes already. So what's going to be the hero for Black? Perhaps the Lolita. And as for Gumi, I feel like Gumi can definitely go for either the Clint or the Beatrix. Depends on what he actually prefers. Since, yeah, this is actually quite surprising. I am not so sure who's going to be the jungler here for the side of Vietnam. But I did mention this earlier on. They already have two tanky heroes for Myanmar. And Vietnam has a lot to zone. And of course, what better way to actually counter out all those zoning, all those frontliners, all those dives from Vietnam? It is going to solidify with the high loss pick coming in from Myanmar. So last pick here, I feel like, oh, this is going to be a gold lane, perhaps a gold lane. It's a gold lane Esmeralda. So this means that the Yuzong will definitely go to the EXP lane, and Vietnam, what will they go for their jungler? Will they actually, they can go for a Ling this time? There's a lot of heroes to zone them out, but they will go for the carry jungler. I get it. I get the carry. It has been adjusted, and carry is known to take down tanky heroes. I get it. There's a lot of tanky heroes on the side of Myanmar, but this is definitely not going to do well up against the Paquito when it comes to the early game. So now the story for Vietnam is to hold out until the very end, make those tanky heroes sustain their lanes, and wait for Joe's power spike on this carry.
Yes, indeed. Carry is indeed a tank killer, but a late game hero rather. So for Vietnam, the challenge is actually to hold on long enough for Carry's power spike. But on the other hand, we've seen this composition from the Philippines, a similar composition for heroes, CC heroes for the side of Vietnam, but not enough to deal damage. Although they can crowd control the opposing team, but the sustain coming from the opposing team as well as the damage just lacks for the side of the team that has the most CCs. So far I'm not liking, or I'm not leaning towards the lineup of Vietnam. They do have the CCs, they can do a lot of initiations, a lot of dives, but they have to wait for Joe to for Joe's power spike. They have to wait for the late game. They have to hold this long enough for Joe to burst out the tanky heroes of Myanmar.
Yeah, I kind of get it as well. I mean, Vietnam, they have three tanky heroes in front, and at the same time, you have to take them down before you can take down TNTK. So now, the biggest problem here for Myanmar is how to reach TNTK and Joe. I mean, the only heroes that can actually reach it is actually perhaps Benno or even Black. The bronze already getting chunked down real low this early of a game. The pressure from Myanmar is on as these two teams, of course, they wanna, for Vietnam, they definitely want to force out the game number 3. But as for Myanmar, obviously, you guys want to close this out with a solid 2-0. But now there's not much that can be said. But what I can point out, definitely on the gold lane, this is not something you see very often. And Esmeralda up against Gumi's Beatrix, which seems to be a comfort pick. And at the same time, Beatrix can definitely last long in terms of range. But as for the Esmeralda, you can put in that pressure on your lane.
Yes, indeed. But if you're Vietnam, you really have to focus on those team clashes, but not initiate those clashes, rather, since you have to wait for Joe's power spike. But Myanmar is known for those isolated clashes, for those tower dives, for those initiations. So Myanmar, I believe, can be aggressive right now as Black with a stun against Joe. Joe forced to back away, but on the other hand, the Tyrant's revenge here on Baron's to dish out a lot of damage, but Meow for some reason was able to stun the remaining members of Myanmar as Myanmar on a full-blown retreat. That was a beautiful engagement for Meow as well as Bronze to force Myanmar to back away, especially since the turtle rather, is up for grabs now as we approach the 2-minute mark.
2 minutes and yet still no casualties here. And yeah, Gumi still doing pretty well. Already one level up ahead of TIT, but here comes the turtle pit. Up for the grabs for both of these. Here comes the Black Dragon form as well as Joe getting the proper position, but Benno gets the steal with no flame shot this time as Vietnam right now on a full retreat. That's Oh My Jenny still going in for the bombs as Bronze is forced to flicker out. Black shoes popped in as well by Oh My Jenny. Still no casualties here for both of these teams, but Oh My Jenny still goes at it and takes down Meow. First blood again goes to the side of Myanmar.
Oh My Jenny needs to capitalize on the early game. He knows he can dish out the damage. He knows he has the sustain. He knows he has the black shoes. That's why he's very aggressive. But on the other hand, Benny with a split, securing the turtle for their team and actually dishing out a lot of damage as well, sustaining the damage output coming from Vietnam. So good coordination once again for the side of Myanmar. Now they have what they wanted after all, to be able to get that first blood, especially to Oh My Jenny, so Oh My Jenny can control the pace in the mid lane as well as dictate the rotation. So now Joe is forced to actually just farm inside his jungle. It's really gonna be hard now for Joe to actually rotate since there's already a power spike here coming in from Oh My Jenny.
Yeah, Oh My Jenny. Really, that was the name of the game earlier on. Will it be the same? So far, Oh My Jenny has been supporting Vietnam to its fullest potential right now, leading them to game number 2. And now Black and Oh My Jenny rotation here on the bot side as Gumi is with the range that Gumi has, can definitely poke in the towers here of Vietnam as compared to an Esmeralda that needs to dive in or that needs to get real close here to Gumi to be able to secure in the kill. But 20 seconds after this Incan, we are going to be seeing another turtle coming in for the side. But oh, look at this. Here comes Bronze with the bouncing ball, but not enough as Black and PS will take him down. TIT is the next one on the chopping board as PS will be forced to retreat. A lot of gold plating once again for the side of Myanmar as they take this first-tier tower on the bot.
This is what we were mentioning a while ago. A lot of CC for the side of Vietnam. A lot of sustain, but the damage, they just couldn't dish out the damage that they need. Especially if you're going up against a Glue as well as an Hylos. And of course your core is Paquito. Gumi with a solo kill against TIT there in the bottom lane, but a knockup coming in from Bronze against Vino, but with a split right in time to zone out and actually dish out a lot of damage. Blackers will be casting, but PS will bring down Bronze in that beautiful flash set up by Vino as well as Oh My Jenny.
Beautiful timing of the split, knocking back Bronze, taking him out, and without any knockoff strike, with him being contained, he couldn't be able to do the setups that he wanted. And here, Myanmar, take a look at Gumi on a rampage on the bot side earlier, taking down one tower, and again, taking the tower on the top side. A lot of map control here for Vietnam once again. And if you take a look at the gold lead, no doubt it is Myanmar leading this one with a 4K gold lead. Once again, this is the same thing that they had earlier on in game number 1, and they are looking to continue the hot streak that they have as TNTK gets knocked up by PS. Once again, Myanmar 5-0. No answer from Vietnam.
If you notice, Black would actually expanded his flicker to be able to stun TNTK for that PS kill once again. So Hylos very aggressive. He mentioned that it might be hard for Hylos and Glue to go in for that front line and for that back line, but for some reason they just seem to do everything they can as the Tyrant's Rage will connect, but the flicker will be expanded. Real world manipulation to bring down Benno, but will Benno be alive? No, TNTK with a beautiful kill as TIT as well as Mia will cast out their ultimates to zone out Myanmar and prepare for another turtle clash here, but PS going in for TNTK. Look at the damage coming for TNTK. What a good stun coming in for Black as he was able to cast that luminous, glorious pathway rather to zone out the remaining members as they take down a tier 1 tower here in the mid lane to set up yet another uncontested turtle take for the side of Myanmar.
Oh, Myanmar really speeding things up right now. And if you take a look at Joe and PS, both of our junglers, Joe already heading on to the third item, but PS rather, heading on to the third item. No turtle takes here for the side of Vietnam. 2 turtles goes to the side of Myanmar. Now, with the goal lead that Myanmar has and the map control, seriously, will this game even last longer than 20 minutes? Let's see as we head on, as Myanmar continues their onslaught time after time again, and now they are looking to solidify their grasp here as well on the bot side, potentially getting Meow here at a very tight spot. Bronze with the Tyrant's Rage gets 2 as Black is forced to pop in that glorious pathway. Beautiful execution by Vietnam, and now a little Azrael. I feel like they were a little bit too deep there, a little bit too overzealous for Myanmar to go that deep. Benno and Black goes down, which means there is no one left here, but still, look at Gumi's range, really. Seriously, this Beatrix. It's kind of like a Layla. Look at that. He's not even going into the tower. And they
no
take
creeps
it down.
needed.
Yeah, it's fine. You just need my Renner, and then we can just go for the push.
But that was also a beautiful Tyrant's Rage and Revenge combination for Bronze to be able to secure that double kill for the side of Vietnam. But on the other hand, I do like to note that BK actually predicted somewhat of the outcome of this game. It's all about the comfort pick. She mentioned that Fallen Star Moon will be used to evade, but look at the damage from PS as well as Oh My Jenny. And as I was saying, BK taught us that, you know, the Philippines, they gave away the Lancelot comfort pick for Brand. That's why they lost. But right now, Vietnam giving away PS's comfort pick. That Paquito, and is actually doing wonders for the side of Myanmar. No respect bans there for the comfort pick of PS, which is now they can. Because of that, Vietnam can actually feel the mistake of that drafting and banning phase right now, giving PS once again his comfort pick. And you also mentioned that with a Kufra, they can actually turn things around as the Tyrant's Rage and Revenge will connect to bring down Black there. But on the other hand, Lilia bringing down and bursting down Bronze there, Dragon, Black Dragon form, and as well as the Falling Star Moon beautifully connecting for the side of Vietnam. But the sustain is not there. That damage output was just so strong enough that Bronze couldn't handle any more damage as a Falling Star Moon will charge right now, but will it be able to connect? No, it will not be used once again as the Lord resets, as well as both teams will disengage.
disengaged. 7-4 is our score right now in the 9-minute mark. And you mentioned the comfort pick here for PS. Yeah, I was actually expecting them to take away the Paquito. It's insane damage coming in from PS, who already, by the way, secured in 3 full damage items, which is the Hunter Strike, the War Axe, as well as the, oh, this is nasty, the Malefic Roar for PS. So every single dive here is going to matter. Take a look at his position here, but Joe is also starting to hurt here, already securing in the Thunderbelt and the Windtalker as well. But I was just talking about PS. Look at the stock ups, look at the strikes from this Paquito. Super deadly. So now we are going to be waiting once again for the setups coming in from Bronze. We saw it earlier on, and if he can actually do that once again, it will be fantastic for the side of Myanmar. But Vietnam, they are looking to contest this, but they also know this as well. Bronze goes in for the knockup strike, but whoa, the damage for PS is just too much to handle. As now Vietnam, they are forced to go on a retreat. Nice Tyrant's Rage, but it is going to be PS taking out the Lord, but the bombs from our Brillia, it is so painful as now Vietnam going to force to back away from the clash as TIT is the only one left.
This is what you mentioned all throughout the break, BK. They have a lot of CCs. It's all connecting, but for some reason, Myanmar sustaining every single damage taken by Vietnam. The Glorious Pathway will be used to bring down that inhibitor tower, as well as the Falling Star Moon will connect. But then again, CCs keep connecting for the side of Vietnam, but they just couldn't dish out the damage that they need, as Myanmar will be forced to maximize the resources of Vietnam and wait for the Lord to charge there in the top lane. Yet again, BK, your analysis on point. Not just the drafting, not just the banning phase, but actually the outcome of the game.
I was just making a sweet guess, but you know, Vietnam, really, Joe is going for the semi-tanky carry build, so it is going to be really hard to do. Wait for that power spike as Vietnam, once again, Myanmar's onslaught is not stopping as they will be able to take this inhibitor tower on the top side. Meow forced to pop up that Black Dragon form, and they are on the full retreat once again. Myanmar 2 down for the side of Vietnam as Myanmar still intact for this 12-minute mark.
Yes, indeed. 2-0 clash for the side of Myanmar as PS continues to dish out damage against Joe, but they went for the GG push instead as Myanmar will face Indonesia in the grand finals of the Razer Invitational Southeast Asia 2022. Unexpected outcomes, exciting matches, and now we will see two tyrants face each other tomorrow at the grand finals. Props to the two teams. Myanmar securing a 2-0 sweep against Vietnam, as well as Indonesia sweeping the Philippines. Very worthy, very good teams, and of course very exciting teams will headline tomorrow's event. Myanmar finishing the game 12 minutes 21 seconds. Oh my Jenny, Black, Bino, and of course Gumi, as well as PS. Congrats, 14-4, such a one-sided game. BK as well, congrats to you for your predictions on point. So now, BK, before we head back to Miss Aya, I'm pretty sure a lot of the fans are wondering what's your prediction for tomorrow's game, since you've been completely right all throughout the series.
Yeah, you know what? I have to do a little bit more research on that, but tomorrow definitely you guys are up for a treat as it's going to be Myanmar and Indonesia. Who would have thought? Myanmar and Indonesia, right? We were expecting perhaps like Myanmar and the Philippines, but of course for you Filipino fans, for you Vietnamese fans, there are still more tomorrow as the Philippines and Vietnam will now battle it out for the 3rd and 4th spot here in the Razer Invitational. I do have to point out as well in this game, just to sum all of our thoughts up, like it was such a crazy fast game, 12 minutes, and just really don't give Myanmar the comfort picks. They got 3 of them. It's the Beatrix, the Lilia, as well as the Paquito. Obviously deadly combo, which is why it enabled them to rotate so fast in the map. But With that being said, I would have to say tomorrow could be really unpredictable. I mean, every time you head into the semifinals, every time you head into the finals, all of these teams have something new up their sleeve. And today we kind of saw a glimpse of it. Joe bringing out the carry. I was expecting it to be like a damage carry going in for the Demon Hunter sword and perhaps like damage items, but this time went for a tanky carry. I mean, I get it, you gotta sustain, but tomorrow I feel like we'll be seeing more for both for all of the teams actually that will battle it out in the grand finals. But I am super excited. How about you, Ingan? Which are you looking forward to? Like, is it the Philippines, Vietnam, or is it the grand finals, which is like Myanmar and Indonesia?
Actually, both series tomorrow is actually such a treat for the fans of MLBB as well as the fans of Team Razer. I mean, come on, such a dream matchup between the Philippines against Vietnam, and two teams formerly under the radar now reigning supreme as they duke it out for yet a 30,000 USD prize pool. And of course, bragging rights as well as bringing pride to their respective nations. I mean, Indonesia, Myanmar, BK, who would have thought this would happen? I mean, I'm so shocked, but although unexpected, unpredicted, well-deserved for both teams, and for sure the fans are in it for a treat tomorrow. So make sure to mark your calendar, set your alarms, because tomorrow we will expect an all-out brawl.
Yeah, all out brawl. We've been seeing it this entire invitational. I do have to actually give our everyone here a glimpse of what will happen tomorrow as well. Don't forget to catch Oh My Venus. Yes, if we have Oh My Jenny here for Myanmar, we also have Oh My Venus from the Philippines giving us a masterclass, of course. For those of you fans of MLBB, Oh My Venus is part of Blacklist International, was able to secure in the M3 World Championships for the Philippines. Of course, you want to hear it out from the best of the best. Today we heard from Vice, and tomorrow you'll be hearing it from Oh My Venus herself, the queen. So better watch out for that. Better watch out for all these exciting games. But again, right now, we also have to hear it from, yes, a queen herself, Miss Aya Esmaria.
Wow.
Back to you.
Wow, I'm also a queen. We're all queens today. We're all queens tonight. Even VK is a queen. Oh my Jenny's a queen. Oh my Venus a queen. Can we also say Ingan's a queen? Just for tonight. But anyways, that was quick. That was really flawless coming from Myanmar, turning out to be another Titan showing up against another Titan, which is Indonesia. And that match from Oh My Jenny to Oh My Paquito with a 6-0-3. Just wanted to commend Paquito on that. Myanmar on a full charge here for the win towards the finals, of course. And that's it. Myanmar will be facing Indonesia tomorrow, and then I think Philippines versus Vietnam, and it will be a battle for the third place. And I was going to ask the casters actually about what can we expect about tomorrow, but looks like they have already unveiled to us what we can look forward to on what's gonna happen on the last day of the Razer C Invitational. And before I call them back again, I think, I believe that one of the main factors to winning games is communication. So using the Razer Black Shark Vita Pro, it materializes that because it has good mic, very good sound quality, and it's very light on the head. Even hours of using this, we've been using this for the entire 12 days of the Razer C Invitational, and boy, it's still as comfortable as the first day that we put this on our heads, and it never disappointed us, not even one bit. And again, please don't forget, because we are going to announce the winner on the 27th. That is tomorrow after the finals for our giveaway with the one Razer phone cooler chroma, a Razer Kishi, and then a bundle of Hammerhead True Wireless Pro, Razer phone cooler chroma, and a Razer Kishi. So please don't miss out on that. Today, I think, would be the last day to join the giveaway. So go to Team Razer Facebook page and comment on who do you think will win tomorrow. Will it be Indonesia? Will it be Myanmar? Now we have those names out there. You can definitely have more chances of winning because it will be a 50-50 match tomorrow. Let's see what's going to be the outcome. And actually I have a few questions for the casters since yeah, can we bring them in here before we wrap up the stream? Because tomorrow's a big day. You know, we want them to rest and relax. But I have like just a few questions, like two questions for BK and Ian. Can you guys join me here? Hello, Queen. Queen Ian.
Ian included. Ian included. Just say yes.
Queen
Just say
Ian.
yes.
Yes.
You have no yes, Queen. Yes, you have no
Yes.
choice. You're a queen.
You have no choice here. You're outnumbered 2v1, right?
Two females against one male. Actually, Ingan already got ahead of me. I was going to ask you, BK, about the predictions on tomorrow, but you said it would take or involve a lot more research to really know who's gonna come out
Yeah.
as the grand champion for the Razer's Invitational. So let's just backtrack a bit here because I'm really curious. Like Indonesia turning out to be the unexpected titan powerhouse here in the Razer's Invitational. They used to be an underdog. They have the David and Goliath story. And what do you think Indonesia is doing right to go this far, to have that kind of force that everyone's afraid of right now? And what do you think was Philippines' mistake in that game number 2 when I really thought they got it in the bag? Everything just went to shambles. Like, what are they doing right and what are they doing wrong so far? So let's start with BK and then Ingan. Queen Ingan.
You just gotta accept it right now. Yeah, let me okay, let's go to the Philippines first because I really thought like you I really thought that the Philippines got it in the bag. But unfortunately, really the clashes, Indonesia was so calculated. They did like target lock on heroes that need to be locked, like Toshi, right? And right after that, it was just downhill for the Philippines. I feel like they gave a lot of the comfort picks to Indonesia, really. The Lancelot, I feel like that should have been banned out for the Philippines. They wanted to try something new. I really, honestly, I love teams. Like, regardless of which country you are, I am a fan of uncontemporary picks. I myself use uncontemporary heroes, even the heroes at the bottom of the popularity list. I love a good underdog story, but honestly, it could have worked out, but just really a lot of comfort picks in Indonesia. I feel like that should be the key tomorrow for Myanmar to actually consider before they head on to the grand finals. And moving on to the part we're in, like predictions about Vietnam and the Philippines. Just to give you guys like a glimpse of like tournament life in general, like all these teams, they bring out like the meta picks in the playoffs, in the qualifiers. Like, these are the standard picks that you see in ranked games, what's in. But you know what, when it comes to the grand finals, when it comes to the playoffs, really all of these teams, I'm pretty sure they have something up their sleeves. Really, that's something I have to point out. I've been seeing this pattern ever since I started casting, so I am going to be seeing it. I feel like I'm going to be seeing it once again tomorrow. So I am so excited, honestly, and I'll miss you guys. It has been such a long run, but I really enjoyed it. Yeah, one more day to go.
There's one more day. I believe that team should be taking down notes from BK because she always guesses it right. She always predicts it right. Ian, do you agree?
Yeah,
She can be a coach.
I am open for any coaching opportunities or analysts. I always wanted to do that, but I'm so passionate about the game. I feel like it just goes to show with my predictions as well. Yeah, that's about it. Like, really, I am open for coaching opportunities. Wink.
Wink. From caster BK to maybe Coach BK someday.
You'll never know. I'm actually the one behind that, so you'll never know. Maybe the next invitational. Who knows, right?
Right? It will be different this time. What about you, Ingan? What are your thoughts for tomorrow? We asked BK kasi. What about you? Like, I just want to know, like, an overall general opinion.
Let's go,
I
Queen
know.
Ingrid.
Headline of the matchup tomorrow between Ka and Oh My Jenny. Tyrants clashing. I mean, we highlight these players not because we're biased or what, but because they've been performing so very well. I mean, Very instrumental in Indonesia's comeback and momentum. I mean, that Esmeralda, that Yu Zhong, and that holding on to victory. I love you, but on the other hand, oh my Jenny, for the for the 2 consecutive games, I mean with the first blood as well as that flame shot, Lord Steel.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, if you make these 2 players collide in a dream match, you would expect your eardrums to crash and break, because me and BK, we will be shouting our hearts out tomorrow, because such a dream matchup between Indonesia and Myanmar, as well as the battle for the 3rd place. Philippines, a former powerhouse, as well as Vietnam, the Savage Kings. I mean, if you put them in the same room, you will explode. That's how hype, that's how lit, and that's how fiery the matchups are for tomorrow. But for you fans, I know all of you are waiting for whoever will win, not the match, but the giveaway. So, I mean, I'm so happy for the whole 10 days being part of a beautiful team as well. Miss Aya, a queen host, as well as BK, a queen coach, analyst, and of course, yes, a very, very good and passionate MLBB player as well. And my heart extends also to the back end of Tier 1. So guys, I cannot wait and sleep for the matchup for tomorrow.
Yeah, I feel like
I
Ingen
am
is
so
just going to
hyped up.
wake up and play the entire time.
I know this is just crazy. One of the viewers actually said, "You all queen. See, we're all queen. Really, dream team."
See, that's now 3v1. 3v1, Ingen. You can't say no to that.
Yes,
I'm a
3v1
queen.
from
I
one of our
love to be a
special
queen.
viewers. Let's go. Hail to the queens. So, looks like that is it. That concludes day number 11, and we are going to prepare for a whopping day 12 tomorrow. It's going to be one epic matchup against Indonesia versus Myanmar. I can't wait to see the outcome of that, and also Philippines and Vietnam. I hope you guys had a blast, and of course, 3 p.m. Say, is it 3 p.m.? Actually, or would it be 5 again? 5. Okay, it is confirmed. 5 p.m. All right, there you have it from Yingen and BK themselves. 5K, 5K? What's 5K?
The prize pool, the prize pool. The
5
prize
p.m.
pool.
onwards, it is for we're joking it out for the 30,000 USD, not just 5K. 30,000 US dollars for the prize pool tomorrow. Let's see who's gonna take that win. And once again, thank you, Razer Black Shark V2 Pro. We're all wearing it, and Razer Siren True Wireless Pro. We're giving it away. Join the game, and special thanks again to Razer for Gamers by Gamers, Sea Games Federation, and of course Tier 1 Entertainment for making this tournament happen. But that is it for today, because tomorrow is a new day, a new fight, and a new battle for all of us. So once again, this has been Maria, Queen Ingen, and Queen BK signing out. Good night, folks. Bye-bye.
See you tomorrow, guys.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party.
Hi guys, welcome to my masterclass. I'm Danner James Del Rosario, also known as Wise, the jungler of Blacklist International. And I've been playing Mobile Legends since 2019. And ngayon tuturuan ko kayo kung paano maglaro ang isang jungler sa Mobile Legends. What you can expect sa masterclass na to is tuturuan ko kayo sa mga basics sa mga jungler and mga rotations and mga emblems and kung paano maging objective wise. Ang basic na kailangan na mechanics ng isang jungler ay makapag-farm ng early game and makapag-turtle for the team. Dapat ang focus ng isang jungler ay mag-farm muna within 5 minutes kasi mababa yung makukuha mong gold sa minion pagka wala pang 5 minutes ng game, and yun. Dapat makuha nyo yung turtle 2 minutes and then 4 minutes or makapag-gold plating sa side lane. Most of the jungler hero is nag-i-start sa blue buff because yung blue buff is may 10% cooldown reduction and greatly mana reduce sa mga skills, and hindi ka basta-basta maubusan ng mana, so makakapag-clear ka ng mga jungle camps mo agad. Ang red buff naman ay nagbibigay damage sa mga jungle creeps and minions and hero. And ang Little Wanderer naman ay nagbibigay ng movement speed kung sino ang nakakuha, and nagbibigay din ito ng vision sa part ng isang map. And ang Gold Grab naman ay mga nakatabi sa first tower ng side lane, and ito ay nagbibigay ng gold per second sa mga nakakuha ng Gold Grab. And yung mga normal jungle creeps naman is nagbibigay sa'yo ng health and mana regeneration pag napapatay mo ito at may gold din. One of the biggest objectives sa game is yung turtle and nag-respawn ito within 2 minutes ng game and most likely dun magka-clash yung mga kalaban. And pag nakuha mo ito, may shield ka and syempre yung kampi mo din. Pero yung kakampi mo, once na mawala yung shield, hindi na to mag-activate ulit. Pero yung sa nakakuha ng turtle, mag-activate ito pag nawala yung shield mo. Also to add, yung shield ng turtle is nag-last for 2 minutes. So ang respawn time nito is 2 minutes, 4 minutes, and 6 minutes ng game. Lastly, ang big objective ng Mobile Legends is the Lord. And nag-respawn ito 8 minutes ng game. So dito malalaman kung mananalo or matatalo kayo if nag-clash kayo sa Lord and then naubos kayo. Tapos nakuha pa ng kalaban yung Lord. So yun, GG na talaga. Doon nalalaman yung GG ng Lord. Sa level 1 ng Lord, wala pa siya masyadong effect and mismong Lord lang talaga mag-respond dun sa enemy base. And then yung level 2 naman may effect na siya, which is yung dadamage niya yung tower ng malaki. Magcha-charge yung Lord dun and then yun, malaki yung bawas nun sa tower. Ang mechanic behind sa Lord kung saan siya mag-respond is yung pinaka nabawasan na tower ng kalaban nyo. Example, 3 yung tower sa mid, bot, and top. Pareho ng third tower yun. Pero yung pinakabawas yung doon mag-respond yung Lord. So example, pinakabawas yung nasa mid. So doon mag-respond yung Lord. Sa mga beginners dyan, ang blue buff at red buff ay nag-respond every 2 minutes pagka patay nyo. And same with the turtle, every 2 minutes after mong mapatay yung turtle, mag-respond siya after 2 minutes. And yung Lord naman is 8 minutes siya nag-respond. Ang mga basic rotation naman sa Mobile Legends is after blue buff, pupunta ka sa Little Wanderer and then kiklear mo yung mga normal na green jungle mo and then red buff. Tapos magpo-4 ka na nun and then rotate ka sa either gold lane or XP lane. May secret pathing ako pero tingnan nyo na lang sa YouTube channel ko kasi secret information muna dito sa Razer Masterclass. Yung jungle pathing ko is more on XP lane kasi 1v1 lang doon and madalang pumunta yung mga roamer doon. Malaking gold yun pag naubos nyo pero pagka kasi gold lane dinalawan nyo, more likely andun yung roamer, yung marksman nandun. Pero XP lane, madalang siyang pansinin. So, mag-isa lang talaga yung XP lane doon. So, mas malaki yung chance nyong mag gold plating and malaking gold talaga makukuha nyo doon. Sa mga beginners dyan, may 3 type ng jungler, which is the assassin, tanky, and the scaling. So, for the assassin, ang best dito is Lancelot. Scaling is Shin or YSS, and yung tank naman is yung mga Barats and Garena, ganun. So makikita nyo na ginagamit ko yung yung tank and yung scaling. Madalang nyo ako makita assassin kasi yun nga, puro farm lang ng scaling lang. Ang mga ginagamit ko na scaling is yung YSS, Kimi, and Aldous kasi ito yung 3 hero na pinakamalakas talaga ako and pag naka-scale talaga sila, yung team mo, kailangan mo lang sabihin na protektahan nyo ako or sundan nyo ako and mananalo na tayo. Ganun ako mag-shot call pag naka-farm na ako and nakuha ko na yung mga item na kailangan ko, sasabihan ko lang si B, sasabihin ko lang si Edward, tingin lang kayo sa akin, wag nyo kayaan mamatay ako, protect nyo lang ako, panalo na to. Unang-una sa example ko is YSS sa scaling kasi yung ultimate niya ginagamit pagka kailangan nyo ng vision. So magaling kasi yung shot caller ng team namin, which is si Oh My Venus. So na-maximize niya pag nag-SS ako kung saan pupunta, saan dapat tumraid, and ayun, malaki talagang tulong nabibigay sa amin ng Shin. And yun talaga yung pinaka-master kong scaling kaya ako binansagang YSS. Si Kimi kasi is mage jungler, so madalang talaga siya magamit kasi most of the time kailangan ng physical attack sa isang jungler. Ang pangatlo ko na scaling is si Aldous. Isa sa pinaka-paborito ko din dahil ito yung scaling na makunat. Kung kilala niyo ako mag-Aldous, yung build ko is naka-tank. Pero masakit kasi yung first skill ni Aldous is scaling siya. So, pag nakaka-stack kayo, lalakas yung damage dealt nyo and ayun, nagko-complement yung tank and scaling Aldous. Kaya sobrang lakas din ng team namin pagka nakaka-scale ako. Kasi yun sa ulti din niya, yung mag-rundown kayo or may papatayin kayo, gamit na gamit namin yung Aldous doon. Sa mga tank jungle naman, tulad ni Barat at Karina, ang example ko lang is yung Barats, kaya niyang sumabay sa mga Lancelot, and yung mga Ling, Pakito, yung mga meta ngayon na jungler, assassin, kaya niyang sabayan. So, yun yung pinipick namin pang sabay sa mga assassin kasi kayang-kaya kong sumabay sa mga assassin pagka Barats gamit ko. Kasi tanky siya, katulad ni Aldous, pero hindi ganun kalaki yung damage. So, nagbibigay lang talaga ako ng kunat sa team ko para makaposition sila. Yung Karina jungle naman is another mage tank. So, hindi siya masyadong more on damage na mage, pero sobrang kunat niya and mabilis siya sa mga objective. And mabibigyan mo talaga ng sight yung mga kakampi mo pagka Karina jungle ka. Ang mga emblem na ginagamit ko for my scaling is Assassin emblem kasi halos lahat ng attack damage na jungle is Assassin emblem talaga yung ginagamit. So, dito makikita natin na may physical attack, cooldown reduction, and movement speed na pwede nyong makuha sa emblem. Ang kinukuha ko dito is yung movement speed. Kasi ang movement speed is yung pinaka-common and pinaka-useful na talent na makukuha nyo sa isang emblem. Kasi yun yung pinaka-balance na makukuha nyo sa isang talent, yung movement speed. Kaya never ako nagpi-physical attack and cooldown reduction. So, dito naman sa second line is may tatlo ulit tayo, which is the spell bump, crit chance, and physical pen. So, lagi akong physical pen dito kasi hindi ko nakikita na effective yung spell bump and yung critical chance. Pwede to sa mga marksman siguro, pero physical pen talaga ako. So, dito naman sa pangatlong line, meron tayong Killing Spree, High and Dry, and Bounty Hunter. So, yung dalawa lang dito yung pinaka nagagamit mo ngayon, which is yung High and Dry and yung Killing Spree. Yung Bounty Hunter, hindi siya masyadong effective ngayon. So, makikita nyo sa mga professional scene, walang masyadong gumagamit. And ang nagagamit lang is yung Killing Spree and High and Dry. Kasi yung Killing Spree, ang effect niya is slaying an enemy hero restores 12% max HP. And may movement speed pa to, 15% for 5 seconds. So, OP talaga siya, lalo sa mga outplay. Kunyari, nakapatay kayo, syempre magkakaroon kayo ng HP and movement speed. So, pang outplay talaga siya. Tapos etong High and Dry naman, which is yung pagka mag-isa yung kalaban, mas lalakas yung damage mo. Pili lang yung mga gumagamit nito. And Killing Spree talaga for me, lalo sa mga scaling ko. Yung item build ko naman sa mga scaling ko, lalo si YSS, is first item ko syempre boots muna, which is the attack speed boots ako parate. Hindi ako nagde-defensive boots kay YSS. Second item naman is syempre yung War Axe. Alam naman natin kung gaano ka-OP yung War Axe dahil sa passive nito. And maganda yung stats niya kasi guys for YSS, which is the physical attack, HP, and may cooldown reduction pa. So, perfect na perfect item for YSS. And third item naman is yung Blade of Despair, which is yung BOD. Kasi yung passive nito, pagka mababa na yung HP ng kalaban mo, mas tataas yung damage mo sa kanya. And etong item na rin na to is yung pinakamalaking physical attack sa game. And may movement speed din. So, ang fourth item ko kay YSS is yung Endless Battle. Napakadaming stats neto binibigay ng Endless Battle. So, sobrang lakas talaga neto for YSS. And pag nag-i-skill kasi kayo sa Endless Battle, may throw damage kayong makukuha sa Endless Battle. Depende sa taas ng physical attack nyo. And yung fifth item ko naman is yung Demon Hunter. Bakit Demon Hunter sa YSS? Kasi may attack speed to yung Demon Hunter. So, pagka may Demon Hunter na kayo, mabilis mag-switching sa YSS. And yung last item ko, dalawa lang nila last item ko. Nakadepende lang kung Malefic Roar or Immortality. Kasi yung Immortality, yun lang yung defensive ko. Tapos pag feeling ko naman, kaya ko nang walang defensive, magbibuild ako ng Malefic. Kasi pag confident ako na di ako mamatay or may support kayo katulad ni Omay Venus na gamit ay Estes or Rafaela, for sure di kita talaga kayo mamatay. So, doon, magbibuild ako ng Malefic doon instead of Immortality. So, yun yung build ko sa YSS. Gayahin nyo kasi super effective na ito. So, second hero na ituturo ko sa inyo, yung build is yung Kimi. And dito medyo crucial to kasi may ibang pro player na yung itemization nila is hindi masyadong tama sa ginagawa ko na tingin kong mas tama sa ginagawa nila. So, pakinggan nyo kasi medyo crucial talaga yung sa Kimi. And yung unang item ko is yung Arcane Boots. Syempre may Magical Pen yun na tamang-tama kay Kimi. Bukod sa Magical Boots, wala na akong maisip na boots kay Kimi kasi ito talaga pinaka-perfect. So, yung second item ko naman is yung Genius Wand. Bakit Genius Wand? Kasi Genius Wand, kada humihit kayo ng kalaban, nagamit yung magic skill nyo, ma-reduce yung magic defense nila. So, gumagana to sa per skill ni Kimi. Yung increase attack niya. Pero sa normal attack, hindi to gumagana. Second item natin yung Genius Wand. And third item natin, yung pinaka-crucial, Berserker's Fury, guys. Kung nagtataka kayo kung bakit Berserker's Fury, kasi yung Moonton, binap si Kimi na gumagana yung crit chance sa sa first skill niya, sa increase attack. So, crucial to dahil sobrang lakas talaga ng damage dealt niya pag na-build nyo na yung Berserker's Fury. Dati akong hater nung Berserker's Fury, pero nung tinry ko sa sarili ko, nagustuhan ko, and para sa akin talaga pinaka the best build yun, yung may Berserker's Fury. And yung fourth item nyo is the Ice Queen Wand. Pinaka-crucial din to na item kasi yung first skill nyo as a mage, damage nga, kahit attack lang, gagana dito yung Ice Queen Wand, guys. Nai-slow yung kalaban nyo pagka tumatama yung attack nyo sa kalaban. May slow yung Ice Queen Wand. And yung yung next item ko after Ice Queen Wand is the Holy Crystal kasi nag-increase yung magic power and nag-i-skill yon yung passive nun sa level nyo, guys. 21 to 35%. Pag nagle-level kayo, mas tumataas. And yung last item ko is Divine Glaive na nagbibigay din ng magic power and magic pen. So, perfect na perfect pag binaril nyo yung kalaban. Talagang napakasakit nung Kimi build na to. And kay Aldous, may dalawang boots lang kayo na option, which is yung Tough Boots and yung Warrior Boots. Bakit Tough Boots and Warrior Boots lang? Kasi yung Tough Boots, may may reduce siya ng CC or yung crowd control by 30%. So if may mga kalaban kayong may mga stun, so mag-build kayo ng Tough Boots kasi effective talaga kay Aldous yung mababawasan yung mga stun and yung mga crowd control talaga. And yung pangalawa is yung Warrior Boots, which is yung pagka may mga kalaban kayong mga Beatrix and yung may mga skill type naman na physical, effective yun kay Aldous. So nakadepende na lang sa inyo kung ano i-build nyo doon. And yung second item ko is yung Thunder Belt. Bakit Thunder Belt? Para siyang endless battle, pero ang item na endless battle tong Thunder Belt kasi kung makikita nyo naman, napaka-effective nung stats nung Thunderbelt kay Aldous kasi syempre 'di ba yung first skill niya susuntok and then ma-activate doon yung Thunderbelt, guys. And makikita niyo sa stats nung Aldous ng Thunderbelt, which is may HP, mana regen, cooldown and physical defense. So yun talaga ang first item ng Aldous. Pag wala to, huwag na kayong mag-Aldous, guys. And yung third item ko nga is yung pinaka-common lang ituturo ko sa inyo, which is yung Brute Force. Maganda to sa Aldous kasi yung effect ng Brute Force is pagka nagkakas kayo ng skill, nagkakaroon kayo ng increased movement speed, physical defense, and magical defense. So, may life hack dito kay Aldous, guys. Pag level 5 na yung first skill nyo and pag level 11 na kayo, hindi na mawawala yung effect ng Brute Force kada nagpa-first skill kayo. So, pindot lang kayo ng pindot ng first skill and yung Brute Force nyo, naka-max stacks lang palagi. So, laging magagamit nyo yung physical and magical defense and yung movement speed. So, sa mga di nakakaalam, syempre, nandito nga ako para ituro sa inyo yung mga gantong mga life hack. So, ayun, Brute Force Breastplate para sa third item ko. And yung fourth item ko naman is yung magic defense ako kasi kung mapapansin nyo, yung first and second item natin, physical defense. So, syempre, pagka may magic yung kalaban, manlalambot kayo pag wala kayong magical defense. So, ang fourth item natin is magical defense na. Ang favorite ko talaga is Athena's kasi ang OP ng Athena Shield yung passive ng Athena Shield sa mga mage. So, mas prefer ko tong Athena Shield. Pero paminsan maganda din yung Radiant. Nakadepende sa kalaban nyo kung Athena or Radiant. Pero pili lang kayo dun sa dalawa. So, yung 5th item natin is damage. May isa akong damage build, guys, which is yung Malefic. Kasi may may physical attack and physical pen. Kung may isip kayo, bakit may physical pen ako? Naka-tank build ako. Yung Aldous kasi, guys, kung mapapansin nyo, sinabi ko nga kanina, which is yung first skill, nag-i-scaling, nag-i-stack. So, pagka 500 stack na, yung pinaka-max na stack ng kay Aldous, pag may Malefic kayo, mag-ano kasi yun magko-complement yun yung stock ng Aldous and yung Malefic. So, kung mapapansin nyo sa mga tournament, ba't ganito yung Aldous ni Wise naka-tank build pero ang sakit? Dahil talaga sa Malefic yun, guys. Doon talaga yung bawas ko. And yung last item ko is yung Immortality para pag pumasok ako, yung SS ko, pag namatay ako, mababa item ko pa yung kalaban. So, yun yung guys, yung mga build ko sa Aldous. And sa mga gustong matuto, manood na lang kayo ng mga tournament kasi yung mga tournament na Aldous ko, doon talaga yung yung parang kung paano ka magpa-farm and kung paano mo gagamitin yung Aldous. So, guys, quick overview lang tayo sa mga skills ni Aldous kasi tinawag nga akong Aldous ng Pinas. So, yung passive nga ni Aldous, guys, is ni-nerf ni Moonton kasi mas malaki to dati, yung MSC days namin. Pero ngayon, pinaliit siya and nakadepende na sa stock nyo kung gaano kalaki yung shield nyo. So, nagti-trigger lang to every 2 attacks. Every 5 seconds lang. So, hindi unlimited yung shield niya, guys. Every 5 seconds. So, eto na sa pinaka-crucial na skill ni Aldous, which is yung first skill. Nag-i-stack nga to. So, pag nakakapatay kayo ng jungle or minion or tower, may stack yan, guys. Ang stack nun is 4 stacks every minion or creeps, jungle creeps. And pag naman mga turtle and mga hero na patay nyo sa stack nyo, sa first skill, 10 stack yun. Pagka mga hero, tower, and yung mga lord yun. Malaki kasi yun 10 stacks yun, guys. And guys, yung second skill naman ni Aldous is yun nga yung nagkakaroon siya ng movement speed, yung nagkakaroon siya ng shield sa paligid ni Aldous. So ang effect nun is 30% damage reduction, kaya sobrang sobrang OP niya din kasi imagine nyo makunat na kayo tapos 30% damage reduction pa every time na may second skill kayo, so OP talaga. Pero ni-nerf din to ni Moonton dati, guys. Dati 50% damage reduction, naging 30 na lang. And may movement speed din to na 20%. Yun, dito na nerf. And pagka pumutok yung shield, may stun yung kalaban nyo. So ito talaga yung pang-outplay yung skill, yung second skill ni Aldous kasi 'di ba sinabi ko nga 30% damage reduction. Kung every 12 seconds or 10 seconds may ganun kayong na skill, 30% damage reduction, talagang outplay talaga, lalo tank build pa kayo, guys. So, i-maximize nyo yung paggamit ng second neto, huwag kayong pindot ng pindot kasi pang outplay. So, yung SS naman ni Aldous, yung alam nyo na yan, yung lumilipad siya, tapos habulin niya yung certain hero. Pagka may Malefic Roar na kayo, guys, and medyo mataas na yung stock nyo, always aim for the phosphor. Yung phosphor talaga or gold lane, lalo pag wala pa silang defensive item. Ang gagawin nyo lang is, SSan nyo yung phosphor or yung gold lane. For sure, isang isang suntok lang yun ng per skill nyo and then retribution. Kasi may damage yung retribution. Patay na yun. Sa mga ibang clips sa tournament namin, madaming ganun akong clip na inesesan ko yung Parsa, inesesan ko yung mga gold lane, tapos isang suntok lang. Ang sakit kahit tank build, guys. So, make use of the ultimate kasi dito talaga yung turning point ng game pagka nakapitas kayo ng phosphor or gold lane. So, ang pinaka-basic spell ng jungler ay Retribution kasi hindi ka magiging jungler kung wala kang Retribution. And explain ko lang sa inyo, guys, kung paano yung damage ng Retribution. May passive yung Retribution, which is yung may true damage na mababawasan yung jungle creep every second. Parang true damage yun every second. Nakadepende yun sa sa HP. Kaya kung mapapansin nyo, biglang naglabasan yung fighter jungle kasi nga dahil sa taas ng HP base neto. So, kung mapapansin nyo yung Barats, diba? Dati di naman ako nag-jungle Barats, pero ngayon umuuso yung mga fighter jungle dahil nga dun sa true damage. So, mas mabilis mag-jungle yung mga fighter kasi dahil sa laki ng HP nila. So guys, sa Mobile Legends, may tatlong type ng retribution, which is yung Flame Retribution, Ice Retribution, and Bloody Retribution. So, pinaka most used dito is yung Bloody and yung Ice. Kasi, bakit Bloody? Kasi ito yung pinaka pang outplay talaga ng mga players. Kasi yung Bloody Retribution guys, ang effect nito is nagkakaroon kayo ng HP per second kada nire-retry nyo yung kalaban. Nakadepende yung HP ng kalaban kung gaano kalaki makukuha yung HP. And malaki din yung damage dealt neto guys, yung Bloody Retribution. So yun guys, yung Ice Retribution, pagka nire-retry nyo yung kalaban, may 5 seconds kayong movement speed para kayong naka-sprint. So ginagamit ko to pag Kimi ako kasi kailangan ni Kimi ng ng mabilis gumalaw. And kaya ito yung ginagamit ko. And yung list na retribution na ginagamit is yung Flame Retribution. Kung makikita nyo sa pro scene or sa rank game, wala talagang gumagamit nito. As in, wala pa ako sa buong pag pro player ko, wala pa akong nakitang jungler na gumamit ng Flame Retribution. Kasi ito rin yung pinaka hindi OP sa tatlong retribution. So, yun guys, yung pinaka-list na retribution, which is yung Flame Retribution. Ang effect niya is kukuha ng physical or magical damage sa kalaban. So, parang manghigop kayo ng ng lakas ng kalaban nyo. And may 100 true damage din to pagka niretry nyo. So, pang pang mga 1v1 to guys. Kasi mababawasan yung yung damage ng kalaban nyo pagka niretry nyo siya. So, yun yung tatlong type ng retribution sa Mobile Legends. Ang pinaka-recommended ko talagang gamitin nyo is yung Bloody Retribution. Hi guys, ngayon papanoorin natin yung last game natin sa lower bracket finals, which is yung kalaban natin yung BTK, and ito yata yung last match, and titingnan natin kung anong tama't maling decision na ginawa natin dito, lalo gamit natin Aldous. So unang-una pa lang makikita ko na dito na kung coach ako ni Wise, sasabihin ko ba't 4 deaths ka sa Aldous, kasi hindi ideal yan na 4 deaths ka sa Aldous. And ayun, yun lang yung una kong makikita dyan na mali agad. And makikita ko dito na lamang talaga kami sa draft, tingin ko. Kasi yung Eve, lakas ng Eve sa era nila So tingin ko lamang kami dito sa draft na to. And ayun, panoorin na natin. Tingnan natin yung late game ng Blacklist. Tingnan natin kasi hindi ko to masyado napanood dahil mga clips lang sa TikTok nakikita ko. So panoorin na natin guys. So yun guys, balik tayo sa game ng Blacklist International versus BTK. And share ko lang bago natin start kung bakit talaga kami nahirapan sa BTK. Hindi ko alam kung nasabi na to, pero kung ako magsabi, baka mayari ako. Kasi kaya kami nahirapan talaga sa BTK dahil hindi kami nag-a-assassin. Yun lang talaga yun, hindi kami nag-a-assassin. Ako hindi pala ako nag-a-assassin kasi ang weakness kasi ni Boba Sane, yung mga hero niya tulad ng YSS, Nathan, binaban kasi namin yun. Dahil parang feeling namin mas madali manalo pagka wala yun. So, binaban namin yung hero ni Boba Sane, tapos nagkakalaban kami sa fighter to fighter. And ang weakness lang talaga ng BTK is yung assassin. Kasi ang mga weakness ng hero niya tulad nga ng YSS and Nathan is yung mga assassin. Tingnan niyo nung binalagbag sila ng Onyx PH. Diba, na Trace hero sila dahil ino-open lang yung hero ni Boba Sane, tapos si Kyrie, kilala naman natin si Kyrie na sobrang lakas talaga mag-assassin ni Kyrie. So yun lang talaga na pag-vision namin na dahil kaya kami nahirapan sa BTK is binaban namin yung comfort ni Boba Sane, which is comfort ko din, tapos napupunta kami sa malayong game. So yun talaga yung kaya kami nahirapan dito sa BTK. Yan, start na natin. Tsaka dagdag ko pala, malakas din yung nila, yung mid nila. Si Shark tsaka si Zia, malakas yung mid nila. So, tingnan natin tong game na to. Makunat na si G dito, napapa-face check na namin siya sa mga bush. Tulad nga nung sabi ko kanina guys, sa Aldous, bakit 4 deaths ako? Kung coach ako ng Blacklist, sasabihan ko si Wise, ba't 4 deaths ka? Yan. Kitang-kita natin yung mukha ko. Ang awkward. Yan. Pero, wala naman masyadong ganap dito eh. Talagang, tulad nga ng sabi ko kanina sa tutorial ko sa masterclass, ang talaga pag late game, Lord fight. And dito, 30 seconds pa before the Lord. So, ang tendency niyan is, push muna ng wave. And makikita natin dito, wait lang, pause natin. Ang makikita natin dito is, wala pang basag na third tower sa both sides. So, yung flow niyan ng wave, magkakadikit pa guys. Kasi pagka, example, yung top ng BTK basag na, tas yung sa amin hindi pa basag. So, ang mangyayari niyan, yung wave namin, mas lalamang sa wave nila. So, kusang aangat. Pero dito, kita nyo, kung mapapansin nyo, yung wave is, magkakapantay lang. Kasi, para hindi magpantay yan, kailangan may mag-clear. Kunyari, si Aldous nag-clear dito. Doon lang siya hindi magiging pantay. Pero pag hinayaan nyo yung wave dyan, pantay lang lagi yan. Yun yung importance ng makabasag ka ng isang third tower. Sobrang importante nun kahit isa lang. Lalo sa gantong high level play ng Mobile Legends. So, tingnan nyo, nakikita nyo, nagki-clear lang sila. Tingnan nyo yung blacklist, pati yung Aldous dito. Mag-wave lang yan kasi may Lord na. Lamang ang blacklist dito para sa akin guys, kahit may Lunox. Kasi yung Aldous, pang rundown yan eh. So, kailangan niya lang magstay sa bot, clear bot, tapos lalamang na yung bot, tapos fight Lord. Tingnan nyo guys, so, tingnan nyo yung wave, laging may nag-clear. Tingnan nyo, diba? Tulad na sabi ko yung makinig kayo sa akin eh. Tingnan nyo yung laban ng BTK dito. Ang tagal nila sa Lord tsaka Blacklist. Diba, paikot-ikot lang sila sa Lord. Kasi kung sino manalo dyan sa Lord fight, 80% siguro ng match sa inyo na. Nakadepende sa inyo kung paano nyo hawakan yung Lord. Paikot-ikot lang sila dyan. Yan yung interesting sa Mobile Legends guys. Yung kung paano nila ipi-play yung Lord. Yan diba? Nag-SS na ako. So yun, rundown na. Yan yung sa Aldous naman, diba? Sabi ko, phosphor or gold lane. So yung gold lane, yung phosphor yung inesesan ko. Pero nag-fail kami. Pero ang kapalit nun, yan nyo guys, what a intelligent play by Blacklist. Kasi yung BTK ayaw umalis sa side ng Lord. Pinorse namin yung Aldous mag-SS sa para mag-back sila. Kasi lamang kami dito dahil sa ibe. So, wala namang mababasag na third tower kahit iwan namin yung isang lane. Ayun, walang mababasag na third tower, so okay lang kahit maiwan yan. Yun, feeling ko sa amin na yung Lord dito eh. So, pagtapos ng Lord, dapat out na to. Pero, syempre, dapat out na yun eh. Kung ako yung naglalaro doon pagka Lord out na eh. Pero syempre, dahil na rin sa pressure ng tournament, siguro nagsabi go ganun. Kasi kung binak agad ng ng blacklist yun, sobrang kaya nilang sabayan yung Lord eh. So dahil medyo nag-choke yung blacklist doon, lalo ako namatay ako. Walang nangyari sa Lord. So parang wala lang nangyari sa game. Paulit-ulit lang nang mangyayari na na ganun ulit. Wait ng Lord, show ng lane. Mukhang basic lang yung ML guys, pero mahirap siya pagka tournament na. Lalo M3 to eh. So yun, dito medyo boring yung part na to kasi yun yung nagpa-farm lang sila, nag-show lang ng lane. Lang kasi initiate namin dyan eh, grak lang eh, kaya hindi kami makakapasok. Hintayin namin sila pumasok dito. Mga focus na focus, yun yung mukha nila guys. Tamang focus lang sa ML. So yun, medyo wala naman nangyayari guys. Tamang lang. So may share pala ako guys. Pagka late game na, ang pinaka-importante dito is yung roamer, yung post 5. Si Shark, yung Lolita, tsaka si Haji. Bakit sila naging importante sa late game? Importante sila sa late game dahil sila yung nag-check ng bush. Nakita nyo tong Lunox, tsaka Saber, tsaka Lolita. Kung ang pace check dyan is yung Brody, patay na yan. Kaya kailangan ng roamer para pumace check. Kaya importante yung post 5 sa late game. Ayun o. Then yung si Haji, binivision niya yung mga bush. Tapos sabang si B tsaka si Oheb, medyo malayo kasi madali silang mapatay eh. Ayun, medyo boring yung mga ganito kasi mamatay lang to pag may conceal yung kalaban or may mga jawhead ganun. Pero sa lineup ng Blacklist tsaka BTK, wala masyadong mangyayari unless face check ni Oheb yung bush. May saber doon. So yun, feeling ko pag ganito yung laro, kinakabahan na yung mga agents eh. Pero kami, lang dito, chill lang siya. So yun, makikita natin dito. Ano nangyari doon? Parang nalingat lang ako. Parang nagkamali yata blacklist doon. Parang ang lalim nila, di ko alam. Hindi ko alam, hindi ko maisip kung nangyari dyan. Ba kami dito? Parang ang lalim namin dun ah. So ayan, na-punish kami guys dahil parang mali yung execution namin siguro. O parang pangit yung execution namin dun guys. Malalim masyado. Ay, eto na yung favorite part ko. Yun yung ginawa ni Edward. Low na si Edward. Tapos pinatay niya yung tapos na yan eh. Feeling ko eh. Grabe si Edward dun. Commended. Siya ang buhat nung na yan. Grabe si Edward dun. Yan, back to ulit. Pagtas ng clash, back to farm. Imagine nyo kung may lunox dun, no? So, yan yung pag late game pala, guys. Okay lang mabasaran kayo ng second tower tulad ng ginagawa ng Blacklist dito. Tingnan nyo. Second tower lang naubos sa kanila. Pero yung third tower, wag nyong ibigay kung kaya nyong madep. Ayan na, ito na yung shot call. Ito na yun, yung nagpanalo sa amin. Naalala ko to. Sinasabi ni B dito, pwede to i-rundown, no? Tapos, yun yung sabi ni B, pwede to i-rundown. Tapos, pinalawa pa niya Gina. Oo, pwede, tara. Tapos, ako sabi ko nun, sige, mabubuhay ako, may season ko yan. Yun yung naging shot call doon, guys. Bali, si B yung naging initiate ng clash na yon. Tapos, napalawa pa ng maganda niya G. Tapos, sabi ko, mabubuhay ako, may season ko. Eh, ang lalim nila. Tingnan nyo yung tatakbuhin nila, guys. Nasa, sila, top side. Malapit sa first tower. Eh, bago sila makakating sa base nila, ayun yung base nila, oh. Napakalayo, ang lalim nila. So, dito, sobrang chok ng PTA dito. Sobrang layo ng tatakbuhan nila. So, yun. Yun na yun. Pag makita mo pa lang yan, panalo na yung blacklist talaga eh. Diba? Nakita niyo yung importance ng Aldous? From kakabuhay lang, biglang pumunta dun sa sa kalaban ng napakabilis. Wala na, GG na. Kasi na yan, 25 minutes mark na yan guys eh. So yung death timer medyo mataas na. Kaya pag namatay kayo ng ganyan yung timer, medyo matagal yung death timer nyo guys. So yun. Dalawa na lang yung yung BTK dito, tapos 5 pa yung blacklist. Wala na, sure na. Grand Finals! Blacklist! Wala, hindi na madedep to guys, kahit gaano pa kalakas yung yung BTK. Ngayon, tuwan-tuwa na kami dyan, alam na namin. So, yun guys, yun yung point of view ko sa match ng Blacklist versus BTK. And sana may natutunan kayo sa mga nakikita ko. Etong question na to is galing kay Shemoy ko. Yan, despite the titles nga, tulad ng sabi mo, same pa din naman ako tumanggap ng criticism sa team ko. Lalo kay V, same pa din. Yung kung paano ko siya itanggap since amateur pa ako and since season 4 rookie, same pa din kasi yun yung mina-mindset ko eh. Tulad nga ng tinuturo ko kay Oheb, wag kang magbago kung try mong i-stay dyan kasi mas magtatagal ka sa pro scene kung hindi ka ma-attitude talaga. Yun talaga yung tinuro ko kay Oheb nun. Kasi amateur pa lang siya nun eh, rookie pa lang siya nung pumasok siya. Eh ako nung rookie days ko medyo pa ako eh, parang hindi ko pa alam kung ano yung mga tama't mali, pero ngayong natuto na ako. Same pa din talaga kung paano ako mag-agree. Minsan, syempre, hindi naman lagi agree lang ako. Syempre, paminsan nagkakaroon kami ng debate kung ano yung mga dapat kong ginawa or mga mali kong ginawa. Tsaka kung paano ko siya i-take, talagang talaga kasi teammate ko yun eh. Parang pamilya at turing ko sa kanila eh. So, after ma-receive nun, tapos isipin ko kung tama ba yung sinabi nila. After malaman yun na, ay oo, tama sila. So, i-improve ko yun sa game ko. Kaya nga wise yung IGN ko eh. Kasi lahat ng pagkakamali ko, yun, nilalagay ko sa tamang decision. Tulad nga nung sabi ni Master the Basics. Doon ka talaga matututo eh sa pagkakamali mo eh. Kaya wag kang magbabago kasi pag nagbago ka, yun yung ikakalaglag mo. Ang second question natin is galing kay Carl Magsayo. Ang tanong niya dito is ano daw yung mga jungle tip ko. So, feeling ko naman na-explain ko na dito sa Razer Masterclass yung mga basic na alam ko and yung mga iba din. Masabi ko na lang na tip is manood ka ng live stream ko kasi lagi ako nagla-live stream. Doon, baka may mga masabi pa akong hindi ko nasabi dito kasi limited lang yung time dito and doon sa live stream ko, yun yung pinaka-time ko talaga kahit ano sabihin ko doon. So yun, nood ka ng live stream ko. Baka may matutunan ka pa bukod sa mga nasabi ko sa Razer Masterclass. Third question natin is galing kay Heart Valerie and tinatanong niya kung ano daw yung ma-recommend ko na i-practice pang beginner na jungler. Meron akong naisip, dalawa lang is yung number one ko ngayon is Bane kasi yung Bane is madali lang talaga mechanics niya and kung paano mo siya dadalhin sa game, madali lang. And yung ano naman, second ko ngayon, Aulus, madali lang siya. And recently, mga gamit ko siya sa streams ko. So, pag nanonood kayo sa stream ko, feeling ko naman nasasabi ko yung mga do's or don'ts ng Aulus. So, yun yung pinaka-recommended kong jungler ngayon kasi nasa meta din sila. And that's it for my Razer Masterclass, guys. Sana may natutunan kayo and kung may tingin kayo na mali kong ginagawa, i-improve nyo na lang kasi dun din ako natututo. And ayun, support nyo kami ni MYAMMAR sa YouTube and Facebook namin. Nag-live kami doon. Search nyo lang Wise Gaming and MYAMMAR, makikita nyo na kami doon. Thank you for your support, guys. And support nyo lang yung Razer Masterclass dahil makinig lang kayo. At matututo din kayo. Baka mamaya, kayo na yung kalaban ko sa jungle. And ayun, bye guys!
Make it clap.